Used to think the world was flat. Really threw my hat into the crowd. I felt I had used up my quota of yearning. Used to look.
Here we are. How is everybody tonight? We are doing a pop-up episode of Fearlessly Authentic with Steve, and we have Kelly Grant. How are you tonight, my sir?
Hanging in there.
Yeah.
How are you guys, folks?
Doing good. Doing good. Hi, Dolores. Look at that. Ari shared all that. Shared and shared. How awesome is that? So we are going to take a few minutes to kind of check in here and see how, let people come in. We usually run a thing for a few minutes to get everybody in here.
We should start it off with that thing Charlie suggested on his playlist.
Yeah, I will. I'll do that in a minute. We only have Dolores in here currently. So. But yeah, we will be going over to YouTube. Is this the playlist here, the Alan Watts, The Real You?
Yeah.
We'll go back to that in a minute. So yeah, we're gonna cover some cool stuff tonight. And I totally forgot to pull our card.
Oh, right on.
So I always just pull something out of the deck.
Told my cousin Bunny Shanti that we're going to be on, so hopefully she was able to figure out her device and come on. If you're on, hello, love you, cuz.
Awesome.
You should appreciate the 4 agreements reading, especially. I know you dig that.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah. So this one, I'm gonna put the same one. I'm gonna put it like that. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I think that. And usually I take a picture of this and put it up there, and I'm much better prepared, but I'm not, so I'm just going to read it. Doing your best means to take action. You can have many great ideas in your head, but without action upon an idea, there will be no manifestation, no results, and no reward. So it's so weird to try to do this. To show the things without like the glare. So I'm going to read it one more time. Doing your best means to take action. You can have many great ideas in your head, but without action upon an idea, there will be no manifestation, no results, and no reward. So I think that that's like super important to always think about, is that, every day we're given an opportunity and we're given a chance to do better that day. We might not always feel, like our best, but if we just try to be our best that day and be as gentle with ourselves as we can that day, then I think that that's a fair thing to do. And not every day is going to be like some fantastic day that we're like so excited about, We're going to have shitty days. It's just going to happen. And that just makes the better days, makes it clear that they're better, I think. But Oh yeah, let me bring you back on screen. I'm like, wait, this is weird. So, what do you think about that, Charlie? Do you think it's good to be gentle with yourself?
Yeah, 100%. I think, I don't know. I wouldn't be here otherwise. If I learned how to do that, I was always, you want to give me shit, get in line behind me, kind of stuck in that mode. You know, we often internalize the bully, as the saying goes, all that type of stuff. So yeah, and this one goes along with the always do your best one too, I think. And like you just said, not, every day is going to be a little different. So it's part of what I was thinking when you mentioned talking about this stuff tonight. I was thinking about what Dr. Porges said, the doctor who developed the polyvagal theory. That's one of his things about the term he uses is befriending yourself, befriending your nervous system, coming to know yourself. And I like to throw into I think it's kind of interesting, the overlap of how you can kind of cut and paste some of these people's nifty sayings, but they work. So he's befriending yourself from Dr. Porges, and then I like Dr. Mate's term that he uses, compassionate inquiry, which really speaks along. It's kind of all fits in together. It's sort of my first trauma therapist.
And we should say before we get anywhere, we are not doctors or mental health.
Clearly,
we are not trained. This is just our opinions, our personal experience and knowledge. Do not take medical advice from us. Take what works for you, and maybe speak with a medical professional. We are not, we're not professionals here that are going to tell you what to do. We're just going to tell you what's worked for us and the research that we've done and where we've gotten some of it.
As an add-on to that, I do want to stress, though, that part of my whole purpose for advocacy for people is
you need to turn the volume down.
At the end of the day, it's all about autonomy. Anybody who's not in line to help you,
you weren't muted,
make autonomous choices for yourself, because that's at the end. I think that's ultimately
should be good now.
the result of healing work.
Just untangling them.
Well-being is a sense of autonomy, sense of being in yourself, belonging, all these sorts of things, and that's kind of part of my gripe with modern, what I call the treatment industrial complex. There's too many things that have gotten taken as gospel that need to be questioned. And I'm really happy to finally start reading about and seeing some, professional people who are either neuroscientists like Dr. Porges, or Kathy Kane or Stephen Terrell, who are somatic experiencing counselors. They wrote this awesome book. Let's see if I can get that on camera. I think we did this one other one. Talk about trying to get the glare out of there. It's a fantastic book. I very highly recommend this. Although it talks about, specifically addresses developmental trauma at length, it's really covers all manner of issues that arise for people.
So we'll have to take that, and we'll have to get that book and put it in the description or whatever, so that other people can find it.
Yeah.
Try to, if you can, go to a local bookstore. When was it published, that book?
It was recently, I think, in 2019. Let me get my glasses out. It's in the past 2 or 3 years, I believe. 2018.
Okay, so you should be able to find something that probably at a used bookstore too.
Yep, probably.
Trying to find something that's not too bright for
cool
us.
Thing about YouTube is there's some really
dark ones I did.
I don't think I had a chance to put it into the playlist I made for tonight's discussion, but there's a wonderful discussion between Kathy Kane, which is KathyKain. She's in discussion with a woman named Irene Lyon. Lyon is her last name. They're both they both do trauma work. Kathy Kane largely focuses on somatic experiencing from that way, and Irene Lyon does too. But they're both into the conversation is just so rich with all kinds of information. So I highly recommend checking it out here for free on YouTube, of course.
Hi, Oz.
And again, I made up a special playlist and I put it on my channel for tonight, just for the sake of discussion. If anybody, we might go through all of it or whatever we reference. So if y'all want to go to my channel, Charlie Brown's Rebellion, feel free to like rifle through all my playlists. The pineal squeegee one is like
I can grab
my
them.
attempt for like to give, all the crap that rattles around in my brain box. So you hear me spewing about it, a lot of that comes from there. And then there's a well-being one, and then this mutual aid of the soul one. So just, I always encourage people to just do your own research. That way, when it's like having a car, even if you're never going to turn a wrench on your car, get yourself a Haynes manual.
Yeah, we have one for the van. I keep it.
Familiarize yourself with it. So that way, when you have to go to a professional, even though you're not going to do certain work yourself, you go to a professional with at least a basic understanding. You have an intelligent conversation. You can make sure you get the help that you actually need. You're not going to get ripped off,
Right.
especially when it comes to, your brain box. A lot of people get harmed by finding the wrong people, the wrong treatment, or are coerced into stuff. That's my concern. I like to bring up a lot. It's a hard balance to strike in conversation because people get real defensive about things, and I understand, and we don't want to give people, the wrong advice or whatever. But the whole point is everybody's going to make up their mind and on their own. So
That's so true.
you gotta choose what's right for you, and it's good to have help in doing that, but at the end of the day, what's up, Oz?
All right, I think that I have this all ready to play. This Alan Watts one, and this is on Charlie Brown Rebellion's YouTube, and we'll grab that link and put that down there, so you guys can go subscribe over to him too. He's got great playlists, and Charlie does chill out music spin-in streams.
I stuck my toe in the water a couple times. We'll see where that goes. Thanks
It's a good time, and it's good for you too. When you need people to come and hang, they'll come and hang. It's a good thing. All right, I'm going to play this for us.
You're breathing. The wind is blowing. The trees are waving. Your nerves are tingling. The individual and the universe are inseparable. But the curious thing is, very few people are aware of it. Everything in nature depends on everything else. So it's interconnected. We confuse ourselves as living organisms, which are one with this whole universe, with something we call our personality. Now, what is our personality? And our fundamental self is not something just inside the skin. It's everything around us with which we connect. When you look out of your eyes at nature happening out there, you're looking at you. That's the real you, the you that goes on of itself. When you look out of your eyes at nature happening out there, you're looking at you. That's the real you, the you that goes on of itself. Now listen, it's absolutely necessary that we let go of ourselves, and it can't be done. Not by anything that we call doing it, acting, willing, or even just accepting. It seems that the human being really has a very simple kind of mind. Nature is wiggly. Everything wiggles, and all this wiggliness is too complicated. Everything in nature depends on everything else. So it's interconnected. When you look out of your eyes at nature happening out there, you're looking at you. That's the real you, the you that goes on of itself. When you look out of your eyes at nature happening out there, you're looking at you. That's the real you, the you that goes on of itself. It's absolutely necessary that we let go of ourselves, and it can't be done. Not by anything that we call doing it, acting, willing, or even just accepting things. You're breathing. The wind is blowing. The trees are waving. Your nerves are tingling.
That's a intense, like,
That was beautiful.
Yeah, I always like that. It's not, I think it's important, Oz, not to take everything take everything with a grain of salt as far as I'm concerned. But to me, there's like a universal overlay. There's an organic something or another, a flow or whatever that I find like when I don't get too obsessed with subscriptions and so forth, like things start to like reveal themselves. There's patterns and I feel like they're leading me home, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I think Oz was speaking to like the healthy tribe and the personal autonomy being far less important. That's the whole point. But the point is we don't have that in this society. And that's why the focus needs to be on, because autonomy gets disrupted in the attachment process because our society is so screwed up.
Right.
And then you wind up having to go back as an adult and reparent yourself. That's the whole point of the work, really. I mean, there's plenty of ways to speak to that. However, you know what I mean? And that's where I'm interested in hearing, like, if that resonates with anybody, like what language do you use for that? If that makes sense to people, because I seem to hear that from a lot of people.
Yeah. I think that seems like basic, in the most basic ways, like just the most basic things and thoughts and principles at play, like what he's just saying, you know what I mean? Like everything is based off of everything else, it's just like it's all relative. So no matter which way you say it or which language you use, you're expressing the same general gist, I think, in most cases, you know what I mean? And like most people find solace in that universal thread, that tie that makes the community and the autonomous, synonymous.
Yeah.
that's a good video. It's very meditative and like super trippy. I'm like, that echo is supposed to be there, right? Like,
Yeah.
woo, like you feel like you're in that, like,
Yeah, that's really well done.
Tunnel warp with him.
I don't know who made that up. That's an excerpt from an actual talk that he did, like a sort of lecture or something. I used to love
I've watched that movie that's culled from, like, I've definitely I watched that, and him and McKenna just talking and talking and talking, like these 3 or 4 hour long things that are like, oh my god, those guys.
I've got 10-hour marathons downloaded that I listen to sometimes. I just put it on and just like do other stuff sometimes, but
they get inside you, they're just like, oh boy, they will tell you some stuff if you pay attention.
There's actually, it's funny you said, I don't know if you had seen it. I queued up, if you want another one, by all means, your gig, do what you want. There's a cool spiel on Terrence McKenna. Somebody made a cool video up in the second in that queue I put up for you. But yeah, the whole, I really appreciate that. Again, sorry.
Rashawn. Yeah, I love McKenna, and there's so many people like that. They're just so articulate and so fucking on top of their shit, breaking stuff down for you to understand in ways for you to understand it. That's like, to me, that's what at the pinnacle of what we're doing here. You know what I mean? If it can reach people on even a little bit of that level, that's what I hope we can share.
If nothing, I'd just like to at least try and instill curiosity in people. And like, it's like something I always loved about my brother too. He was able to just, like, I think I'd shared with you guys before, we'd just be out at random in public, going shopping or something for a barbie, whatever. And freaking, we'd meet up with someone and just be this exchange that was just like for a moment. And just like, you could feel the energy shift in the space. And it was like, you made a connection. And it's just that little shift in perspective. That's why McKenna, especially, I love to hear him tear into stuff. I mean, he could be pretty heady, and he's kind of a snob in some ways too. I mean, perfect, you know what I mean? But I mean, the way he could just tear into, and people would ask him questions, and he would just like tear into it from this whole other perspective, and just like, fuck, I never really, or like, a lot of times people will say things, and it's like, yes, I've been trying. It was like right here, almost on the tip of my tongue, or like keeps circulating from the back burner to the front. And it's like finally somebody says it, and just that one little turn of phrase, I'm like, fuck, thank you,
Yeah, dude.
Like
all the best music does that for me. All the best songwriting does that thing where like they articulate an idea in a way that you're like, yes, that's the fucking shit right there. That's the thing. And McKenna does that like fucking habitually if you listen to him enough.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
the beast.
But it's like, even, it's like, you know, I mix it. I think I was
What
telling
is
you
the
about Kevin
invisible
Miller, like
lion?
5 different books.
Every moment of your life, you are doing something very
Leave it on, like, I don't know what it's doing here.
On autopilot.
Yeah. Alright, go ahead.
What is the invisible
Oh my
lion?
gosh. Sorry, it started on
Every moment of your life, you are doing something.
Every moment of your life, I am speaking to you.
Are you making coffee?
Oh.
Guys, he's never making coffee. This is what I wanted to play. This one is a hard one, probably for some people to watch. And
Is it that dude again?
yeah.
Oh man.
What?
Oh, yeah, you might want to just give people a trigger
The
warning.
most important thing.
Yeah, I was gonna give a free.
If you're gonna play the one you showed me on your phone.
Yeah, I'm gonna give people a little bit of a heads up with that. So this video I'm gonna play might trigger people. It does have some sexual abuse, assault of a gentleman. He talks about suicide, and it's pretty dramatic. But if you watch it to the end, it's only a few minutes long. Then I think that you'll understand why I found this and picked this to play it. But just in case, you know what I mean, you are concerned, it's about 7 minutes long. If you want to, mute or fast forward past it while we are, if you are watching the replay. I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable. I just want everybody to know, though, that there's a reason why. And I feel like this is an important video.
The most important thing to know is that there's a difference between trauma and stress. As I like to say to people, life sucks a good amount of the time. We all have jobs and situations that are really unpleasant. But the moment that the situation is over,
I had a fully loaded pistol
Here it is.
in my mouth, ready to pull the trigger. And you may ask, why is a Olympic champion, Stanley Cup champion, 7-time All-Star got a gun in his mouth, ready to pull the trigger? Well, my experience as a very young child was one of constantly living in fear. My dad was an alcoholic, my mom was a prescription pill addict, and my complete and entire existence in life was complete and utter chaos. When I was 6 years old, I moved to a community in Russell, Manitoba. And the thing that I loved to do the most was I loved to play hockey. And then when I was 14 years old, over a 2.5-year period of my life, I was raped 150 times by my coach. And so I never slept for 27 years. Never slept. Because I was molested in a dark room where I couldn't see anything. And so every time I shut my eyes at night, I was in that dark room waiting for this man to force himself upon me. What I was left to deal with was the aftermath of all of these traumatic experiences. So I became addicted to drugs and alcohol and sex and gambling and food and workaholism to overcome the pain and suffering. But I faced consequence because of my drug addiction and my alcoholism. They kicked my ass out of the NHL. And so the reason why I had this gun in my mouth was I was completely and utterly exhausted from living in emotional pain and suffering for most of my life. And so shortly after the gun incident, and obviously I didn't pull the trigger, I started on a path of healing and recovery. I've strung over 3,000, 500 and some days of sobriety. I'm healing. I'm putting one foot in front of the other. I'm not depressed. I'm not anxious. I don't have panic attacks anymore. Why? In 2009, I wrote this book called Playing with Fire with no expectations, other than the fact that I just want to put a bunch of stuff on paper, take one last look at it, and put it in its rightful place in the past. So I go to Toronto for the first book signing, and I show up at the biggest bookstore in Canada, and 400 people show up too. Well, I started signing books. Out of the corner of my eye, I see this guy in line. He's got my book like this, clutched to his chest, and his face is buried in the floor, and he's walking really slow. Gets to the front of the line, sets the book on the table, looks me in the eye, and says, "Me too. Me too." Now I know why I wrote this book. Because I go to the next city, and 10 quickly became 100, 100 became 1,000, 1,000 became 10,000, 10,000 became 100,000, 100,000 became 250,000, 250,000 became 500,000. Over 500,000 people, either directly or indirectly, have said those two words to me: me too. Me too. And so for 6 years, I've traveled back and forth and 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 everywhere else in between, talking about trauma. Trauma is the string which binds us all together. There's a whole bunch of people out there that are hurting, that need a safe place to tell their story. And that's what this is about. It's about sharing your story without shame, without fear, and be okay and be safe. My reality is the same reality that 1 in 3 girls and 1 in 5 boys have experienced in their lifetime. Look in the room. How many people are in the room? 1 in 3. In 2009, I was shitting in my pants going, what have I just done? And you know what you all did for me? You know what you said? You didn't shame me. You know what you said? Man, you have courage. Man, you have strength. And guess what? That's all I needed to hear. So we have an opportunity. We need people that talk about compassion, talk about love, talk about connection, and are willing to have the tough conversations. Do you want to be a part of it?
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I felt like that was something that was really needed. I know that it's it's not easy to watch and hear the the abuse part of it, but what he overcame and how he described like what it is, like how it's a safe place to come and express these things. I feel like it was very similar to what this community has become is the safe place where we have each other and it's mutual strength and support, and it's like just being real with each other is how we show each other that kind of support and that strength.
And it's good for the individual too. It's good. It's just good all around because it's
and you think about how many people come in and watch and how many people have probably been through something like that.
yeah, it's pretty close to home for me. But that's how I was saying before. We don't necessarily have to. You don't Like healing doesn't even necessarily require you dig into every dirty detail of your past necessarily. If you, especially when you look at it through like the polyvagal perspective, from just everything is largely to do with the nervous system. All the reactions we have to the things that we've experienced in our life are like Dr. Vanderkolk says, the body keeps the score. So you start looking at it from that perspective and realize that like it sends signals up to the brain, and the brain's job is to make sense of the world. And so all of a sudden we need some sort of story to try and orient ourselves within our world. And all too often, the attachment process didn't go right when we were younger. So that whole thing isn't really squared away within us either. And so it's you get tossed around a little bit. And then the nervous system's job is just to keep you alive. So, like Dr. Porges says, and Deb Dana, they talk about how basically everything that we experience, like outwardly, like behavioral or otherwise, are all some form of an adaptation to survival. When you start looking at it that way, and you hear Dr. Vanderkolk, who's like one of the world's experts, talk, like I can't find that video. I thought I had it in the Pineal Squeegee collection, but somebody asked him, the interview asked him, she's very sincere, and she's like, what can we do about trauma? How do we heal trauma? And it's like, because it's a big deal. He's just like, it's not that big of a deal. We've known how to do it for a while. He's like, the American Psychological Association doesn't want to acknowledge developmental trauma at all.
Right.
If you read his book and you understand like how he goes into largely where developmental trauma comes from is because of capitalism. And there's a million ways to be cruel. There's so many ways that people fall between the cracks, as we say, and all this other shit.
Yep.
So the infrastructure is all in place to serve humanity, but it's obviously that the levers have been captured, and it trickles down into every aspect of our lives. but looking at it the wrong way, it's again like I use the analogy of if you go to like your regular primary care physician and you are misdiagnosed for something and treated according to that misdiagnosis, you're not going to get better. You're probably going to get worse. Maybe you're dead. Who knows? So it's like the same thing applies to the way we look at our well-being as a whole, but somehow like everything's like all Henry Ford style, separated into little different departments.
Compartmentalized health.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're not compartments. We're not. Descartes was wrong, man. The world is not mechanical. The universe is not mechanical as such. You can sort of view it that way, but after a fact, it loses its ability.
No, man. The universe is wiggly, bro.
Yeah.
I thought we just covered that.
But that's the thing too. So the whole work to me is largely just about it's just like, oh, this is what's going on, and like. Because there's propaganda from us on so many levels, and it's like it affects our mental. What was that whole thing about
every single level?
The mass hypnosis that's going on. That's basically this psyop called the pandemic.
Yeah, man. I think I just had that on my Twitter. The video of the gentleman. He's like a numerologist guy, like an averages guy or something. But then he got involved in like figuring. I think we seen it on Slow News Day. It was something that Steve brought up like a while back. What the hell was his name? But
you're on mute, Steve. I don't know if you can hear me.
No, hang on.
She closed her thing.
Dang it.
Okay,
We're doing it live.
Sorry. I was just trying to take my avatar thing and put it on that. But go ahead.
I didn't hear the tail end of what you had just said, Steve. Sorry.
I will be right back. That's all I was gonna say, and then you guys can go ahead.
I was saying the dude that I wish I can remember his name. He was a guy who was on a podcast, and he was talking about the mass hypnosis and how it worked, and the mass hysteria things, and how if you can't just like if you try to wake up people from the mass hysteria, it doesn't work, and just like they just deflect and all this stuff. It was fascinating. It was really cool talk. He was like I think he was Danish or something. I remember, or Danish or German maybe.
That rings a bell. There was one I just was watching yesterday or today. Pull it up over here. I think it was a collaboration. Dang it. Boy, is this giving me a pain in the ass. What is going on here? Oh, there it is. Mass psychosis, how an entire population becomes mentally ill. It's on the After School SKOOL channel on YouTube. It was a coordinated effort with the Academy of Ideas channel, I believe. It's a really good animated description of what the hell's going on right now. Oz, you're right. You got such a good way of looking at things too, and it's interesting. We always use different terms, a lot of us, but that's what I appreciate. Everybody's interpretation to me is sort of like another piece to a puzzle, or a widening, a broadening of the lens. Trying to become the anthropologist in my own life here, but yeah, the trauma, like the simplest definition I've heard yet, which I think smacks pretty real yet simple, is just trauma is the dysregulation of your nervous system. And it's not what happens. It's not, what you experience, but how you experience it. That's where trauma becomes trauma. And it's largely to do with not being able to have an expression of it like the other mammals do. Like we higher mammals, us two-leggeds, are screwed. We don't have the opportunity in our societies afforded to us to do what the animal that escapes the predator on the plains do. The predator is going over here looking for another meal, and they pan over and they show the other animal shaking violently. And if you're an animal lover, you'd want to run up and comfort the animal. But what's happening is a natural process through evolution of the nervous system being able to regulate itself in that animal. We as humans aren't taught how to do that. It's like on every turn we are discouraged from doing that because we're afraid, I guess. I don't know. Maybe we need to dig into that. Why can't we dig into that stuff?
Can you,
Hi, buddy.
do you want to see do you guys see how big this freaking cat is? He's freaking huge. Oh, he's not fat. He's just really long. Here, say hi. Oh my gosh, can you hear? I wish you guys could hear him purring.
Yeah, so that video I was talking about is right there.
It's right there.
Right there on Twitter. I figured out that video where it was.
That's awful, Oz. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I ain't gonna last too fucking long here.
Huh?
So I'm not gonna last very long on this podcast.
Yeah. There's no substitute for the lived experience. All these so-called experts wouldn't know shit if it weren't for the courage of people to go sit on a couch and talk to strangers about shit they don't even want to think about, let alone tell a stranger. That's where all this so-called anecdotal evidence that they belittle so much. It's a wealth of knowledge in the world. And what you're talking about, the intergenerational trauma there, Oz, is exactly what we don't discuss it for what it is, and that's why it gets perpetuated. It's despicable after a while because there's too much to be profited off of it.
That's the Twitter we're looking at. That's the video that I was talking about. This is a quick little clip of it. It's pretty fascinating.
Okay, let me just grab. I'm gonna go over there, and we're gonna play the video. All right.
Right.
The very important important book on mass formation in the 19th century. The Psychology of the Crowds, it was called. And he describes already there that if the people who are not in the mass formation try to wake up the people who are in a mass formation, then they will be confronted probably with failure. They will be confronted with the fact that they are unable to wake up the masses. But he says, nevertheless, it is extremely important to continue to speak out, because if people continue to speak out, the hypnosis might become less deep, and it will become less deep. Gustave Le Bon presents several historical examples of situations in which people who were awake continued to speak out and prevented the masses from committing atrocities, because that's typically what masses do. Because one function of the mass formation is the satisfaction of all this frustration and aggression, the fourth condition. Masses typically have the inclination to show the tendency to commit atrocities, and they typically do it being convinced that they perform an almost sacred pledge, and that it's that they do something that is really their duty, and that has to do with the fact that people in mass formation are convinced that what they do is for the greater good, for the well-being of the collective. But they forget, of course, that it is for the well-being of a certain collective and at the disadvantage of another part of the population. But anyway, so it's hard to wake the masses up. The only thing, but if you continue to speak, the 30% of the population who is really into the process of mass formation, you will make the hypnosis less deep in this part of the population, and you might prevent the masses from committing atrocities. So it's extremely important to continue to speak out.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
What we're dealing with.
That's exactly what's happening in the world. And we do have to keep talking about it. Like people I got to keep talking about the same shit over an hour. Because you do.
What else are we going to do? It's not going to get us.
But again, that's the importance of everybody doing this right here. It's why I dipped my toe in the water a couple of days ago last week. What everybody start your own channel, and everybody start talking about this. Do the best research you can. Follow the people who do the better research than us. You know what I mean? Keep building knowledge. Question every fucking thing and everyone, and then we trade notes. Get together and do this as often as possible. And then again, we're filling in the bigger picture. It's way harder to bullshit people when everyone's like, no, exactly. Because that dude over here, I didn't even necessarily agree with him. Never mind fucking politics. This dude's talking real shit. And all of a sudden, yeah.
You don't even have to prerequisite with that. I don't care what somebody else is.
That's my point.
Yeah.
All this real talk takes all that completely obvious bullshit. Cast that into the burn barrel with the rest of all this fascistic crap they're throwing at us right now. Precisely the point.
I got it. Boom.
You gotta fix your thing. You're ruining the fact
I'm ruining the
don't
effect.
Live in a fairy forest.
God damn it, Steve.
I
Suspend your disbelief, people.
didn't see that.
Suspend your disbelief.
We are not in a kitchen, okay, guys?
We take you to a trailer in Canoga
I mean,
Park, California.
It can spread down and through through, but if we decide that we're gonna stand out and we're gonna make a difference in the trauma that we have, and stop letting it be a taboo thing, and make it be we're not gonna let these motherfuckers. We're not gonna let them win at this. We're gonna call them out. We're gonna speak up, and we're gonna do it with strength and numbers, and we're gonna stop this cycle of trauma and abuse. And us as adults need to protect the children. I did a whole show on we are failing the children. We are failing the next generations. If you're an adult, you are failing generations to come. And we just stand up and say no more and decide that and act on it.
I agree that we have to keep them away from the goddamn kids, man. They've managed to do 76, I believe, vaccines that are on the schedule for every infant that's born in the United States. 76.
I think it's even more than that now. That's
These are the ones that are mandated, right? That you have to have for your child to go to
proven
school.
to be safe.
None of them have tested to be safe.
Well, we're not going off on that right now.
But
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's about speaking up about these are that's letting down the children. Was my point.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Well, the main thing is, if you want to help the kids, we got to do our own personal work. Every single one of us has to figure out what that looks like for us, and to the best of our ability to do that. And then that's where we really can be of help to one another.
Yep.
Because they're seeking of other people professional help. But if you really start doing the research and you start like getting the most up to date of neuroscience information and the practitioners who have adapted modalities around these, it's all they're really not at all adhering to yesteryear. You know what I mean? They're acknowledging all the failings of modern psychology and modern treatment, and because it does not meet people where their needs are, it makes them jump through hoops and causes all kinds of other problems and additional traumas and so forth. But it's really nice to hear, like Kathy Kane especially. I really like her perspective so far from what I've read, and there's a couple like that. I referenced that interview with her and Irene Lyon earlier. It was really good. But that's what I like to see. It's like we need people from all these so-called professionals or whatever to start calling out bullshit,
right?
And say, look, we're just like, we can't do anything about this monolith right now, other than we're here to be with the people in the trenches and meet them where their needs are, develop modalities around that according to what their needs present as, doing this all in a human manner, keeping it simple, really just trying to attune ourselves with nature and acknowledging all of these things that we just need to let go of a lot of stuff. We don't need to get so, it doesn't need to be so difficult. We've made it far too difficult. And that's one of the ways where we've been manipulated in various ways too, and traumas get perpetuated. We want to help the children, the next generations. We break the cycle right here, us right now, to the best of our ability. We go from making this a vicious cycle that we're caught into, and we can turn it into a vivacious circle. And it takes all of us.
Yeah.
That's doing our individual work. That's the power.
The places where children are being abused, right? Like, we need to pay attention to that. There is a particular type of person and type of environment where children are being abused. And sorry, I'm trying to tie my locks up as we're talking. But you know what I mean? Like, we need to look at those places and say, okay, it's happening at these churches, at these schools. Like, where is it happening? And like, how do we decide to stop bringing our kids into those environments? Like,
or figure out how to staff those environments with not predators. Like that's really the key, because all of those predators have been. It's like that predatory mindset is like there's enough area for them to operate by just being in public schools and public works like that, and like all the things that you want like good fucking people to be involved in with young people and people who don't have a lot of fucking money and all of these people. But like there doesn't seem to be any system of weeding those people out, because every time they come from those circles, from gymnastic coaches to fucking whatever, you know what I mean? Like across the board, whether it's in school or in law enforcement and stuff. When kids get in trouble, there's all kinds of crime occurring in those sorts of places as well. It's crazy.
What about all those kids
it's nuts
over across the border unaccounted for?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, and we have, like, I think that the only way to really help in the schools and in the gymnastics and all these places where the kids are left with supervised with somebody else there needs to be others that are involved outside that, you know what I mean, are within the community, or like the parents. Like I volunteered at the school. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be some kind of screening or something. Like
it just seems like all the incidences are occurring in those sorts of positions. Like the framework for those predators to fucking exist and flourish are fucking plentiful for them.
I have a feeling that they're gonna have like robotic, you know, not only just the robotic adults. They're gonna do that, I think, with children, and they're gonna have robot adults that they are going to program. That they'll say, well, it's not a child, it's a robot. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, and I feel like they're going to try to make some sort of way to make it acceptable, and it's not. And we need to have a way for people that do feel the tendencies that are not socially acceptable, because the way we decide something is not socially acceptable is as a society, and that is by people standing up and saying, no, that's not okay. And the abuse and the trauma that's happening within these institutions, and a bunch of them are like nonprofit. It's like, no, they're not giving the community, like the whole point is that, like, you know, they're using community resources because they're giving something to the community. They're not giving the community anything good,
but trauma.
They're traumatizing the generations to come for their own abuse.
And I can't say, you know, you can't say like every single place is like this, but there are so many occurrences across so many like positions that are similar in that respect, where they have access to children and not a lot of, you know, not a lot of oversight and screening and stuff. Like, even it's bizarre to me.
What about the parents that are just like trusting these places and these?
Well, that's what I mean. The people put so much trust into public schools and after school programs and things like that, where they're trusting their children with strangers, essentially.
I think it also goes back to like the parents just not being like around enough and not being able to be, right? Like,
I get it. I understand all the other mitigating factors. I'm just saying those places where those crimes keep getting committed fucking all the time, and people just keep getting shuffled around. Like, this coach can't coach in this state anymore. He's got to go in this state, you know, because he fucking fucked with all those little boys back in the other state. And all of those things that they're like, it's like a network of protection, whether it's the Catholic Church or, you know what I mean, or fucking Ivy League schools, or, you know what I mean. It's crazy.
And they know it's wrong. Like,
speaks to all the, we kind of touched on the underlying issue there.
And they're tax-free, and people are giving them donations and money. So if you are donating to a church,
they have a budget for it.
You know, huh?
I said they have a budget. That's how those things can occur.
Yeah, if you're donating to a church, and then, like, you know, down the road they're like, oh, well, we have to pay out these settlements because, you know, children were abused. That's what your money is going towards that. And we need people to realize that, like, you know, like, this shit isn't normal. This is what your money's going towards. This is what you're funding. Like, wake up and stop being blinded by this, because, you know, like, you know, like, our youth is being traumatized, and, you know, a lot of us in our youth, we've been traumatized. You know, I don't think I know many adults who can tell me that they don't have trauma growing up in some way, whether it was, you know, just if it was sexual abuse, physical abuse, like just neglect, like, you know, just harm from other people. You know, everybody has some layer of it.
What's that, Charlie? I'm sorry.
Culture is a trauma factory, and the problem is that a lot of these issues are structural that you touched on. Like, why do these institutions exist where harm takes place to begin with? Like, there's needs aren't being met of people, their basic needs. They wouldn't have to put their children in the care of strangers to begin with. If everybody's basic, you could just have a fucking, a thriving wage and all these sorts of things we talk about all the time.
Exactly.
This is what Vanderkolk talks about in The Body Keeps the Score. He really does dig deep. I can't encourage you enough to read his book. He really digs into it so eloquently about, like, ties capitalism so closely to the trauma, and he gives like lived examples of people's experiences. And it's like, damn. And don't forget, this is the guy who was the one who forced the APA, the American Psychological Association, to finally fucking admit that PTSD was a thing in 1980. Prior to that, the Vietnam vets and the other vets before them were, they're off of themselves and all kinds of problems, and they all filtered into this guy's office and some of his colleagues, and they're the ones who had the courage to stand up with the vets and bring this shit forward. But in regards to all the sexual abuse and shit, this society flat refuses to fucking ever fund any kind of research into figuring out what the hell it is in people that makes them feel like they need to do that to somebody else. Clearly it's trauma, you know what I mean? But it's like, I don't want to dig into it, because it's like, okay, what you did is straight evil. You've harmed somebody in, I don't want to say an irreparable way. I don't know if that's my place to say. I wouldn't want to believe that any of us are, can't find healing. But I mean, like what you played, that video of that dude, holy shit. And yeah, how many people say me too to that stuff? But this society needs to get serious and start digging into, however you want to approach it. I can't say. I mean, that's clearly a societal thing. I wouldn't want to be in charge of that fucking decision, but we need to be able to figure out, to finally dig into, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Maybe it's a shit fucking analogy in this one. I don't know, but that's
I know what it is.
You know what I mean by that? You can't. And you hear that, that's such a cliche. I've heard it all my life, and it finally one day dawned on me a while back. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's like we can't as a society be able to separate the human being from the behavior and really dig into the understanding. But if we can't do that for everybody, then everybody else loses too, because then it's like whatever the other label that people might carry in society, they're really losing out ultimately too, from all the fucking really nitty gritty stuff that we can learn about what it is that's fucking going on with us as human beings.
Right.
There's something in that because especially I think it's kind of irresponsible in society not to really look into this and stop stamping our feet like fucking petulant children ourselves because we're having a profoundly justifiable emotional response to fucking our kids being fucking harmed. It's understandable, but if we can't get past our emotionality on that subject and get serious about it, we're handing this shit off. That's why these people keep doing this shit, because they don't know what the fuck they got going on. Nobody
does. That's the thing. That's absolutely the basis.
Answers away with the person and with the behavior. It does it, so we're fucked. You're paying for these people to be in jail or do whatever to them, and the money could be better spent to figuring out what the fuck. If it comes at the end of the research and figure, oh well, yeah, some people are just monsters, I guess so. But I find that one hard. Clearly, there's some of us walk the earth, man. You know what I mean? The fucking.
I think ultimately there needs to be so much more. Why do these people do this? Why? How can we combat this? You can't screen people for this, right? Obviously, at least not effectively with any degree with the current systems that are in place. You know what I mean? You're not gonna change the system. It's built the way the system is built.
That's why
so everybody eats, right? That's the fucking
complex and all that kind of stuff with the court and everything. Dude. They're not out to help anybody. They just make shit worse by obfuscating whatever the fuck is really going on in any given instance.
Right.
When you go to put your hands on the courthouse door to walk into that building, make sure you realize that it says business hours right on the door. Who gets help?
If you ever had a fucking doubt, go to court in Rhode Island. As soon as you walk out the court door, there's a cash register. As soon as you walk out the door, there's a cash register in a booth right there. Like there's no question what you're doing there. You're giving money, you're spending money there. It's about making money there.
And I mean, I don't want to lose track of what.
Oh no.
What we're doing as a society, what we're trying to attempt to do as a society, but through these societal mechanisms, these infrastructures, but they're just really the only thing that's going to, as far as any kind of justice goes, it'd be some form of circle justice or restorative justice. it's got to be community oriented. And it's like we in all too many instances, we have like agreed to just like off our personal responsibility onto all these different so-called experts and whatever, like the politicians that we hired to do their job. You ever have a job before where you get like, you want to do this job? Like, yeah, all right, you got the job, and you show up and you don't do exactly what the fuck you do the exact opposite. And then your boss has to ride your ass, and yet you still have a paycheck and all fat bennies. And I've never heard of any, I've never met one person. I've been blue collar my whole life.
Jobs do not work that way.
No, man. So it's like, but there's too many instances of that, but that's on us. That's, I think, where and to me that it's a bitter pill to swallow sometimes, I guess, maybe. But
it's the idiocracy of capitalism, man.
Okay, so this is a good example, okay, of everybody's brought in the new year, right? And everybody's like super excited about the new year, and everybody's talking about everything that happened last year, right? And oh man, they're so stupid. Guess what? That is the fucking mentality that is wrong. That is wrong for us to call Biden or any of them stupid. We're the ones that are not on the freaking top of this. We're the ones that are on the bottom.
Right.
And not the bottom of the totem pole, because that's not how it works. Just saying.
It's the place of honor.
That's not how a totem pole works. But anyway, just to point that out. I think of like the things that people say, and I'm like, that's not even true. The bottom of the totem pole is not the bottom.
It's important. When we catch those, they might seem insignificant. But they all add up. You realize, oh shit, there's so much stuff that we have gotten twisted or has been.
Well, that's the thing. That's the psychosis.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the process.
With this is what I was trying to get at. Is that everybody's saying like, oh yeah, well look at these idiots all last year, and I'm thinking, you guys, we're all just looking at videos and shit of how we got freaking duped, how we got freaking screwed. It's us that got screwed, not them. We're making fun of them for what?
Yeah.
They're the ones who freaking are up on top of us. They're the ones that are oppressing us. We're not equal to them. We didn't do anything to outsmart.
I don't see you standing in that boot on your neck.
Yeah. And throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The reason why people say that, well, they did. I don't know why they really say it now. It's because people showered so few and far between that, like, it would be like man, woman, and then children. And by the end, the baby and the water would be so dark and disgusting. You didn't want to like accidentally throw the baby out with all the dark bathwater because like it was that gross. So, like, it's a really weird thing for us to say. I look those kind of things up because I'm like, like you
I think about that too, because I'd like to come up with like a better,
wrong into the stick. You're like, you know what wrong into the stick means?
But you know what? It's kind of good in a way.
Yeah.
Because when you hear it instantly before you even, it's like you know instantly that's wrong. That's something that needs to be fucking dealt with immediately. That should not be occurring. So if you're referring to something as such occurring as such, then it at least does elicit that sort of, okay, I better give this some prompt attention. I would hope. But I think Oz brings up some good points here too. He said there's some doing the work. They're not getting a lot of funding. That's Dr. Vanderkolk right there. At least as late, most recently as either 2013 or 2015, I heard him saying in an interview this past year that they had tried to get more funding to bring forward the developmental trauma diagnosis and have that acknowledged for what it is. And that's what I live with. Too many examples of that.
We need to advocate that, and instead of people giving money to the churches, that they give them to doctors that are finding out the real, the real trauma, what's happening with our children, how we stop this.
I don't have it handy, but
instead of putting up churches as, like the solution because they selectively do good work. Like, why do we need people to have food stamps or have to go to a church? That is ridiculous that people don't think about it and go, wow, so people can't make enough money to like survive off of, so then they have to go get these services and be looked down upon. How the hell is that logical in anybody's freaking eyes? How is that logical at all?
It doesn't have to be logical in that respect because it's capitalism at its best. You know, the church doesn't pay any taxes, makes all the money from all the people all the time. Never stops.
Again,
2,000 years.
There's another human built infrastructure that if it was used, it could like one. It's a
You
people
could solve
coming
all the
together
problems that
as
are
a
that
community
occur.
to meet the needs of their community, whatever that looks like, and there's nothing wrong with that.
That's exactly what they used to do, right? If you think about it, that's what churches
Nothing wrong with that.
used to do back in the old days. They took care of surrounding areas. They were like castles, you know what I mean? They were fucking monasteries and stuff. Took care of surrounding peoples and stuff, and all those people became their parishioners because of that. And it's just like they just lost sight of that. It's like, fuck this. This is a fucking money-making machine right here. Let's just stack paper. Fuck it.
I think maybe that's what, because I don't know if
You see what Oz put? Sorry to interrupt. Cancel culture is the art of flushing babies.
yeah, fucking A, it is right.
Exactly.
It is absolutely true.
That's a t-shirt, bro.
Yeah.
All day.
You're full of t-shirts, Oz.
Oz is like a fucking one-line machine. This guy.
I've been called other things, full of other things, but not t-shirts.
Like t-shirt line and like have the different people's like fun things like yoga-isms and like
We gotta start doing that with masks. Like if we're gonna be forced to wear these, fuck it. I'll wear the mask, but it has to have something to say on it. Like this is like
yes,
or
that's a good idea.
This space for rent, at least, I don't know. We're gonna go full on fucking cap.
I'm just getting one that says vacant.
But again, we're like
had one that looked like he wasn't wearing. He looked like he was wearing his mask under his chin, and he was walking around. And he's like, "If they make me," he was like, "I'm going for my annual doctor's appointment semi-annually because of the all this shit." And he's like, "If they ask me for a vax passport to go into the doctor, I'm getting arrested." Like his husband and his wife. He's like, "If they make me do this, go into my doctor, I'm gonna lose it."
Yeah.
They had to go in the building. I don't know exactly where they were. They might have been in Germany or somewhere. I'd have to look for sure. But so they go in. They have to sanitize their hands. They have to take their masks that they're wearing off, put on other masks, and then they can go into the building.
What were we watching?
Why would you just switch a mask? If the mask is so protective, then why are you
It'll be in bubbles pretty soon. Who did that little? Didn't you guys show a video?
Yes, the boy in the bubble. Yes.
What the fuck?
Who was it? It was either I was watching the Dark Horse podcast, or maybe it was Ryan Christensen. But
oh, you got over to Ryan Christensen. Good.
Yeah. But they were, it's like talking about it just being the whole. It's part of the psyop. It's like everybody has to wear this. Otherwise, if you're not wearing it, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you mean people had the flu?
Shit.
You know what I mean? It's like it's part of. You have to wear the mask as part of like keeping up the whole thing. I know we don't get in that whole spiel, but
keep up the illusion, though. It's like Use Your Illusion album. It's like that. It's like that Guns N' Roses album, man.
But I think again, my point for bringing that up is just like how it's the same sort of mentality. Like we saw the derangement syndrome from the Orange Man Bad. It just transfers over to this here. But it's again, there's all this underlying we're being fucked with, and there's a pattern of that. And it's like, but it's on so many levels that I don't think we're aware of it. And it's like I'm always just trying to kind of point out the pattern when I see that to like look at.
That's the thing too. Is like most people are unaware of at least 5 or 6 of those things going on, fucking with them on any given day. Like just what they hear on the radio and conflicting things that make no sense at all. You know what I mean? Are nonsensical and easy to sort out if you just thought about it for a second, but you're inundated with it constantly. If you listen to the mainstream media or the NPR or anything that comes over the fucking airwaves in this country, you know what I mean? If it's not podcasts that you select yourself because you think those people are not doing that to you, you know what I mean? That's the only way to even be sure that you don't hear that stuff. And it's, it's like seeing the Matrix. It's obviously you can't unsee the fucking propaganda. You know what I mean? You can't watch TV anymore and be like, take it seriously at all. I can't.
Yeah.
I thought I was just being like a pretentious douche at first. And I'm like, no, it's really, really this blatant. It's really, holy shit. All of Hollywood since the beginning of time. What? Who would have thought?
Oh, some clever mask ideas.
Those are pretty hot. I like the cabbage one. Is it bok choy? I don't know. It's pretty friggin' delicious masks.
Coming over to say hi.
What do you think, Charlie Brown? Which one do you want?
Do you want the soda bottle one? It's like a water bottle, right?
I'm down with the veggie mask.
I'd rather get back to
I am your father.
I'm hungry. I can get some bok choy.
Wear the mask, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, you sweat in it long enough, you're gonna have coleslaw, right?
You're gonna have some tasty sauerkraut, son. You wear that sucker long enough, go for a jog.
This looks like like it's gonna help.
Oh yeah, that's gonna help a lot. That's like,
I think like if you're out there coughing and sneezing, then maybe wear a freaking thing like obviously on your face if you can't freaking.
if you can't just stay the fuck away from other people for a minute.
Like if you're freaking sick and you want to wear something on your face so you're not sneezing and coughing all over people, then whatever. If you're not freaking sick, then you don't need anything on your freaking face. Even if you're sick, like it's like a regular cold.
Like a Ponderosa sneeze guard mask is probably not going to protect you that much. I'm just saying. You know what I mean?
One that Oz always has
might deflect a little bit. You might get a little
trumpet player with the split mask. I mean,
yes.
that's all you. Boom. That's the T-shirt. That's it right there. That could be the American flag right underneath the flag.
Full disclosure.
Holy shit.
Were totally like,
one psyop for all.
Of masks and gave them away at the beginning of this. I freaking, I was like, all right, we're, like.
Mask it up.
Believed it. I saw it coming from China, and I was like, "Oh shit, really? Shit," And I saw what was coming, and that does not mean that we went and got the, the boot or anything like that. But this ties back into our trauma too, because the amount of trauma. This is
dude,
give our children.
The fear that this instills is just fucking tremendous. Even a fucking version that gives you the sniffles, like the oh my god right now, right? So like that, even just that, if they keep drilling in your head every day, Omicron's going up everywhere, oh my god, that's all they say, dude. Like I turn on NPR to bring Sky to work, and I'm in the car for 10 minutes and I have to turn it off because I'm like, shut the fuck up, you people. What the fuck are you saying? I look like a crazy man. Now I understand. I understand what the crazy old man is screaming about in his fucking pickup truck with his windows rolled up, because it makes perfect sense to me now. He's seen the fucking Matrix, and oh god, we got to keep telling people to wake up, man, because it's fucking brutal.
Anxiety, not necessarily trauma, but I think that for some it could be just anxiety, but I think the long-term effects of how a lot of these kids are going to react to being separated from each other all the time, thinking that that they are the reason why their classmates got sick, or their grandparents or their teacher. And what if it's because of something else that medically intervened with these people? And what if that child takes that trauma on themselves and thinking that they did that?
Yeah, no, I believe there's definitely
making kids act like they have to be like superheroes and all this and that. So it can, this anxiety can turn into trauma. It's going to depend on how it's being handled.
To me, that's the most insidious thing.
There's a difference between trauma and being traumatized.
Yes,
this is trauma. Whether it's traumatizing people is the individual experience.
Right.
More than likely it is. That's the and it's not a bug. It's clearly a feature. This is a fucking psyop, and it's intentional.
Yes. The thing I find the most insidious about it is the thing that I brought up a minute ago about how many perfectly accepted things that we give our kids to make them socially acceptable and have the correct fucking medical credit score as to go to public school. And now they're like showing those same children that are 8 and 10 years old, like, you want this, you got to get this, you want to be a superstar in your school, everybody's got to do this, you got to take one for the team, and I think that's like the grossest thing when you haven't made sure all those other ones are fucking safe in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting
What
the
the fuck?
children to conform and then making them feel bad if they don't.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely going to be traumatizing on a lot of levels, I think, for children. I don't think it's going to just be like, whatever, they shrug it off. I think it's going to be like have long-lasting effects.
It's not going to stop again until we understand, we learn about trauma, we recognize it to whatever degree, we have it in ourselves, we're able to work with that process of doing that. When our children see us doing that, in that process is the inoculation against all the bullshit that comes next. When they see us interacting with this and being and correcting, I don't want to say correcting necessarily. I don't like evaluative terms. I don't think that they're ultimately useful. But when they see us working with ourselves, being honest with ourselves, talking out loud, admitting, that we can make mistakes, is when they see it, they see that we break it all down to whatever degree is appropriate, age appropriate, of course.
Right. But you can have nuanced conversation with a toddler. You know what I mean?
That's the whole point. Oh,
yeah, that's the thing. You teach them.
There's a thing, I don't know if I put it in that little playlist I made up there. It's an excerpt. There's a program they've been using in the UK for a while called Mind Up. It's a mindfulness program. Like they teach, like, I don't know what grade they are, first or second graders, maybe. They teach them all about like how the brain works and like how it affects your they probably got to catch up with the polyvagal component, would probably boost that thing and even further. But it's a wonderful program where they're teaching young kids how to meditate, how to understand their own processes that are going on within their own. When this happens, I feel angry and this is what I can do about it, and like owning their own emotions. I mean, it's amazing. It's really gentle. It's not any kind of weird forced anything. It was I came across it a couple years ago. I thought it was really cool. I can't
think about it like the parents. If the parents are like, that would be a great thing if parents were aware of that, like, and aware of a lot of the things that we're talking about. I think it would be very different, right? Because how the children, how they're brought up, like, the trauma that you have as a child, like it is, or if had I not broken the cycle on a lot of things with Skyla, right? And the thing is that you feel like you can't really bring up like everything because there's like, if the teachers, like you can't always be honest about everything that's happening because there's always that looming like, oh, if you are not the perfect parent or you make a mistake, then there's child protective services. They're going to come in. And
especially if you're poor,
them come in and take children away that should not have been taken away from their parents.
CPS is a fucking nightmare,
dude.
When do you ever hear of them helping anybody? It's awful. And there's no science behind anything that they're doing. There's no fucking logic.
They come to your door like a Gestapo, dude.
Yeah, I'm talking about like child protective services.
Yeah.
And just that constant threat of feeling like you can't ask for help or reach out because you don't know how other people are going to react to you.
Right.
You know what I mean? If they think, oh my God, they're doing something awful and horrible.
That's why you'd hear in like inner cities why they won't report crime in their own neighborhood. They don't want to get their house shot up too and all these other things. It's understandable on so many levels.
Sure.
But it's because there's so many things keeping people from building community.
We need support as parents and not feel like we're just going to be like, criminalized or whatever it is. Like, I was able to get a lot of support from other, mothers and stuff like that in groups that I had, and I was lucky in that. I really was.
I love that band, the Other Mothers.
But there's so many parents out there, especially like when, it's a single dad or something. They don't always know where to go, and things, because they are so stereotyped and geared towards women being the only nurturers. Like Steve and I were talking about this the other day. We're gonna have to do a whole show on just the genders versus all of that other stuff. But like the society's roles that are put on people, right? Like as in like, oh, well, the males do this and the females do this. It makes it really hard for like someone of the opposite gender outside of what society says is okay to do those things, and asking for help with children is like seen as like a weakness, whereas it should be something that is accepted and wanted.
Embrace.
Yeah, like we need to look at the people. There's no guide that comes with having a child or how to prevent all the trauma that, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't know that you went through trauma, you don't know what you're going to repeat.
Exactly.
That's the point. There is the guide. The guide that's supposed to be there that society thwarts at every turn is the attachment process in our childhood. It almost inevitably goes wrong for far too many of us. And we don't recognize that process, because once that process goes awry, it's a biological imperative. We will die without those needs being met biologically, biophysiologically, all the mental, everything. And so we wind up adapting ourselves to all these situations often are very harmful to us just to survive, and all of our relationships get sullied with that, and that's what we wind up teaching our children inadvertently. But if that goes right, then or if we become aware of it, like you're saying, you became aware, you brought conscious awareness to how you decided to raise Sky and what you wanted to bring into her life. That's the bet, and you're still we're all flawed. Nobody's perfect. Again, there's no fucking manual. But if that goes right somewhere, or for whatever reason, something woke you up enough to be able to go, oh, maybe it was the pain in your life. Like, fuck, I ain't putting that on her. Right? Probably a good impetus. I imagine a good part of I think that's for all of us. My ex and I had the same discussion for our son. It was like, well, she could write a fucking book about her experiences. My Lord. But we were like, no. All that shit that happened back there, no, that's not happening here and now. It's like, and really we dropped the ball in some spots and stuff, and neither of us knew at that time, unfortunately, that we both had PTSD. But
yeah, like when I was a kid, it was you're to be seen and not heard, so you don't challenge anything. And if you want something to cry about, I'll give you something to cry about, and you would get your ass beat. And I don't do any of those things. I decided that no, I didn't like that. That didn't make me feel good. That wasn't proper. And the way that changed is because I changed it, and others in society also grew towards, went in a different direction and decided, wait, that's not okay. So we have to kind of get the knowledge of anything out there if we want anything to change, because, we could individually change it in our, in our households. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna, go to the wide scope of things. And Oz said here is that the problem with modern mothers groups is that they tend to be, what is that? Ephemeral and artificial. My third ex tried to make a more permanent online group. She's pretty okay with that. I learned a lot from them. Okay, so yeah, I have been in a couple, Skyla's 18, so it's not, this isn't anything that is new. This is something I haven't really done in a long time, but I'm still friends with a lot of the women that I met when she was, before I was pregnant with her and stuff. But it has to be you have to find your right group of people, you have to find your tribe of people. And it doesn't have to be just mothers, you know what I mean? Ours was open to both genders, but it was mostly moms. And then there were some dads that would be involved, stuff like that. But, it didn't have to be a specific gender, it just ended up typically being them. But you have to find the right group of people, whether it's, mothers or fathers, or just it doesn't even, they don't even have to be parents that have common sense and things, but it's the mutual aid we're talking about, just mutual community aid, right now where we're talking through things that we've been through or experienced in our trauma. Well, that's what we need to have. Otherwise,
I just reflect that people are all too often you can't just sit around and talk about things. It's well, how many things have you done in your life that you endeavored with other people that you didn't discuss? And at length first. You know, I don't know, like whatever. I mean, everybody got to walk their own path, but you got to hash this shit out. And once you say it enough times, it's like certain things in your own personal life have some sway over you that like you take the piss right out of them after a while when you talk about them enough. You bring them to the light. You can look at them your own way. Other people reflect it back to you. They speak back to you in their own perspective. And I'm like, oh, exactly. Thank you. That's all I needed. And then, you know,
yeah.
It's like my doctor described the EMDR process one day to me. He's like, you can just picture yourself as a bottle of like fizzy liquid. You got all this excitement bottled up inside you. That's all the EMDR process is. It sort of evokes a light trance state. It allows you to get past your conscious to your subconscious, and whatever needs to bubble up, we're just taking the cap off. Whatever needs to bubble up. And that's it. And once it's going, you know, it takes care of itself. And we just need to, like, I call it bumping the jukebox. We just need to get out of nature's way. All of our language, all the shit we have in place, suspend your beliefs and your understanding about all that. Question the shit out of everything right now. Spread it out on your workbench, on your lawn, whatever metaphor, whatever visualization. Just question the shit out of everything right now. And like slowly but surely, you know, look at it and see if it has any value in your life. See if it really resonates with it. Does it fucking offend your soul? Then
right.
No. You know what I mean? I don't care who fucking claims to be an expert on any of this shit. We need to be the ultimate experts at the end of the day, or at least be able to fucking work with the people who, like I said, man, I'm just tired of people's own lived experiences getting kicked to the fucking curb. I'd be fucking dead by now if other people hadn't showed up and shared their lived experience with me. All the so-called professionals before that got me so fucking twisted, I was on the edge.
Well, here's the thing: is that we might not be
living with
experts.
suicidal ideation. I can't even fucking tell you, like that dude said.
We might not be experts on the mass, you know what I mean, like everybody, but we are experts on our own lived experience.
Right. That's the
I'm
point.
an expert on my experience. I am
Right.
not trained by a doctor. I know that, you know, the things that I've absorbed and, you know, the therapy that I've gone through and the trauma that I've gone through. I know what my experience was, and I know what has worked with me thus far. I'm not saying we're ever going to be like,
I think being
trauma-free,
being aware that much is a huge fucking step from where I used to be, certainly. You know what I mean? I like, you know, most people are so self-involved and so, you know, running in this rat race that there's no time for fucking introspection or any kind of actual evaluation of any given situation. You know what I mean? Just rolling with the punches, just trying to stay alive, trying to keep it going, gotta go to work tomorrow, gotta go to sleep, gotta go to work, gotta go to sleep. Fucking that train, you know what I mean? And then you
survival.
wake up and you're fucking 50 years old and like dying of heart disease because
we weren't meant to roll like that.
You didn't do anything to fix it.
Yeah, because you're in survival mode.
Because you're in survival mode.
Just like you never, it's like when you're in survival mode, you're not like, it's not like you're peaceful and calm and, you know what I mean? Like you can try to be, but your body is not gonna, and your brain isn't gonna like take it the same way as if you're out of survival mode.
Well,
you know what I mean? You have to
very
work like,
seriously
all the harder, you know?
Process. That's where you hear the term failure to thrive sometimes. It can be, you know, it can be because of that. But
yeah.
Honestly, I think that term is fitting for, like, I don't want to, maybe it's not exactly the right term, but I mean, there's a certain degree of like what I've experienced in my life at 50 years old that, like, you know, it should have happened developmentally, you know, decades ago. But again, here I am just coming in, and because, you know, we have that neuroplasticity about our brains and our nervous system is it's all about survival. So all we have to do is just get in sync with what makes sense for survival and stop being in survival mode by meeting our basic needs. And then survival mode is instigated by our basic needs not being met.
Exactly.
And our mental well-being has always been sort of, like we talked about earlier, compartmentalized. We need to bring it all and look at ourselves in that holistic sense. You know, our politics, our social circles, and our relationship unto ourselves. These are all relational matters, and they've just been completely whammied. Living in this is a nutball fucking for-profit society. We're not supposed to live this way. That's why we're experiencing that. But it's like, again, we you know, for the sake of survival, it's like, oh, I need my job and I need this, and we got in that whole debate on the other stream with all that before.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I understand the
Yeah.
reasoning behind it. Certainly, I understand the happenstance that puts everybody there, but there has to be some kind of balance between those two things to actually like be a happy human being and successful in like all the things. I think of all the time that I just like was not functioning at peak fucking performance, man, just like way off when I could have figured out a lot more things that needed figuring out. But at the same time, I'm also like, well, I got here. So, you know, I'm doing okay. I'm still fucking waking up and I'm still doing it. And I'm gonna keep doing it, you know? And so that's I think that after all the trauma that you lived through and all the things that you've done, that's what you have to do. You know, you fucking rejoice in the fact that you fucking woke up to do it again and try to do it better. You know?
We all wake up.
And it's a challenge.
Levels, you know?
It's a challenge. And yeah, try to wake up to whatever level it is that you can get to and fucking relish that shit when you find out stuff that you fucking suspected all along to be true and fucking, you know what I mean? And routed that information out for yourself so you could see it, you know, and you can tell yourself what it means to you, you know, and I think that's everybody needs that at least that much time to look at.
But don't shut yourself
Stuff.
down while you're doing this inner
No.
inspection and inner work, because that is counterproductive to what you need to be doing when it comes to this. Like,
Is your mic off?
Why you need to?
I think your mic's off.
No.
No?
You
No.
sound like you're like really far away from the mic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Sound like you're far away from the mic.
Sounds like you're far away from the mic. Is the mic getting unplugged yet? Sorry.
Nope, now you're muted. Nope. Now it's worse.
Worse.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure everybody else could hear you too.
Oh my god.
Right now.
How's that?
It's wonderful.
It wasn't all the way off, was it?
Yeah, it was all the way off.
Then how did he hear me at all this time?
Because you could hear me on this one, probably. Probably heard it.
But look, we gotta
So
say
freaky.
hi. How are you? And guess what, guys?
Empyrean. It's supposed to be snowed in the morning.
Look what we got. We have Oz Whistles with us, y'all. And this
Yeah,
is Oz,
rather
all
than
the
flood
way
out
from
the
Australia.
Good to see you.
How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, not too bad. Bit hot here.
Getting hot. It's cold where the Empyrean is.
Hey, Oz.
Oh, yeah.
In the wonderful world of Oz.
Enjoying the topic. It's great.
We felt like it was a good
Right on.
thing that we needed to to bring up.
Truth is the only path to wisdom. Peace is the peace. And Mike Tyson here. Peace is the only way for the soul. Oz the Boomer 2022. Right on, brother.
I love Oz
Hey,
the
Oz.
Boomer. Yes, I agree. Those are really awesome.
You're awesome.
So how is your 2022 treating you?
Well, here in Australia, it's quite warm. The lizards moved back inside.
And anyone who doesn't know who the lizard is, his name is Blue, right?
Yeah, Bluey the lizard. He's
And it's just a lizard that adopted Oz.
Yeah, well, he adopted my house, so I don't think he likes me being here very much. Except I feed him sometimes. But yeah, it's.
What does he eat? Veggies?
I just give him a little bit of bread, but his job is to go around and eat the spiders and snails. He does pretty well at that.
Cool.
Plenty of those, or there were, till he turned up. Yeah. So you're talking about mothers groups and how you need to have that sort of thing going on all the time.
Well, in some form of mutual aid, not necessarily mom's group. That's what I had when Skyla was little. But yeah, some kind of group mutual aid.
Yeah. Well, when my son was born, his mum was basically shoved into a generic mothers group, along with all of the women who'd given birth that week. It was quite artificial, and
yeah, that can be hard.
Because it's the done thing. Well, you got to do that because urban mothers, they don't have access to the cultural history of how to raise children. It really is a big problem with urban women. They're all separated. They have no bloody idea. Maybe their mum, who lives 2 hours away somewhere, might get on the phone every now and then. But yeah, that kind of social isolation in cities is extreme. So she started an online group by putting posters on telegraph poles with a web link to join in, and that worked rather well for a while. And it became it was a target for infiltration by people selling shit to mothers, like niche sales and some creepy, cruelly perverted people.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. They're always attracted into that, that environment where they have access.
Well, when you actually get a social nexus functioning, it's very attractive. It's attractive to exploit it.
I muted you.
We've got a bit of an echo there, but yeah,
I fixed it.
whenever you get something functioning, it has a power, and those who want that power get attracted to it to try and overtake it or exploit it. So you have to be very careful about that, because that is basically how capitalism works. Is that all community is treated as a resource, as a commons that is open for capture and exploitation.
Yep.
And, the way I see the world these days is that the only real power is community. And it has to be. I mean, for it to be truly powerful, it has to be a familiar community that is very close knit. But I mean, as far the exploiters don't care, it just has to have some kind of common theme that holds people together or holds them still while they get mined for whatever value they're able to extract from them. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's really cynical, but that's the way I see things these days from experience. And I personally don't want to participate in any of it, and I've withdrawn from most of it.
It seems to me that's accurate as hell, Oz, and it rings with the same thing that we were talking about with Yona and a certain elder, his idea on it, and that's what it is. Everybody's being mined.
Yeah, well, Yona's got like a direct descendants into, the core gold, the real community stuff. So I'm a bit jealous of him. But yeah, so he's crammed full of wisdom that he's received.
Yeah, man.
A lot of my wisdom I had to chop it out for myself.
Well,
that's the best wisdom.
To share a lot of his knowledge, right?
Because it's yours, and it is beautiful that you both share your knowledge.
Yeah, but see, I mean, being a participant in a tradition has helped to teach me what a community is, mm-hmm. And also having some ancestors who were involved in unionism and actual real Luddites, you know. But they're a bit distant. I've had to pick that up from history rather than from direct. But, you know, the cultural elements when I grew up were there with unions and Luddites. And so it was about. I just didn't really feel it that strongly. But I do now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I mean, for whatever good it is. Yeah.
Whenever Steve bops back in, it echoes.
I just want to give a shout out in the chat to my cousin, Maddie Shanti. Good to see you. Thank you for showing up. She had
Maddie.
some challenges with the device she's on, I guess, but you figured it out. So good for you. Thank you for showing up. I love you, cuz.
That's awesome.
She's the other one I talked to you about. She's the other one holding reality down for our family on the other coast while I'm over here. So thank you for your watch.
I mean, this is great because we do things and all of us are in different areas of like the world. It's pretty amazing, and it's amazing because what Bella said right here is that, we have a close knit and worldwide community here. We do.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise to me. I see this kind of community as what I call an associative community. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really suspect that associative communities could get quite this strong. But yeah, live and learn.
Well,
all about evolution.
Part of it, man. Thank you for making it so strong. You know what I mean? For bringing the love. I love your mind, the way you look at things, and your perspective. And you're like me. You like to dig into things and shift perspectives, and I appreciate that in people. So really, thank you for showing up, brother.
Oh, look, I just have strong resonance with the people who come here, and I mean, I acknowledge it's a bubble, but I think it's a good one. I can name some really bad bubbles.
A bubble with smoke in it sometimes.
or something else.
It's bubbling.
Oh, I mean, you get in corporations which are like fake communities. I mean, that's basically where they get their power. As workplaces like an artificial community. And those workplaces can be absolutely toxic as fuck. And and a lot of them are. And it's very hard to get out of them if you find yourself in one, because your pay depends on it, doesn't it? And
I think certain bubbles are cool. Like
this one is.
Well, we're inclusive, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like we're like, oh no, you can't be part of it. You're not part of our tribe.
The walls are really thin here.
We want everybody to, to come in, like the other day we had some trolls in one of the streams, and I'm like, all right, well, do you want to come on and like talk with us about it? Like, I welcome every angle of whatever it is.
I love that.
The whole issue pretty much too, right? You know what I mean?
That's the best thing. That's the best kind of bubble, is the one that will say, you think we're full of shit. Well, come on and tell us. Come on, let's go. Because that's the shit right there. That's where the dialogue can happen with the people that you don't agree with. Okay, well, tell me why you don't agree with me, and let's talk about it.
Yeah, well, that is the mark of a strong community, is that you can be resilient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was given props for that like a couple times. In a meeting today, they even brought it up. They were like, wow, that was really cool how you handled that. I'm like, yeah, because I am a freedom of speech like absolutist. Like, I believe in that, and I believe that this like canceling each other out for things, that's freaking, that doesn't erase the person. It doesn't erase their views on anything.
Nor does it address any underlying issues involved for anybody.
And we have to remember that hate and racism is taught. We are not born with that. So people can learn otherwise, and we can break the cycle of it being taught. And that's how it's going to happen is having conversations with each other, whether they're kind or not. And the way that I think about it is the things that make us the most uncomfortable that is where we need to head. We need to be strong enough to say, God, that really, I want to avoid that. So if you want to avoid it that bad and it's a cringe thing, then that's what you need to walk towards, because otherwise it's always going to be there. If you walk towards that and say, you know what, that's gross or that's disgusting or I don't like that, and you walk towards that and you walk towards that racism, that hate, that, you know, abuse, whatever it is, and you freaking stand up for it, then you're removing something that's making you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And
That's
we
right.
need to work towards the uncomfortable. We need to look and say, you know, and it's like, it's this whole like easy way out shit. Like, that's not getting us anywhere. We need to work on the hard stuff. That's what we need to do, is tackle the fucking shit.
And the thing is, like, we do it here, we just have a good time doing it.
You know?
We just joke around, but we still dig into some pretty meaty and vital issues. And that's the whole point, is take the piss out of all this. Like you keep saying, you know, why are these things, who made the taboo up? Like, I want to talk to the person in charge who said we can't talk about this shit, because
that's right.
Yeah, you were wrong.
You take that power away from the people who think it's taboo, or that make it so, like, you know, like we are repeating a cycle of trauma if we're like, oh, we can't talk about that, that's taboo. No, we need to talk about those things and walk towards those things, and, you know, like, get over it, people. Just get over it. If you don't like somebody, then don't follow them. You know, if you don't like, it's so freaking ridiculous. It's like, we don't all need a fucking trophy, okay? As adults, we don't all need trophies either.
By the way, but not to give out trophies, but it's Franco's birthday today. You guys should go say happy birthday to Franco.
Yeah, we should go tell Franco happy birthday. I think it's past midnight. Wait, is it? Oh my gosh, it's Steve's birthday, guys. It's January 3rd.
Well,
happy birthday, you beautiful beardo.
Thanks,
beardo. We're all beardos here.
Bunch of beardos in
Steve
this.
is the voice that's in the.
You know what I was thinking was the best kind of bubble is an all-weather bubble. You know, the fair weather bubble, not so great. You need the all-weather, all-terrain. You know.
Yeah, well, that's got to do with the people in it, but yeah, look, just about walking towards what you're uncomfortable with. Yes, I agree with that. Yep. I've only got 2 points to make there. There's limits. Some people are doing things simply to disrupt. Yeah. You know, so then you've got to approach people like that quite carefully. And the other thing is, do you know the principles of the rising baseline?
Rising
baseline. Like if you're uncomfortable with something, or you've got some trauma, or some problem with something that you're dealing with, maybe, then you're probably hypersensitive or hypersensitized to it, because your baseline about that has been raised through overexposure to it. Okay, and it's hurting you. Now, if you keep moving towards that blindly, it's going to keep hurting you. And the way, and this is part of modern psychological theory now, that it's got to do with your neurons and stuff like that. They're subject to rising baselines, and if they get out of balance, you've got to move the baseline down. Now, the way to do that is by contrived consensual exposures, so that the patient, to reduce the sensitivity, has to choose the moment to confront it, and the duration of it, and intensity of it, and it triggers the process so that the baseline becomes activated, but then you've got to return into a fully safe environment for the baseline to settle lower than it was. It can take quite some time. Now, with something that's making you uncomfortable, that is a key trigger, and you know, people get triggered and make a big joke about it and all of this, but it's real, and it can hurt people, and you don't push people against their triggers. It just makes it worse, in my experience. And the other point I needed to make was, you've also got to know how to laugh.
Yes.
Make a joke, because it just defuses everything in a snap. And then you might notice me being serious, so then I'll just say some fucking joke, because I just need to go, okay, that's enough for me. I'm going to make a joke of it now.
Yeah.
But that's just...
I do that all the time.
Yeah, I noticed.
It's the way that like it kind of gets us through it. You know, if we can't have some kind of serotonin release in the middle of like some crazy, you know, I mean, dropping all kinds of crazy stuff, then, you know, like that we might explode. You know, like it's our way to cope through the madness of what
I might
we're,
explode.
you know.
Look out.
Oh, there's good
True.
explosions.
You know, like exposure therapy can be useful to some people. It's not. It's like everybody's going to find what works for them, because there's the essence of what one does through exposure therapy is what you need to do. You need to be able to get back in touch with whatever traumatic element that is still pent up inside you, seeking some sort of release. And once you meet that biological need, it takes care of itself. All the higher up stuff takes care of itself. Society has focused far too much on cognition, and when you start looking at it through like the Polyvagal lens, it just starts to make so much.
I've had a close look at that, and yes,
you know,
physical backdoors are very handy, I must say. So you know, because I like Alexander therapy and some of those really soft therapies where they basically hardly touch you and get you in a good posture and leave you the fuck alone, you know, so that you can relax in and learn yourself.
Yeah.
And so there's a few ways to do it. The other thing is that you've got to find a good practitioner. I mean, you've got to find somebody who, you know, has the lived experience knowledge, not the book experience. You know, because there's a lot of people out there who they've got the degree, they've got their hand out for the money, and that's about it. And it's very hard to sift through them and find someone who you can trust, basically. So, yeah, I mean, particularly when you're talking about stuff that's going to make a significant difference to your own life, you don't want your life in the hands of a flake.
That's why I think it's important to be our own, you know, to be in charge of our own care. Ultimately, I make use of other, you know, practitioners and doctors and so forth, but you know, at the end of it, I still have to do the work. I still have to do the integration, the healing, so forth.
Oh, yeah.
But I think my concern is that when we talk about these things, to make sure that people realize that the power. When I spoke about autonomy earlier, I didn't mean like, you know, focusing on the self so much, you know, in like an egocentric sort of way, but in that I think that so many people have experienced that disconnected or dysregulated nervous system through loss of attachment when they were younger, that there's so many different ways we try doing that as adults, and we need to be aware of that. We're in that process. It changes everything once you bring conscious awareness to it. Then you can find what works for you without like, oh, well, I guess I have this kind of issue. I'm going to go down this alley, like you just kind of spoke to, really making sure you find the right person. If you have that a little, like I said earlier, it's almost like getting a Haynes manual or a manual for your car. Even if you're not going to ever rent your ride, you learn a little bit about it, the basics of it, so that when you go to find someone to enlist for help, you're finding the right person for the job.
Yeah,
kind of like what you're saying. But again, it really comes down to, for the personal work, we really need to become our own experts to the best of our ability. And it's, again, not to.
Well, we do. It's kind of unfortunate, but we do. And see, I keep going back to the primacy of the healthy tribe, because if we were in a healthy tribe, we wouldn't need to be doing so much personal work, because human beings co-regulate. And I think that's part of your polyvaganism as well.
Yep.
Is co-regulation, right?
And you just reverse what you just said. And look at, so if we understand that now, then we recognize if we are having to do this work, then really, the problem isn't so much within me. I've internalized the external world and the environment in which I live, which is not suitable to live in. And, you know, so it's important that we start waking that, because that can make some of the propaganda and all the other terminology, language that doesn't suit us. That makes it. And it's not even, it's a process of just letting it, we don't have to wrestle with it. It's just like, all right, my nervous system was profoundly dysregulated from all this shit that I experienced. When I look at it that way,
accessing that,
it's such a simple conversation unto myself. I love Dr. Porges's term of befriending oneself, because again, I know I'm not the only one who has this level of self-aggression in myself. Even in my attempts to help myself have been like kind of some version of like, you need to get better or whatever.
Right, get yourself in a headlock.
Like you're trying to sweep the ocean back with a broom. It ain't, you know, good luck, have fun, but it ain't, you know.
Get yourself in a headlock.
It's not as hard. That's why I really like, again, I wish I could find that. I'll have to share it another time. There's an interview with Dr. Vanderkolk where the interview is very sincere, and she's full of like energy. She's like, how can we deal with trauma? And he kind of laughs at the question, not at her, but the question, because the societal perspective on it is what informed her question. And he was like, look, we already know. We've been bringing this to the attention of the people in charge of this crap with the DSM and all that bullshit for decades. They don't want to hear it. Like you touched on in the comments, Oz, there ain't no cash in it. They don't want to hear about it. But it values it. It's invaluable to us as the human beings. And basically, it's like yoga movement. It's somatic experiencing for all the trauma stuff, for so many addiction issues. It's some form of movement or song or, dude, I mean, like for you, Steve, I mean, music's got to be such a huge healing thing for you in your life, I would imagine. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you touch me, well, I can feel you, the way you emote sometimes when you get into like certain grooves, especially, and you're like way off the cuff on your own stuff. I totally feel that in like a really healing way. You know what I mean? It's like, I hope you feel it that way too, and experience that, because it's like, if you're not,
it's like just letting music come out of me when it wants to is like the most, I don't know, it's the most cathartic thing that I can do. You know what I mean? Besides, your basic, I don't know, when you break things down and you fucking really figure things out or have revelations, you know what I mean? And like music is like that kind of, you know what I mean? Like if you do it right, and if you don't think about doing it right while it's happening, you know what I mean? It's like there's all this combination of things that have to occur. But when the music gets high, you fucking know it, and that's the best place to be. I have not found a better place to be on this planet besides maybe seeing my children born. You know what I mean? At that moment, I nothing else makes me happier than to make a fucking room full of people dance. And you know what I mean? It's just like the fucking funnest shit there is to do. What else is better? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sex, maybe. But it's still, you know what I mean? Music, I feel like I have more control.
You don't mind
music, song and dance. Music, song and dance is a basic part of what human beings are.
Yes.
We are supposed to be doing that stuff all the bloody time.
That is the embodiment of life, is what I'm coming to finally understand.
It's a more primal expression than language, and there's more healing in it. And when you play music, your whole body has to integrate, and your hemispheres have to integrate. So you to play music, you must become a more perfect expression of yourself just to be able to do it. And this is why
fucking heavy, Oz. Goddamn.
Well, it's pretty damn obvious, and there's a lot of science behind it. If you want to go look, it's all there.
You can go that way. You go science this way. You go ancient tradition this way, and they're all talking the same.
No, I get it, man. Mickey Hart's Drumming at the Edge of Magic. You read that book, Drumming at the Edge of Magic? That's fucking.
Oh, I might have done. Yeah, I read a lot.
But
no, I can see the way you express music, Steve, is that holistic way. That's why I can sit down and listen to you for hours. It's just a shame I can't be there and sort of play along a little bit.
Yeah, that would be great. There's so many people too in this circle of people in this bubble that are amazing players.
I just want to be there.
Yeah.
I just want to be there, but the latency, I'm on the other side of the planet.
Now think about if we didn't interact the way that we do in this very tight knit community that we have, right? Like we have a very tight knit community online. Imagine if we didn't have like Steve that kind of started, he did the music aspect of it, and then we all this is organically grown with all of us is this podcast, and imagine if those pieces weren't there, I wouldn't know how amazing you are, Oz, with whistles and, that you guys all play these different instruments and I wouldn't know what your faces were like, and it's good to have the connection of seeing not just a person, online, because we do connect in a way. It doesn't matter if we're, if we're right with each other or not, we still connect in that way.
Yeah.
Because we open ourselves to connect in that way.
Yeah, definitely. We're open to connecting. That's fucking key.
But I mean, it's amazing.
But not
how
everybody's
this is-
always open to connecting with everybody. So that's the thing that I find beautiful about this thing is how it just keeps evolving and mutating and changing, and people come in and people come out. And people, you know what I mean? It's just the thing.
And
that's dope.
To find out about like how like you guys even like like we were doing this whole like freaking organic thing with Yona on New Year's into New Year's Day, like like I'm playing the djembe and he's doing guitar and Yona's doing spoken word, and we're just like in this zone.
Oh yeah, Yona
we're
was
doing it
was
online
great.
live without any like there was no like practice, there was no planning, like it just happened. And the same way that it happens on here with us like talking about this stuff, it's just it just blows me away, like what we have, because not everybody has this, and I'm just really grateful for what we have.
Me too.
Yeah, well, I kind of spend a lot more time on this channel than any other. I mean, mostly I'm trying to not be spending so much screen time,
right?
Cheating a little, but it's actually really uncomfortable to not. I have to go off and face other things I'd rather not, but I better.
Right.
So but I come back to this channel more often. And it's been a bit of a progression, so yeah, I'm comfortable here.
That's
well,
good.
We're glad.
I'm glad.
That's
we're
glad Charlie's comfortable and the owner's comfortable and people is comfortable.
Everybody that's
because there's
coming
fucking
on.
bean bags all over the place. I don't know if you guys noticed. There's
there's
they're all laid out.
We got like the open, the open
The Burritonian
field.
Beanbag Symphony Orchestra.
Don't knock over the hook at the end.
The digital beanbags, man.
Let the changes to the organic burrito after dark.
Yeah, grab your beanbag, guys. We're
See, that's the problem, right? Right, that's the lure of the Zuckerberg right there, is that meta. That's like the ultra swanky fucking hipster fucking tripped out pad where everybody's on acid and it's all virtual, all of it, and you experience it all.
Like a nightmare.
It's going to be like a Kmart version of LSD, you know what I mean? But like it's going to be really bad.
So weird. It's like Barbie. It's like being in Sims in real life.
Yes.
Yeah, like my ex-wife invented this fly trap. I think I told you once.
Yes.
And it gets a lot of flies in it, and it reminds me of the food court in a mall.
Oh,
so the human beings in the food court are behaving exactly the same as flies in a trap, and they're making pretty much the same noise as well.
The same
I hate
vibration.
hearing people eat. Like I hate
It's
that
just
noise.
that buzz. That sort of agitated buzz.
Yeah.
Constant agitated buzz.
Anxious sound of a fucking hypertension. That's
I don't like being there.
That's gnarly.
No, I don't.
Now I have a question about those fly traps. Now, can you take the flies, all the nasty flies, and then just compost those son of a bitches and like let the worms eat them or whatever?
Yeah, you can. The ants take a lot of them away, but if you let them. But if you've got foxes around, they'll dig them up and eat them.
Foxes like them?
Yeah,
because they're stinky.
Yeah, because they're stinky. Yeah, the foxes eat a lot of insects.
Yeah. Yep.
So you got to put them down a bit deep, or put them in your compost bin and roll them around. So with the other scraps and stuff.
My old bass player Jan, his dog China used to bring deer carcasses out of the woods that hunters would leave, and they'd be covered in maggots, and she'd just be like, "I'm fucking munching those son of a bitches." Oh, so gross.
Yeah, I had a dog did that once. He found a dead cat, but he brought it as a gift because it was long dead.
Yeah,
it was just bones with skin over it, but he thought it was really beautiful.
Oh my God, why haven't
He thought it was beautiful. He says.
Oh yeah, it was a gift. He'd always put his gifts on the back doorstep, along with stuff that he'd stole from the neighbour's clothes line and stuff like that. It was a problem dog, that one.
I love it. Problem dog. Problem lizard.
I remember
too many times this past year. I went out on the porch in the morning, and my cat had gifted me a dead baby bunny's head.
Oh,
entrails separate.
Oh, the best bit.
Man.
You kept the best bit for you.
Almost stepped in it too. I'm like, you're awful. I always take them out back and send them off with a little tobacco.
Oh, look.
Little much after a while though. She's
that's nice.
She's such a sweetheart. But I've seen her jump up in midair and grab a bird while it was flying. I'm like, holy crap, you're a fucking ninja.
I've got a good story. Me and my friend Jim were sitting outside of our.
Is this
car.
an alleged story?
Well, kind of. We were in New York City. We were in New York City, and it was after the Grateful Dead show.
But you're 53, so is the statute of limitations?
Oh, it's well past. Well past.
Yeah, cross state lines, man.
Well past cross state lines.
Oh man!
You know, we're hearing something new here.
It's just legend.
We're in the second smallest
it's
state.
legend
if
and
we didn't
mythology
cross
at this
lines, then we would be in trouble.
Anyway, the funniest thing was there's these two Spanish guys, and they're sitting on the park bench next to the park bench that me and my buddy Jim are sitting on outside of the. We're sitting on the side. We have our Volkswagen right there. We're kind of occasionally playing hacky sack and stuff, kicking the hack around. And there's this little Chihuahua with the Spanish guys. Now, every so often, a whole bunch of pigeons fly down. Boom. They land right by the and the guy's throwing like peanuts or bird or fucking bird food or something, throwing something on the ground, some seed or something. Sunflower seed shells or something. Like he's chucking them out there, and the pigeons come down. And like after about 5 or 6 times, we are tripping our socks off, by the way. The pigeons come down, and one of them is kind of slow getting back up, and that fucking dog jumps off that park bench, grabs the pigeon by the neck, snaps his neck. You hear it snap, fucking drops the pigeon at the guy's feet. The Spanish guys don't move a muscle or fucking break a smile, nothing, don't react at all. They're just like, he's still chucking seed on the ground. They're still talking to each other. And we're like, what the fuck just happened right there? The dog just, holy shit. You know, it was like a complete mind fuck moment. Apparently, it's a very common occurrence in Manhattan at 7 o'clock in the morning. And when you're I don't know, I guess Chihuahuas are jumping off of park benches and killing pigeons in midair all the time.
Buffalo
not remarkable at all.
It was remarkable that the dog was so fast and so precise and
exactly
just fucking deadly predator fucking speed. Bam!
They're little
that fucking bird. Like that bird was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Now I could see our cat Everett doing that. I could not see Leo doing that.
No, that like.
Oh, Leo's not that kind of dog.
Leo was not that kind of boy. He would just he wouldn't do that. Maybe to a canary sized bird, but a fucking big beefy New York City pigeon. I don't think he would. That thing's a rugged animal for itself. And the dog knew to grab it by the fucking neck and snap its neck. It was just like, oh, kill him, snap.
Yeah.
But was it because the dog had interacted with this pigeon earlier and the pigeon was an asshole and fucking pecked him or something?
Well,
you know what I mean? Was there
you would think
was there motivation behind the killing?
Okay.
That's what
I thought maybe the dog always does this and
so
feeds
did the dog have trauma? You're saying did the dog have trauma, Steve? Are you asking?
I want to know.
Turning into a Law and Order episode real quick here.
Later on, the 2 guys picked up the pigeon and put it in a sack with about 20 others, and that was
what I was thinking at first. You know what I mean? Because they didn't react. It was just like, whatever. You got another one, cool. Like they were fishing, and it was just, you know what I mean? It was sunfish all day. He's just fucking reeling them in. I'm like, holy shit!
And them city chickens,
tremendous.
We used to, when I was working at the feed store, we used to make our own wild bird seed mix, and I'd take like a big scoop of it. We used to make it in like a big mixer, old fashioned style. I'd take a big scoop of it and I'd whip it out for the pigeons who are always out in the parking lot. And one day, shortly afterwards, there's a bunch of them out there eating, and all of a sudden, I almost missed it, but like a corner of my eye, I saw a hawk came down and just like bam, like a lightning ball. I'm like, wow. I'm like, on TV, but I was like, damn.
I've seen hawk hit a rabbit out in the field. I seen a hawk hit a rabbit from pretty close, like 5-6 feet away from me, like zip. I would turn and I looked because I saw the bunny hop, and then I was like, whoa, looked again, and there's a fucking hawk on him, just carrying him away. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I was walking along once, and how ducks go in a line?
Yeah.
And there was about, I don't know, 4 or 5 ducks walking along. It was
You're gonna fall.
It was in the bush a bit, and anyway, the ducks were walking along and they're quacking at each other, and I thought, oh, the ducks are calling out each other's names, and I said, oh, there's Mary and Merv and Charlie and Dick and Harry, and they're saying, hello, Harry, oh, hello, Dick, hello, Mary, hello, Charlie, hello, Merv, and then a cat pounced out and took the last one by the neck and was just gone, and the ducks just kept walking, and they're going, oh, hello, Mary, hello, Charlie. Where's Dick?
Yeah.
Where's Dick? And then they're saying, who's Dick?
Who's Dick? Roll call.
They forgot all about him. They didn't know. They didn't care.
Is that where the roll call comes from? They quack every, you know what I mean? Just
yeah, they quack at each other, but they didn't really miss their mate.
No.
They didn't even ruffle a feather. The cat was
somebody else quacked twice for him. It was fine.
Yeah, that's the wild for you.
All right, one more bird story before I get off of here. We are once again in the throes of a mild LSD, couple hits experience in a car in a Ford Escort. I think it was about an 80-something Ford Escort, and it's a winter evening, and there's probably like 3 or 4 inches of snow on the ground. And we're going around this country road, and we're going really slow because it's icy and it's fucking like, it's coming down. It's snowing like, it looks like you're in a fucking hyperspace on, some sci-fi movie or something. But
it's an Escort.
So we're going. All of a sudden, the deer runs across the road in front of us. So we spin out. We fucking try to avoid the deer and fucking cuts the wheel, and the car spins around like 3 times. And by the time it stops, we stopped directly in front of a fucking guardrail, like an old-fashioned wooden guardrail that goes down like to a ravine down to the river. And we stopped dead right there. And on that post, there's like the tallest owl I've ever seen. Just like this fucking monster owl standing there looking at us, peering at us through the fucking windshield. You know what I mean? Like the distance of a fucking hood on a fucking little Ford Escort away from us. Like, holy shit, man, are you seeing this? And then he flaps his wings and takes off. Whoa, fucking trails for days. And we're like stuck there until finally somebody's coming down the road. We see the headlights. We're like, oh shit, we got to get out of the fucking road. Like, oh, what a fucking beautiful moment that was.
Yeah, what a moment. Wow. Yeah,
amazing.
I love owls.
Yeah, so ever since then, owls have been very special to me. Like, I felt like that was a family member or somebody telling me, hey man, don't be a fucking jackass in the fucking snow. Yeah, take your high ass back to the fucking house and sit down. Okay.
It's funny how the world does that kind of shit to us from time to time.
Yeah, it's the universe saying, hey, fuckhead, what are you doing?
Pay attention.
Owls,
you want to fall in the water? You want to fall in the river? Pay attention. Fuck that. Get out of the road. There's a car coming.
Bit of wisdom there.
So I have a video that I thought would be a good one to play, because I know that Charlie Brown will know what I'm doing here. Oh, where is that?
I don't have a clue what you're doing.
He has no idea.
There's a difference between trauma and stress. As I like to say to people, life sucks a good amount of the time. We all have jobs and situations that are really unpleasant. But the moment that situation is over, it's over. The problem with trauma is that when it's over, your body continues to relive it.
Yeah.
My name is Bessel van der Kolk. I'm a psychiatrist, neuroscientist, and author of the book, The Body Keeps the Score.
Head of the Trauma Research Foundation in Brookline, Massachusetts also.
I got interested in trauma on my first day working at the Veterans Administration. 1978 was the year, and the Vietnam War was over by about 6 or 7 years. The very first day that I met Vietnam veterans, I was just blown away. These were guys who were my age, who were clearly smart and competent and athletic, and they clearly were just a shadow of their former self. Their bodies were clearly affected by trauma, and they had a very hard time connecting with new people after the war. Around that time, a group of us started to define what trauma is. And in the definition of PTSD, we write, these people have been exposed to an extraordinary event that's outside of normal human experience. In retrospect, that shows us how ignorant and narrow-minded we were, because it turned out that this is not an unusual experience at all. People usually think about the military when they talk about trauma, but at least 1 out of 8 kids in America witness physical violence between their parents. A larger number of kids get beaten very hard by their own caregivers. A very large number of people in general, but women in particular, have sexual experiences that were clearly unwanted and that left them confused and enraged. So, unlike what we first thought, trauma is actually extremely common. There's a lot of debate of what a trauma is to this day. But basically, trauma is something that happens to you that makes you so upset that it overwhelms you. There is nothing you can do to stave off the inevitable. You basically collapse in a state of confusion, maybe rage, because you are unable to function in the face of this particular threat. But the trauma is not the event that happens, the trauma is how you respond to it. One of the largest mitigating factors against getting traumatized is who is there for you at that particular time. When, as a kid, you get bitten by a dog, it's really very scary and very nasty. But if your parents pick you up and say, "Oh, I see that you're really in bad shape, let me help you," that dog bite doesn't become a big issue because the foundation of your safety has not been destroyed. We are profoundly interdependent people, and as long as our relationships are intact, by and large, we're pretty good with trauma. It's a subjective experience, and what may be traumatic for you may not be traumatic for me, depending on our personality and our prior experiences. The problem with trauma is that it starts off with something that happens to us, but that's not where it stops, because it changes your brain. Much of the imprint of trauma is in that very primitive survival part of your brain that I like to call the cockroach brain. There's a part of you that just picks up what's dangerous and what's safe. And when you're traumatized, that little part of your brain, which is usually very quiet, continues to just send messages. I'm in danger. I'm not safe. That event itself is over, but you continue to react to things as if you're in danger. We're talking about survival. We're talking about staying alive. And so some people are into fight-flight, or on a more primitive level, people's brain shuts down and they collapse. You have these automatic responses that are not a product of your cognitive assessment, they're a product of your animal brain trying to stay alive in the face of something that part of your brain interprets as a life threat. And the problem then becomes that you are not able to engage or to learn or to see other people's point of view or to coordinate your feelings with your thinking. Traumatized people have a tremendous problem experiencing pleasure and joy. But the core issue is our hormones and our physiological impulses that have to do with survival. Your body keeps mobilizing itself to fight. You have all kinds of immunological abnormalities, endocrine abnormalities, and that really devastates your physical health also. Oftentimes the physical problems are longer lasting than the mental problems. And the other thing that is terribly important is the impact of poverty, or the impact of racism, or the impact of unemployment. There's other societies that are much more trauma savvy than we are, where there is not an enormous amount of income inequality. Healthcare is universal, childcare is universal. A culture like that really looks at what are the antecedents for certain forms of pathology. So the big issue is a political issue. How do we rearrange our society to really know about trauma so that people who grow up under extreme adverse conditions can become full-fledged members of society? The sense of community and people being there for each other is a critical part of surviving and thriving.
Get smarter faster with new videos every week from the world's biggest thinkers.
The most important thing to
There we are.
Yeah. Once again, I think he's reaching for a universalism that is going to be impossible to achieve until we acknowledge our tribal reality. Because if you don't address that, the tribal channel of exploitation is always going to be there, and it's going to blindside us. You know, I talk about tribalism not because I want to return to the wild and the hunter-gatherer thing, but just to remind people that this is how we're evolved. And if you don't incorporate the reality of our tribal nature and what it's for, then you're going to get blindsided every time. That's kind of my role at the moment, you know, when I try to communicate with people, is to say, hey, listen, we are tribal, we are being exploited, we're being made to wave flags and join political parties and all of this. And the reason that we're doing it is because we're not honoring our basic tribe, our basic natural tribe to begin with. It's been disrupted, it's been torn to pieces, it's been vilified. And that is our true basis of identity and security. And we really need to get back to it. We're not going to do it as individuals, and we're not going to do it as nations or the brotherhood of man or anything like this. We're going to do it as the natural tribes that we are, but we need to acknowledge it first. And we've come so far away from it.
I don't know about getting back to tribalism as such in old times, but that's exactly what the Polyvagal theory speaks to, is that need for connection on so many levels.
Co-regulation is very important.
Dr. Poor just made an interesting distinction. He was talking about how, like, you know, looking historically, like where all the ancient traditions were adhered to, of like where they involved against singing, dancing, various forms of communication, all within community. There's a lot of prosody in the voice going on. There's all these things are actually neuro exercises on the neurobiological level, and that we being in tune with nature didn't need to understand that. Those were the traditions that we followed, and they took care of our needs because we were in sync with nature. When traditions became religion, and religion became, as he explained it a little bit at large, he said, you know, this is a generalization, of course, but largely you were more still. You know, there was a lot less of the singing. I mean, there's choir and so forth, but
it becomes formalized.
You know, you can kind of see it on a timeline and sort of see where humanity's been going with the Western
formalization of that,
really of those, in this basic understanding of how fucking important it is for us to do what we're doing right here. Even although it's this medium, this is still valuable on that level alone.
Yeah,
you know, for everybody on that biological level, because that's what you're speaking to. I don't know that we'll be, you know, without a full societal collapse, will we ever go back to 150, 200 people in manageable numbers. I think that was somebody worked that out a while back and trying to
Dunbar.
make some sense from what little I remember having taken in.
It's 150. Dunbar's number.
To, I think, is it not?
Yeah, it's been reconfirmed through a number of different disciplines. I didn't even know about it.
Gamer. I have
Gamer,
been
what is
asking
up,
about
brother?
you. I've been worried about you.
What's up, buddy? I hope you're feeling okay.
Yeah, a lot of people have been asking about you.
I know. I was like, "Where's Gamer?" Then everyone's like, "Wait, yeah, I haven't seen him." I'm like, "Yeah, where is he?"
Hi, Trish.
Hi, Trish. Good to see you. Oh, you were out of power. Oh, wow. Snowed 4 days straight after Christmas. Elmer pounded us. Oh, shit.
Whoa.
Yeah, you should take some pictures. Oh my gosh. I am.
That's right. You're out in Cali, right? So you all ain't used to that. Yeah, my cousin's in Santa Cruz. I think she said she had frost or ice on the windshield this morning.
I'm so glad that you're not like that. Just gives me a big relief. We were like, you know,
here,
we've all been like asking and like talking about and making sure, like, you know.
You are loved, brother. A lot of people have been asking about you, not just right here, but all over the place the past couple days. So know that you are missed, and you know, we love you, brother. Glad you're doing all right as far as things go.
Yeah. I was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, what happened to him? I reached out to Karen. I think I messaged you on Twitter too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Gamer. That's great. I know I have missed you. Yeah, you've been away for a bit.
Yeah, see, all the love, man. Yeah, no phone signal sucks. Yeah, absolutely.
I turn my phone off most of the
time. Yeah, I do too.
I have another video that, because we brought up the polyvagal theory, and so I thought I have this quick little like, you know, it's more of a, you know, easy to digest cartoon one, but it really simplifies the whole polyvagal.
10-minute one with actual Dr. Porges, if you want to look at that.
Well, here, I'll do this one
by
first.
explaining how our nervous system is connected to our emotional responses. To help us understand the polyvagal theory, let me introduce you to our nervous system. Imagine that.
I say.
Okay, hey, go ahead, Steve.
Okay, so I wanted to say goodnight to you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. Much love. Peace out.
Happy birthday again, brother. Thank you for sharing your birthday time with us.
Yeah, man. We'll see you.
Much love, brother.
We'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Have a good night.
All right.
Yeah. That some gun will be asleep in 15 minutes. I envy.
Yeah.
That you wake up in the morning, get dressed, and make tea or coffee, and get ready for the day. As you leave the house, you notice something on your arm. Your heart starts racing. You feel as if you cannot breathe for a couple of seconds. Is it a spider? Is it the scarf you're wearing? Should you just get on with your day? Should you be scared and scream? Should you slap your arm to get rid of whatever you have on your arm? Your nervous system processes everything that happens from the moment you notice something on your arm to the moment a decision is made about what to do. This decision will depend on a number of factors, including your past and recent experiences. So, if you are scared of spiders, or if you watched a movie about deadly spiders last night, or if you live in an area where there are poisonous spiders, your nervous system is more likely to react as if you are under threat. The autonomic nervous system is part of our nervous system, and it monitors and regulates the functioning of the visceral organs, including our heartbeat and our breath, and is a major contributing factor to our emotional state. The autonomic nervous system is formed by the sympathetic division, which mobilizes the body into action, and the parasympathetic division, which relaxes the body and talks it down when there is no danger and you are safe. Both the sympathetic and the parasympathetic divisions are involved in how we respond to stress and survival behaviors. The autonomic nervous system has three basic states. Rest and digest state, which is controlled by the parasympathetic system. also known as the ventral vagal state. It is our state of safety, when we are grounded and can engage and connect with the world and other people. The fight and flight state is our survival response controlled by the sympathetic nervous system. When we are in this state, we may feel angry, raged, and frustrated towards something or someone, preparing us to fight with it, or we may experience anxiety, fear, and panic. Any of these responses prepare us for action, to either run away from the threat or to fight with it. We go into low levels of sympathetic activation every day. As we walk, as we work, we relate to people, and when we face daily common small challenges. In these cases, we generally move between the ventral vagal and the sympathetic states. And lastly, the freeze state, which is controlled by our parasympathetic system, although the role is different than above. It is also known as dorsal vagal state. It is an emergency state and our most primitive response. The purpose of this state is to conserve energy for the most basic functions. When we are in this state, we have a tendency to stillness and we may shut down completely, to sleep, repair, slow down, and recover to help us go back into action when we are ready to do so. The ventral vagal, sympathetic, and dorsal vagal states work like a ladder, where the ventral vagal state is at the top, the sympathetic state is in the middle, and the dorsal vagal state is at the bottom. Throughout the day, we move between the different states, up and down the ladder, depending on what we are doing. When we are in a stressful situation and overwhelmed, we are likely to go into dorsal vagal state. When we are calm and we feel safe, we go up the ladder into our ventral vagal state. The three states have an important role in our well-being and survival. Our nervous system has an inherent tendency towards homeostasis and balance, so the state we are in helps us navigate and cope with whatever we're going through at the time. We involuntarily scan situations and people to determine if they are safe or dangerous, and we move up or down the polyvagal ladder depending on whether our nervous system detects cues that indicate that we are safe or cues of danger. People who have experienced trauma and difficult situations in their lives, people who grew up in environments where their basic needs weren't met or were abused as a child, are likely to spend more time in the dorsal vagal state, the freeze state, experiencing symptoms such as low mood, anxiety, social isolation, and feelings of helplessness and hopelessness. The good news is that we can retrain our nervous system to start noticing cues of safety around us and to reduce the reaction our nervous system tends to have in the presence of certain cues of danger, which are often related directly or indirectly to the trauma or difficult experiences we've had. One of the first steps is learning to identify the state we are in at any given time so that we can see what we need to help our nervous system go back to a state of safety. There are strategies that can help you navigate the different states and give yourself what you need depending on the circumstances and your nervous system response. These strategies include adjusting your breath, your posture, your movements, and the information that comes through your five senses, but there are many more. So next time you feel anxious, angry, overwhelmed, or you just want to withdraw from everything, sleep, disconnect, and spend some time alone, remember that your nervous system is doing its best to get you through the circumstances that you are in. And also remember that giving your nervous system what it needs will help you go back to feeling safe and engage with what's important to you.
So I like the way that that's set up. It kind of sets it up where it's visual too, because a lot of people are not, some people are more visual learners. So I like the way that that's set up. Do you have one on your
I don't know if you want to. It's like 15 minutes long. It's an actual excerpt from a symposium or what have you.
I have there's another one here that's only like
I just thought maybe you'd want to
minutes or something. Is it Stephen Porges?
Yeah, I was just hoping if you find anything, because it's really the way like I said, he's the guy who developed the theory, and he has just such a beautiful way of expressing it. There's
Yeah,
only a
I have
couple
a
other
video
people
right
because
here.
he really emphasizes like that gentleness and precision that we talk about a lot. It's like, we have our work to do, but most people get stuck in their work in different places because we're a little too harsh on ourselves and getting there.
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell his name?
Porges, Oz.
Yeah, I'll look up some more of that stuff. He's good.
Yeah, I have a video right here
Our
from
nervous
him.
system is functionally a triangle upside down, okay, with a point. This is the brainstem.
Uh-huh.
I'm talking about the circuits that are being regulated in the brainstem that regulate our underlying state, percolate information up to the brainstem, and the brainstem, it literally is transmitting that information to higher brain structures, enabling access to different brain areas. So that when we're in safe states, we can access higher cortical functions, but when we're in dangerous states, those systems turn off and we're defensive.
Mm-hmm.
If we think of this triangle, each time we get higher and higher, we have greater diversity of expression and outcome. So I'm talking about basically 3 states that provide a neural platform for great diversity of expression. If you are in a constant dangerous environment, your nervous system is going to find it difficult to detect safety. So if it can't detect safety, it's going to be in the state of more fight, flight, or a low threshold to react. And when you're in that state, you're going to misread other people's cues. So you're more likely to see neutral faces as being aggressive. You're more likely to see fearful faces as if they were angry. So you can really confound difficult relationships. So you won't be able to use people to self-regulate. They'll become threatening and reactive. So if you have a history in which there is no experiences of using people to regulate in a very pro-social positive way, people will then become threatening or damaging to you. And what I always want to emphasize is that the social interactional behavior is a neural exercise. It's a neural exercise of using newer mammalian structures, it's evolutionary newer structures, to inhibit very primitive defensive systems. So if we feel that we're in safe environments, we'll use our face, we'll use the intonation of our voice, and we'll negotiate a relationship or maintain safety by doing that. And this is what friends do, this is what lovers do, this is what supposedly teachers are supposed to do and therapists, right? If we're a little bit in a more dangerous situation, like a novel environment, we don't know anything about it, we'll go into another physiological state that will support fight or flight mobilization behaviors. And if we can fight or flee, get away from something, then we've actually negotiated that danger. But what if we can't get away from the danger? What if we're held down or we're in a confined environment? What if we're trapped in a car or a plane
You're a
or in a
child, you can't
bathroom and
escape your
someone
life.
is now going to hurt us? The possibility is that we could trigger a third circuit which shuts us down. And it's that shutdown circuit that makes it so important in understanding trauma. And the polyvagal theory articulates that shutdown circuit, while most other theoretical models of trauma and what people would call stress disorders only talk about a fight-flight system. Okay, so that's the core of what I would tell a person about the polyvagal theory. And the second component of that core is that these responses are not voluntary. Our nervous system is picking up information in the environment and evaluating that information, not on a cognitive level, but on a subconscious, we want to bring back that term, but on a neurobiological level where we're picking up features of risk or danger. And our nervous system puts us into those different states. And we can become aware of that because when we're in certain environments, we may feel our heart pounding. We ask the question, why is my heart pounding? And then you'll say, well, something in the environment must have triggered it. But often we don't know the cues that trigger these things. So the point I want to make is first that the polyvagal theory provides us with an understanding of 3 neural circuits that support different types of behavior. One is social engagement behaviors in safe environments. The other is fight, flight, and mobilization behaviors. And the third one is really a shutting down, a second level of defense.
Actually, that's next one was the one I was going to share. So he says the same thing pretty much. But if you keep listening, I'll say it a little bit differently each time you hear something. And it's nice. Eventually, like it's a lot to take in sometimes, but it really makes a hell of a lot of sense and takes the piss out of a lot of what we have going on in the treatment industrial complex in this country, around the world. It takes, you know what I mean? We can address all of the issues that we live with that present themselves in our life. We can do it in a way that we can actually love ourselves in the process, inform ourselves, other people around us do their work. They start, oh, that's the whole, you know, can you play the Invisible Lion? That'd be a good transition to that, please.
Go.
Because that's perfect. Because then once you understand what's like what the trauma is, like what is coming up in your life,
Our nervous system is functionally a triangle upside down. Okay, with the point. This is the brain
takes
stem.
the piss out of so much. And I think a lot of people spend years of their lives spinning their wheels over. You know, you hear the term dry drunk before. Well, this person's you know, they're quote unquote sober, but they never were able to address whatever brought them to drink to begin with, and that's the unfortunate thing. Maybe they get on with their life, but their shine is definitely not going to, it's going to be dulled compared to what their life could have been otherwise. And then again, that perpetuates the the turning away from freaking looking at what we need to be looking at in life, perpetuates the intergenerational trauma as far as I'm concerned. We either, like I keep saying, we either A, don't talk about it at all, and we're told not to talk about it, or when we are allowed to talk about it, quote unquote, it's some bullshit narrative that fucking is so far off from the fucking truth that people don't want to deal with it. They know intuitively, like when you're a kid in school and you know you're being fed bullshit, you just shut down. You don't want to take it in. Why? Because it's bullshit, and part of you knows it. And that's what he didn't use the term, but he coined the term neuroception, which I like. It makes sense. The nervous system's always, you know, assessing our environment for cues of safety or danger. It's a biological imperative. That stuff gets disrupted from trauma. We don't acknowledge it for what it is. Shit pops up time out of place. We don't recognize it. We call it something else and try treating it according basically to what we're doing is like a misdiagnosis. And misdiagnosing something and then treating it according to that misdiagnosis is not going to get anybody any better, no matter what we're talking about. Health, anything.
Yeah, a lot of the psychiatric disciplines until very recently have totally ignored the freeze state. You know, fight, flight, it's all fight, flight, but the freeze part of it, although quite obvious to someone like me, was ignored. I couldn't find anything on it. Lately, eventually I did, but I'll have more look at Porges' analysis. He seems to know what the fuck's going on there.
If you really like, there's a woman, her name is Deb Dana, Debdana. She's like a colleague of Dr. Porges, and she took the polyvagal theory and really ran with it and like really incorporated into her trauma therapy. And her way about her, I think you especially, Oz, would really appreciate it.
No, I have seen some of her stuff.
You can find it. I forget who she was in her interview with, but it was such a fabulous interview. She just got such a way with words.
Yeah, I'll follow that. But I want to get Porges' core conceptual basis before I want to try and build on it.
No,
I can see by the way he expresses his insights that I'll be able to understand him a bit better.
No,
because that's kind of the way I think.
He's the one who kept saying, he's like, well, I just kind of kicked this out there. And he's like, I appreciate that everybody's like, but he's like, listen to this one or listen to that one. He's such a cool guy. Like, he doesn't want, like, that's why I put this shit up for free on the internet. He's like, I don't want my life to be such that if somebody has read my book or seen, a lecture or something, I don't want them to feel like or not be able to approach me. As I want to be approachable in my work. I don't want to have security. And he's like, if I'm out and about and somebody has, my work has touched their life, I want to know about it. I'm like, how cool is that? How refreshing is that?
So you understand where I'm coming from, Charlie. I kind of collect people like this who speak at that level, and I've got quite a collection of people like Porges who have got key insights, and I know when someone's got that, and I'm able to understand them, and I collect them, and they come together into a picture that I can really build the way I do things. It's not the way you do it, but it's the way I do it. So I can build on that particular layer that I recognize, and I can actually extend it. You see, so people like Robert Sapolsky or Jared Diamond or or Dunbar himself. You know, these people who have.
Stanford University uploaded the entire Sapolsky's entire lecture series on
Yeah, I've
YouTube
watched it twice.
for free.
Yeah,
It's like
22 hours, you know.
$50,000 education for free. You can download
Yeah.
it.
The guy's brilliant. People like Ramachandran, Merzenich, Zimbardo, these kind of guys, they're worth looking at. In depth. Their lectures are all over the place, but most people don't have time, you know. But I mean, it's valuable because you get so much secondary and tertiary insight by joining these ideas together, and a picture starts to form up, which is really valuable.
Exactly. Yep.
In my opinion.
No,
But yeah,
honestly, doing that has saved my life with no hyperbole. I would not be here talking about this if I hadn't. And it was my grandfather who came to me, who was POW during Korea, became an adjunct counselor at the VA. The guys in his group were asked the doctor to step aside effectively because the grandfather, I guess, used to basically wind up facilitating the group anyway, just because of his lived experience, how he was able to process it all. And he wound up becoming a family counselor and like a spiritual counselor. And he's the one who told me I would have offed myself if he hadn't come and told me that. And it just changed everything. And like, so I built off of the information he gave me. And it was funny because here's this older, you know, native gentleman telling me to go to Barnes and Noble and get a book on PTSD. But it was, you know, and then when I get the synchronicities fall into that, I'm at Barnes and Noble. I'm I was kind of like a little anxiety. And I get like when I'm in places with all the colors and stuff, I'm a little overwhelmed by all the information. And this young girl walked by who had worked there, and she obviously saw me. I'm having a little trying to find. She's like, what are you looking for? And I told her a little bit. Turns out she's a psychology major. So we started having this whole discussion right there on the floor about trauma too. And the first book I ever read was by Judith Lewis Herman, who is a close friend and colleague of Dr. Vanderkolk's, and she's one of the ones I mention all the time who had the balls to stand up with the Vietnam vets. To, you know, they could have easily, the establishment tried their best even to this day to discredit all of them, Dr. Vanderkolk, Dr. Herman, and they stood their fucking ground like very few professionals have the balls to do with those vets. And that's why we know about PTSD at all. It wasn't that long ago before that in other countries, Germany or maybe the UK, where they're putting people with PTSD in front of firing squads for lack of moral fiber. So, I mean, these things are worth knowing to understand the pattern of like misunderstanding that still occurs so that we can inform ourselves, inform each other. And yeah, you guys talking about the fires and everything, that's exactly, you know, if that's why we need to be able to build these skills within ourselves, these understandings. When shit like that those are the moments when we need each other. And if we all don't have the skills and we're all just in the fear, that's what this work is all about. I was just listening to a good talk earlier by Irene Lyon. She was talking about the importance of titration when you're doing some of this trauma healing work. It like and I ran into this a while back when I first started meditating, and I didn't understand it at the time, and doing some other modalities too, like even EMDR. Shit comes up when you cultivate any sense of safety within yourself, whether it's on the meditation cushion or you're working with a therapist, like EMDR. That's the whole point, is to bring stuff up. But it's like, it doesn't, just because you're in a safe spot physically, you're in charge of creating that space. We need to come to this work with the understanding that when we're touching on this stuff, for some of us, for a lot of us, it's like touching fire. So that idea of titration, I didn't have any, she kind of touched on it in her talk. She's like, some people think it's going to be like it's all gentle and stuff because we use the word titration. The word titration is strictly in like almost the mechanical sense of that, you know, we're sort of turning a valve and allowing this, you know, creating a safe space within ourselves as physically as much as possible and within ourselves. And this stuff is going to come up. It's a biological imperative seeking expression. It's another word for depression is suppression. What are we suppressing in our life? You know, pain and anger and all of these things. When they in our society, we're not allowed. There's only so many parameters within which we're allowed to express this shit, and it's all exploitive. Like we keep talking about, it's that part of the extractive thing that Yona was bringing up, that he touched upon with John Trudeau's work, where he was talking about a human mining experiment going on almost, or whatever. And being aware of all these processes flips the fucking script. Because when you start recognizing it in yourself, you start seeing it in other people, we start taking the language back, molded by our lived experiences and shared amongst, and we'll come up with a common language that we don't have to wrestle with them. I think you touched on it earlier, Oz, in one of your comments in the chat. It's like we just kind of create parallel structures that make the shit that's in place now obsolete. We do it ourselves. It's the organic grassroots, all that stuff might be cliche, but it's true.
Don't change the system. Don't change. Just walk away from it. Walk away from it. Make another one.
Yeah, we don't need it. We're doing it right here, right now. Little bit by little bit.
Oh, look, they will try to stop you if they notice you're doing it.
Right.
But so long as you're prepared for it, maybe they'll fail.
Lucky, they followed Lucky on Twitter just to fuck with her and fucking.
Yeah.
It took a couple subs away when you first started your. I'm like, yeah. So, but that's a good example. They're gonna. That's why again we just keep coming back.
I've seen them take down whole communities because the community just walked away from the norm. Yeah. You got to be careful not to draw too much attention or the wrong kind of attention.
That kind of gets into the argument where we're talking about like giving Jimmy Dore a little bit more of a push because he's right about there, and we'd all like to see him just go ahead, fucking say it, you know. But
yeah, he's out of reach, man. Jimmy's out of reach. I mean, Jimmy's a good guy in heart.
Right, I'm just saying, you know, because he's not the only one with which has a platform. We're all kind of like, come on, you got to just.
Yeah,
everybody's doing the best they can to come out and say.
But look, I'll tell you about Jimmy. Jimmy's tribe has gotten too big. Right, it can't function. It's become an institution, and Jimmy's he's trapped. He's trapped in his own legend now. You look at his chat. His chat is a dumpster fire. You know.
Was it you who said it's a skid mark?
Yeah, I didn't say skid mark, but I should have.
Goes by so fast. Not worth it. It gives me a headache, and then I don't have a Rockfin premium account yet, so I can't go over there.
No, I'm glad that,
You're right.
he's sort of sitting himself there like a signpost, but he's nailed into the ground now. So I don't see him lasting very much longer. I think he'll escape back onto his road comedy thing because that's where his nourishment comes from, the stage work. He's a narcissist. Narcissists need their stage, man.
But here's that's the important thing too, because I mean, a lot of things, you know, they come together, and there's a time and a season, and then they sort of, you know, then it just sort of, and it's not a bad thing necessarily. Everything, hopefully, if we're doing our work right, things take, you know, like the community that I used to be a part of, the Sweat Lodge community, the prayer community. It was wonderful, and like I look at it from retrospect, I guess. Well, I mean. I'd still love to have that or something like that in my life, whether it was exactly that or not, but things have their own sort of, you know, lifespan, or, you know, so, you know, I try to look at that too. So like you're saying, if that happens, so be it. I'm just glad that there are people coming and like this little universe that's growing around here. Yeah.
It's a kind of dance, you know,
but
it's a form of dance. Yeah. It's like the dance between ice and fire. A philosopher told me that once, you know, ice and fire. Everything's ice and fire. The ice forms up and the fire melts it down, and it's a dance. And it goes on, and it's never the same step. It navigates us into the future with, you know, whatever's coming down, the ice and fire dance around it. And that's how we go forward. It's entropy. It's the dynamic of entropy to get really sort of up there. So, you know, you can get too far away from the picture and it gets a little bit abstract, but it's nice to go out, have a look and come back in. You know, I kind of like this level here where we're at. Not get too far out in the universe, you know. It gets cold out there.
That's why it's like you brought up laughter, because then it's like,
you got to have a sense of humor.
Keeps me grounded. That's why I was saying to you, Chuck, I almost called you Chucky. What the hell? Lucky. Charlie and Lucky. We were talking about that whole sense of like being, you know, like acknowledging your own, again, I kind of hate to use these evaluative terms, but, you know, your own worth or whatever, your own, that you just acknowledging that you bring something to wherever you go. And that, but also at the same time, I like to acknowledge it keeps me, I don't know, it just feels right to me that I recognize that I'm nothing in a way. I'm just a stardust or whatever. I'm just this speck. And yet it's cool to think that, well, this little speck can have this profound impact here. And it's just, you know what I mean? It's like, I like to turn the telescope around every now and then and just kind of look at shit from either end, because it, you know, keeps shit real and like makes you question things. And, you know, that curiosity, that's what I've always, the people that I love and admire most, and I've been grateful for the most of my life, have brought that into my life, that sense of wonder, that sense of curiosity. And, you know, I appreciate that.
That keeps me alive, I tell you what, because if I'm sort of feeling down or something, something will snag my attention, and I'll go, "What's going on there?" And then I'm gone. I'm just in it, and I'm just having such a good time going, "Yeah, I'll dig into this and see what the hell this is all about." I get a great deal of joy from that. It's my curiosity, you see. This is why I go to shrinks and they say, "Well, you're clinically depressed, but you're not suicidal. What's going on there?" Well, it's because I love life. I'm curious. I want to know. So that stops me from falling. I know depression, the suicidal part. I never go there. I know where it is, but the curiosity is standing in front of it and say, "Well, just check this out," and I'm in again because it's so interesting. That's just me.
Curiosity is not a rigid pose. In
Oh,
order to
no.
be curious, you kind of have to, it's almost doing a dance just by looking. If you're inspecting something, you know what I mean. There's that. It brings it to that. There's that energy to it.
Yeah, you know that old children's show, that Chinese children's show, Monkey Magic.
Not familiar.
It's about this Buddhist monk who's traveling from China to India with these. Anyway, it's fairly spiritual. Monkey Magic, it's called. It's just a kiddie show, but part of the thing
It's
is
just funny. Monkey magic. Like, it's just the way you say it. Oh, it's adorable.
But the second main guy is this monkey god that the Buddha had put a mountain on him because he was such a pain in the ass, and the Buddhist priest came by and let him loose. You see, and the nature of the stone monkey is irrepressible. You see, that's his nature. You see, and I identify with that stone monkey. He causes a lot of trouble, and he's a bit too overpassionate, but he's irrepressible. You see, that's my curiosity, is the stone monkey. It's not particularly holy, and it gets me in a lot of bother sometimes. But but it's good. It's good to have that if you want to tell a joke.
I think I don't ever want to stop learning, because that's when I completely close myself off. If you stop learning, then it's just like you reached. I don't feel like I'm ever gonna want to stop. Like, there's just so much to learn.
And it's so delicious.
I want to learn all of it. Yes, I've taught myself everything that I know, like all the art, all the things, like how to be a fucking adult, everything I've learned myself, and I'm just like, I love it. I love learning, but I didn't learn the way that other people wanted me to learn. I had to repeat first grade because I would not color the way that they wanted me to.
Well, and
literally, I had to repeat first grade because in art I wouldn't color the way they wanted me to. The insanity of that.
Yeah. I'll tell you, my father was a total asshole, but he did say some pretty interesting things. He once said, "Look, any idiot can learn from their own experience. The wise person learns from the experience of others." So, that's one of the things I remembered from him, and it's true. Most of the good stuff that I've learned has been as a result of recognizing and learning from others who have found out something from their calling. They were called to find it, and they found it, and they brought it back. And I learn a lot from these people, and by God, that's enriched my life a lot. I'd still be just a stupid average gronk in a coal mining town where I grew up if I didn't have that recognition of when somebody's shining a light. And go, oh, the way I used to put it was whenever you see, like we're walking around with our headdresses like Indians or something, we've got feathers in our hat. And these are our shining achievements or lights or insights. And whenever I see a good feather, I take it and put it in my own hat. It doesn't go away from their hat. Nothing's been stolen. And then you end up with a hat full of feathers that is brilliant. And
I have so many feathers. I collect them everywhere.
Yeah. I think I got that. That was something that some Indian culture was saying when I was a kid, and it stuck in my head, take a feather from his hat. That's what the hat's for, It could be just a European thing. Maybe the Hungarians had feathers in their hats too. Could have come from there. I don't know. But yeah, you got to do that. And but not just any old thing. It's got to be a good one. Don't take any daggy old feather. Get one that, that's a nice one.
I
Take it.
have found a whole bird.
Hey, you'll like this, Charlie. A couple of years ago, I spent a bit of time with this Buddhist guy who's from San Francisco. I think he's Reverend Heng Shaw. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he's one of these. He did the three steps bow pilgrimage from from LA to San Francisco or something like that, which took him months and months. And anyway, so we corresponded for a long time, and we came up with this image because I was making a flute for him, and we talked about flutes and stuff. And we came up with this image that each person is like a tube, and we've got our place where our tube is, and the universe shines through us, and all that energy, that's not from us, it's through us. And the best we can do is make ourselves clear so that the light can get through. And that light comes from us tubes, and we're all in many, many different places letting the light in. So we each have a different color that we add to the light as it comes through. And that's the great artwork of the universe, of life. It's made of all of us channeling the universe through us. And we color it because we are who we are. And the worst thing you could ever do is to block it or to try and capture it. This is where people go wrong. They try to capture the energy that's flowing through them. They think that it's going to empower them or that they can own it or something, but you can't. You can only participate in it. Anyway, that's a bit of philosophy I thought you might like, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you were saying that we were saying the same things with different words.
Yep.
That's the tubes being in different places. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Still the same stuff.
It was shared with me at one point. A friend of mine was a Lakota sun dancer, and something about being the hollow reed. He used to tell me, and we had talked about the reed before too. You need just to be able to be that vessel. You're just allowing spirit, whatever word you want to use, to just energy of the universe to flow through you. And it's like, whatever imbalances we have is just wherever that we're impeding the flow, that's where our attention needs to be. And then the flow, it's just a dance. It's just getting out of the way. It ain't even, we wrestle with too many things. We create too many issues that don't even exist. It's like the nightlight casting a shadow from the teddy bear up on the wall. We think it's a monster, and it's just our teddy bear. Sometimes we overcomplicate some of this stuff. It's pretty deep, it's pretty profound, but it's not as fucking as difficult as we often make it out to be. It's interesting, and that's where the laughter comes in. I love to laugh at myself because I'm like, gee, that was a long way to get here. Remember when I was working with the fire and heating the stones to go in for sweat lodge, and like all the things that would come to me as I'm working with the fire from all the energies that were there, all the spirits that came, and it was just like there was some pretty profound lessons, and a lot of it was, it was very humbling in a very beautiful way. It wasn't a demeaning thing at all. Very grounding, and I'm very grateful for the experiences. Saw some pretty interesting stuff in those fires.
So I have this pulled up. What do you want me to play this one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's the quick, the Invisible Lion one. Yeah.
Yes, this is just so interesting. All right, here we go. I'm gonna play it.
It's much longer if you want, like, more in depth and stuff. He's all over the internet, so
yeah.
Well,
we can play this one for right now.
But yeah, I just figured it's kind of concise. So.
All right, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit.
What is the invisible lion? Every moment of your life, you are doing something very important to your survival. You are assessing threat. Over many millions of years, every organism on this planet has evolved to survive by doing exactly that. So threat detection is at the core of our biological processes. The invisible lion story is just a metaphor about that threat detection process gone wrong.
I didn't have some mysterious disease called anxiety. I had a nervous system which was reacting as if I was in great danger. There would actually be nothing wrong with my thoughts, feelings, and experiences if I had been running away from a dangerous lion. The problem wasn't me, it was the invisible lion. So, can you tell us what is the invisible lion?
Sure. Very quickly, when I eventually recovered and came back to England, I started to do more work in this area as a clinician, and eventually set up a clinic mimicking the one I'd been to in America. And what I mainly did was do consultations and assessments for people who were considering treatment. So they'd come in like I had been in the first place. They had all sorts of problems and history of people telling them what's wrong with them, but really none of it made sense. And I had like an hour and a half or 2 hours to try and make it make sense to them. And so I started coming up with these metaphors and analogies, and started saying, some of them worked, some of them didn't. And eventually I kind of hit upon a kind of pattern that I would use. And so one of the stories that I came up with is the following. So you think of, we go out in the street here and you see some guy running down the road. He's like wildly screaming, looking around. Maybe he's stuck in a torn shirt and no shoes or something. And then I ask people, what do you think of this guy? Now, most people say, well, he seems a bit crazy to me. I say, okay, do you want to help him? Do you want to cross the road and be on that side of the road or this side of the road? And most people say, well, I'd like to avoid this person. And then I say, well, all right, but now around the corner, you see a fully grown adult lion running after him, roaring, chasing him. Now what do you think of it? They're like, well, he's not crazy anymore. He's just trying to escape the lion. And I said, do you feel like you would help him if you could? And I, yeah, sure, why not? If I could do anything about it. And the point is that the man is exactly the same. So there's been this significant change in how I see him. Like, this person is crazy, I want to avoid him, to this person is normal and I want to help him. But he's exactly the same. So his body's doing the same thing. He's still wildly running. He's still chaotic. But he's okay because there's a lion. And the point is that you can look at a lot of the things that we call mental illness, particularly things like anxiety and depression, which are the extreme ranges of nervous system response to threat. And you can say, oh, this person wildly malfunctioned, but they're not in the right context. So maybe what's wrong isn't my body. Maybe I'm not malfunctioned. Maybe what's wrong is my perception of threat. So if there's a lion, if my body is perceiving a lion, but you can't see it and I can't see it, that's the basis for this idea of the invisible lion. And then the question is not how do I fix my body, but how do I find out what's going on with this lion? What is the lion? Where does it come from? Why is it here? And what can we do about it? And it turns out that that's actually the way to treat the problem. And that's how I was treated. And that's how I recovered. So after a year of going around all of the, private and public sector treatments you could possibly imagine, none of which touched the sides of my problem. Just finding someone who understood what these conditions really come from changed everything. Because if you understand the causality of a problem properly, then you understand how to treat it.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah, pretty concise. I'm reading his book now, The Invisible Lion.
The Invisible Lion.
I think it reminds me that, he's right on about so much, and yet there's some things that just don't necessarily jump out at me. And that's the importance, I think, of everybody, like you were saying before, sort of, in a responsible way. You take what you need and you leave the rest. I mean, it's not to try and use it to delude oneself or anything of that nature. It's if your purpose is true to, befriending yourself and understanding yourself and, being as real with yourself as possible, then you'll find what works for you.
Look, I'll put a caveat
out there that screws people up and leaves them stranded, with thinking it's all about cognition and stuff. A lot of that CBT
Yeah.
and behaviorism shit is for the fucking birds. It
Yeah,
really
yeah.
messes people.
Look. This covers a great deal of the problems that people face. With anxieties, depression, a lot of those sort of things. Now, the caveat is that when somebody's in the grips of a full-on psychoaffective break, this doesn't apply. Like when somebody's fully in the grips of delusion, it's not just invisible lions. There's invisible all sorts of shit going on there, and because it doesn't have any root in any causality that exists, you have to find a different path. Just because with people who are running away from not just invisible lions, but invisible lions that cannot exist, are never appropriate. And if you've ever had experience with somebody who's in the grips of a full-on delusional breakdown, you can't find the line. There's no line.
I mean, it's everything has its place and its time, and an appropriate tool for the job.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about extreme psychology here. I'm not talking about with people who are sort of battling with these chronic sort of anxieties and depressions and things like that. The invisible lion, man, is just ace. That's the most beautiful way I've ever heard it put. But for people who have got sort of extreme problems, that's not going to work.
Well, they need, everybody needs. I think that in those instances, community is all the more important.
Yes.
There's another video I was in it. Like it's like an hour long.
I have another one.
I will go and have a look at it. You can be sure of that.
I have another one that I found that is about the invisible lion too. It's the same. Oops. Sorry. Whoops. But I wanted to show you this one too, even if it's only the first few minutes of it. Just because it's another of the same, but it's different style.
I want to ask you a question. So you're walking down the street and you see someone running wildly. They've got no shirt on, they're barefoot, their head is turning this way and that way, they're crying out. They seem very disorganized and they're running towards you. Now, what do you think about that person? Many people, when I ask them that question, they say, well, that person seems crazy. And then I say to them, okay, but now you see behind that person coming around the corner, chasing them, a fully grown adult lion. The lion is running towards them. Now what do you think about the person? And most people will say, of course, he's no longer crazy. He's just a person running away from a lion. So also I asked them, when you saw them before, did you want to help him? Did you want to cross the road to avoid him? And they usually say they want to cross the road to avoid him. And yet, when they see the lion coming, if there's anything they thought they could do about it, they usually would try to help him. So the question is, what's different about the man? And the answer actually is nothing. There's nothing different about him at all. He's exactly the same person, doing exactly the same thing. His biology is working exactly the same. And we've decided that he was crazy, and then we've decided that he's not crazy. We decided not to help him, and then we decided to help him. And the only difference is that we could see the lion. So out of this, I began to think, really, what are we talking about when we talk about mental health? I mean, we understand about physical health when we say, like, my stomach hurts, I've got a tummy ache. We understand that there's a mechanism in our body which may be having some trouble. When we talk about mental health, what are we really talking about? A lot of people will say, well, it's problems with our thinking or it's problems with our emotions because these seem like the things in the mind. But really, craziness often is something we look at and we think as being behavior. So it's really what the body is doing. Even speaking right now is something my body is doing. The way I move, the things I say, the voice I use, these are all things my body is doing. And it's very hard to understand why the body is doing what it's doing if we can't see the full picture, the context of what might be or might not be threatening that person or that body. So the idea of the invisible lion, which is my new book, is that we're all running around behaving in perfectly normal ways if only we could see the lions. Now, how are the ways that we behave when we respond to a lion or when we respond to threat? It's really about how we respond to threat. So there's various ways that people respond to threat. One is that they run. We're very familiar with that. And you'll probably have heard the expression fight or flight. So you might fight or you might run away. Another thing that happens is that people freeze. They become immobilized. They're so overwhelmed by the threat. And there are other more subtle things people do. Some people cry for help. Some people might just become a little bit more vigilant because they're aware of a threat somewhere in the environment. And some people actually become super friendly. If you come up to someone and you seem like you may or may not be a threat, I don't know, some people will engage you. That's called social engagement. So there's various different ways of responding to threat. The question is, can we really understand another person or even ourselves if we're not aware of the threat we're responding to? Now, it seems obvious that the threat that we'd be responding to is in our environment right now. Therefore, why would there be any confusion? And it turns out that through an unfortunate accident of evolution, coupled with the way that our bodies have learned to respond to threat and the way that our bodies have learned to recover from threat, that we don't always find that our bodies as human beings in 2019 are responding to only the threat in our current environment. We actually spend an awful lot of our time responding to threats that are not here, but there were threats that we've experienced previously, which we haven't finished responding to. I know that sounds a bit crazy, but if you think about the idea of, for example, someone who's had a car crash, and then we say, oh, they've got PTSD because they kind of stuck in flashbacks. And they wake up every night for months with dreams and cold sweats. And eventually they kind of get it out of their system and they feel better and they go back to driving and everything's fine. We understand that. But where does that mechanism come from? So the answer is it comes from the evolved capacity to become activated in response to a threat. And then if the threat becomes overwhelming, to become frozen, because actually that helps people survive better. Well, it helps animals survive better. And then if you survive the threat after freezing, you have to come out of it and discharge all the energy that went into it when you were reacting in a more activated way to the threat. So you might run, and then you might freeze, and then you might have to get up and run away again. And if you do that completely, then your body finishes responding to the threat. If you don't do it completely, then you haven't finished responding to the threat. And all sorts of things can then go wrong. So, for example, you might find yourself overreacting to things in future because you've got material in your basement you haven't yet dealt with. Or you might find yourself underreacting to things in future because you freeze too quickly because you've got material in your basement you haven't yet dealt with. And then this throws everything else off. So you then start having a kind of biochemical storm in your body where you're running when you shouldn't be running, you're freezing when you shouldn't be freezing. And then it goes up the brainstem and into the brain, and your brain, your thinking brain, the thing we think of as our brain, which does all the thinking and talking, starts to say, hey, why am I feeling so threatened? Or why am I feeling so shut down? And then reality starts to shift because you start to invent lions where they're not really there. So we're all very good at creating different realities and projecting and coming up with ideas about people. And it's the basis for the whole arena of politics and why we disagree about the same facts. It's because we're all reacting actually to different threats and different histories, and therefore what we think of as a different reality. So there are many consequences. Physical health is one of them, and then this thing we call mental health is another. But at the heart of this is something called the nervous system, because the nervous system is the conduit between the information that comes to the brain and what the body then does. So the nervous system is how we organize our response to threat. And if the nervous system becomes blocked or frozen or impaired, then we have what's called a dysregulated nervous system. And that kind of nervous system leads to all the problems that I think we now call mental health problems. So when you think about having anxiety or depression or many of the common mental health problems, you can start to reframe them and say, well, hold on, am I overreacting to my current environment as if it's more threatening than it should be? Or maybe am I underreacting to my current environment as if it's even more threatening than it should be? And a lot of the things that we find we describe as mental health problems, emotional problems, relationship problems, are actually quite simple. They can boil down to, I'm lying in bed when I should get up. That seems like I'm overwhelmed by the threat of getting up. Or I'm super anxious when I'm waiting at the bus stop. That's like I'm standing at the bus stop next to a lion. What is really going on? And then you see how hard it is to be friends with people, to have relationships, to get on with family members. Because if everyone's overreacting and underreacting all the time, then it's chaos. So really what I want to try and ask you to think about is to start to reframe this idea around mental health and start to consider the idea that there's something called nervous system health, which is underlying that and therefore helps to explain it. And the reason why I want to explain it is because I don't think mental health is very well explained. So if you go to your doctor and you say, I'm generally very anxious, he'll say, you've got generalized anxiety disorder, which doesn't tell you anything other than what the doctor just told you. Whereas if you come to me and say I'm generally anxious, and I'll say, well, you've got a dysregulated nervous system, which is the result of 100 million years of evolution and some wrinkles in the system, then it begins to get interesting. And then you can actually start to ask the question, well, if we know what causes it, we got some good ideas about how to fix it.
Exactly.
So for now, I just want you to think about using the idea of mental health slightly differently. Think about the invisible lions that are in your environment right now. When you feel overwhelmed, see if you can connect through your body back to what it is that's really overwhelming you. And it can be anything from now back to the day you were born or even before. Equally, when you're anxious, I want you to think the same. I want you to start to connect through your body, through your felt sense of anxiety, back to the things that may have caused you the anxiety. Because if you go up to your brain and you just try and solve the problem by thinking and persuading yourself, for example, there's nothing to be afraid of, or persuading yourself you should get out of bed, it doesn't work. It's like putting water into the radiator of a car when you have a flat tire. It just doesn't work. And you know that already. So my passion is really that while the world is so busy creating more awareness around mental health, I want it to actually become more intelligent about mental health. Because if you're just hearing white noise and then you turn it up and it's louder, it's just more white noise. But if we could start to have a conversation where the white noise gives way to sense, gives way to explanation, and gives way to logic, reason, and clarity, then that's something I would definitely get on board with people talking about more. I hope this was helpful. Come back and see some more blogs on my website, theinvisiblelion.com. And if it really interests you, have a look at the book, which is available on Amazon, and there'll be more videos to come. Thank you. Bye.
And what I really extra appreciate about him is that he is not just a practitioner, a therapist now. He lived through the thick of the shit in his own experience. He went through a whole lot of trauma and a whole lot of problems in his life, and he did the work. He came all the way over here to the States, and whatever he did, I forget the name of the place here, but it's now defunct. But he went back over to England and rebuilt the whole freaking thing all over again for other people to be able to use.
Yeah, very valuable. Very, very good insight there.
Yeah. Yeah,
I found that video and I was like, wow, this is, it's like 11 minutes or so is how long it was, but it just, it explains it so well, like what that, how we can look at it in a completely different way. It's kind of like what he's saying on there is what we're doing here. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of the same thing. It's examining why we're thinking the way that we're thinking. It's basically he's saying, critical thinking has gone out the window. Bring it back. Like we have to think about mental health in a critically different way. Instead of just like, here, shove pills down your throat. Like, let's talk about why that's there. And I don't think you even need necessarily years and years of freaking therapy if you could come to a space and open yourself up to others in this kind of platform, you may need, you know what I mean, someone outside of this to, you know, to process and help through it. But this is also a place where, you know, people are able to come and process through things and, you know, feel safe to do that. And I think that's really important to have too.
It'll
Again,
help.
we are not mental health professionals or doctors. You know, do your own research, you know, seek medical attention if you need it. You know, but
Well, that's the point, though. It's hard. We're right. You're right in doing that, and I support you in doing that. But that's the rub, and that's what we're getting at here is that you need to be able to call out the fact that a lot of the help that people reach out to is not the right fucking help for them. So it's like, how do you, you know what I mean? It's like, I can't see any other way around doing your own research to the best of your ability, and when you do it with an earnest. You know, don't do it with like, I need to fucking fix whatever's, because I tried that for a long time. I've heard it from so many people. That's why like AA reports like an 80% failure rate. It's not that the program doesn't work if you work it for some people, if that's what that, you know, but if you're forced to go or court ordered to go, it ain't, you know, I don't know if my cousin's still in the chat, but she used to facilitate meetings and stuff, and she'll tell you. But all, you know, it's you got to do you got to be the one in charge at the end of the day. You can absolutely should seek out all the help that you feel you need, but just be aware. A lot of the shit out there, man. If you know, if you're in a crisis, pills can absolutely be helpful to stabilize. I ain't going to get into that whole medication talk, but
yeah, that's a
everybody needs
personal
to-
choice. I'm not saying
Absolutely.
to or not to do it.
A lot of
That
people-
is not, you know, up to me at all. Like I'm not gonna go
not to
into
be
the
the
medication.
individual's choice. There's too many people who end up getting coerced into stuff and fucking stuffed on the 5th floor of some psych ward and just shot up with fucking drugs. Yeah, who was it? Trish mentioned. I'm sorry to hear about your sister and the whole freaking typically horrific experience she had in or Vicky. I'm sorry.
And
Yeah, it's
Carter
too
said
often.
that therapists have never been traumatized before. Some have. Some therapists have been traumatized, and that's why they make good therapists. And see, the thing is,
Good. They have
there's
the
such a
potential.
stigma.
That's why they have the potential to do harm to people, though. Lucky.
Yeah, well, I
That's
know,
what we
but there's
need
a
to talk about.
stigma around the mental health, and you know, and just, you know, being healthy in general. There's a whole stigma around it. So people that have been through shit that might be able to help people more aren't always the ones that can go into that field. And, you know, yeah, Skyla, my daughter, studies psychology. She was, you know, she wants to go to school and get her PhD and become a psychologist. And she's learned in there that it can be used for the completely opposite, for completely evil, or it can be used for good. It's a dangerous weapon to have, to
Well,
know
moreover, I
how.
think what the common experiences where people have the bad experiences are the fact that what does never get really rarely gets addressed is that, you know, most therapists actually have experienced some form of trauma or have something to work out, and they are unconsciously working out, like by projection, trying to work out their own problems on their patients. That's anybody who wants to go in the helping profession. It's not come correct or come at all, because that's the message from about the whole, you know, health stuff, and it's not helpful to anybody. It's all about being aware that you're in your own process, you're aware of your process, you're honest with yourself, you're doing what you need to be doing, and then you're whatever capacity you want to go in life. That's where I have a problem with the term disability. How many of situations and experiences that we have that are termed disability are actual social fucking handicaps, because we're not accepted for who we are when we show up on the job or here or there or whatever. It's like we need to get over ourselves. There's no fucking normal. Normal is whatever shows up. That's nature. Get over ourselves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're absolutely. I mean, it's like a fine line. Of course, it's, you know. See, there's two. I would say if someone's really wanting to learn about this stuff, like skip anything that's already in the books that calls itself an authority, and look at some of the people like the work of like Van der Kolk, who doesn't even like to take a lot of credit, or Porges, who like, take this theory and everybody work with it. Those people giving their fucking ideas away and encourage, those are the people that I pay attention to, and those are the people I encourage other people to pay attention to. When you go from there, then wherever else you go, I think you're going to have a little bit better. You're going to be inoculated against some of the bullshit. Let me put it that way. You'll have a little bit more information in your toolbox, and you can make better decisions for yourself. I guess that's my.
Did you see here?
I tell you one therapist who came to therapy because he was looking for answers for himself, and that's Dr. Gabo Mate. And now he's someone who found out he's somebody who was not seeking to externalize through his patients or anything, and very, very valuable man. And he explains quite openly why he was on the path to learn what he learned, because he knew that there was something wrong, and he was finding answers. And he was finding answers for others as well. And he's, as far as I'm concerned, the foremost spokesman or leading light on how to cope with addictions. You know, you've got to at least include his work before you understand what's going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that's where I took the term compassionate inquiry from. That's his term. That's the term he coined.
Yeah.
That's so wonderful, and it takes the piss out of so much of all this work that we have before us. Let me just Vicky, there's no trigger on any of that at all. I'm just emotional about this stuff because I'm passionate about it. I'm just sorry to hear about your sister, and I'm good on you for raising your nephew.
Look, I'll tell you one question.
Has some good points here too. I just want to bring up real quick before we get too far away. Carnard said, "What if the experts are just as confused as you are? You think they could help you if they failed to help themselves? Like, how is that?"
That's why
It's
every
true.
single human being, the work of being on planet Earth is to go and that's like all the ancient teachings, like in the Christian traditions, like in the parables, Jesus was always go back inside yourself. It's always the Buddha, all this work is to always, and then once you go inside, then all of a sudden you see the humanity in other people. That's where the term namaste comes from, to my understanding. That's what it means to me, is like, and then when you say that, I know that like you're coming from a place you're working on yourself. That's why you and I and any of us in the chat and in this family, this growing family here, we can vibe like that on some level. I don't like the idea of. I think that this is a societal fallacy across the board of like, who the fuck are these experts? It's like, go on Facebook in the chat. It's like, what was that term? The thing like most valuable. What's the term? Somebody else made a decision. It's like what shows up first in the chat type thing or whatever. I know that's a dumb example, but that is like society. Who the fuck are these experts? Because when you talk to them, they're full of shit. They have such a lack of self-awareness, and I don't mean to be rude, but I mean, people are dying. Literally, dude. I'm not trying. I don't even keep beating the fucking thing to death. Like I've lived with suicidal ideation my whole life, and people like, don't get it.
Look what your cousin said.
There you are. You're still up. Of course, it's not so late in Cali. What'd you say?
That's what it is here. Welcome to the family,
I hadn't talked to
Maddie.
her for months because of the freaking COVID and weird shit, and she called me out of the blue one day. We talked for, I don't know, until both of our phones got too hot to hold. I love you, cousin. Thank you for hanging out. I'm so glad you made it in the chat, too. Awesomeness.
Yeah, welcome to the family. This is
She'll tell you too. I'm just I get going on this shit. Because seriously, I mean,
sometimes you just gotta say,
I'm
Charlie.
Alive. Right now, I'm fucking alive because of the work I've done and all the people we've talked about tonight that you've shared in videos and I've babbled about before. It's because, and like you're saying, because I did the work that way and I took what worked for me. And, whatever offended my soul, I've done the best of my ability to push it aside and allow in what, it just feels natural, feels organic. It's like I feel like when I'm at my best and I'm in that flow, it's because I've touched in that aspect of nature that we've been bumped out of as a whole. So when I see this shit in myself, I don't like to see it, other people suffer. So I'm just like, here's a fucking, the life-saving doohickey, whatever you call them. Freaking can't think of the word, but you know what I'm saying? We need each other. This is it. This is the trading notes, doing your own research. And see, look at a good example too. We watched 2 back-to-back quick vids from Benjamin Fry, effectively saying the same thing. But, I'm glad that you did share the second one because again, he's saying the same thing, but he
expanded
alliterated
on it a little bit
yeah,
further.
and again, when you keep doing it and you keep revisiting these things, and what I do is I just take that in, I take it to the mirror, and I'm like, does this apply? Does this resonate? Because that was something we touched on way earlier in the chat, was like when something upsets you. I think you had brought it up, Oz. I forget specifically what you were riffing on, but it's like that idea, the Buddhist tradition of like when something brings up a response in you, which we might in Western culture go, it's negative, makes me feel uncomfortable, push it away. It's like, do I smoke a cigarette? Do I freaking smoke a bowl? Do I drink a beer? Do I work an 80-hour? Whatever we do,
Come here.
But the gist is just to sit with it and look at it.
What is happening? We got
Instead
the
of,
birthday boy, guys.
And realize that it's there. If something kind of perturbs us in another person, it's just a reminder to me from those teachings that I get, okay, there's something, I have some of that in me too that I need to look at and work on too. And again, if you're gentle about the whole thing and not trying to fix everything all the time and just going, oh, okay, this is just the way things are, and you realize there are causalities in the, to me, again,
Look what happened.
What happened? What is up, Leo?
Leo decided, oops, let's see. No,
Leo the lion?
There we go. Leo the lion decided, oh, I'm going to go asleep with my papa. And he just came back downstairs because papa came down. Huh. You left us. He's looking at Steve.
Steve, you back?
He's like, oh, what's my papa doing? What's him doing? Did you go sleep? Did you go night-night with papa? He looks like a little
Centaur, welcome.
He
Good to
reminds
see
me
you.
of a little like the marmot. Yeah, the
Things
or
are
no,
well
not
and
the freaking whatchamacallum. It's like the way he sits down. Oh.
He looks like Dobby the house elf when he sit like that.
Don't throw him in the Hadron Collider. No.
No.
No, the little what are those little
Save
things
the marmot.
that they
Chuck
run
it
around
across
and they
the
live in the
head.
ground. Yeah. And they stand up on their hind legs.
Oh, meerkats.
Meerkat! Yes, he reminds me of a meerkat when he sits like that.
Leo is our leader.
Yeah, funny little thing.
He's like,
he runs the show. Look at that.
Hey guys, I've got to go and eat. I am starving, and I'm sorry I could sit here all bloody night, but I'd starve. So thank you so much for the opportunity to blather on. And I'll just
we love you.
Yeah, much
love. Okay, it's
I
lovely
love
to
when
see
you come on, and you always have such good insight, and you
sometimes.
are really wanted in this community. So
Yay.
Don't ever forget that. We love you.
Oh, no, I love it. I love you guys too. Okay, I better just do the thing. Be well.
Have a good night. Be well. Manja.
That was cute.
Yeah, I love meerkats too.
Yes, that's
You
what
ever
he
watch
reminds me
those
of.
old?
Gamer was
guy's name?
asking if it was Aaron's dad, Aaron Mate.
Yes, Gabber Matt. Yeah, the apple doesn't fall too far from the. Well, yeah, I'll leave it at that. They're good dudes. Both of them, they do awesome work. Gabber Matt, that's again another person. I appreciate his.
What's up, buddy?
He had from behind the scenes. He slowly realized like all the failings of modern medicine. They teach them nothing about.
All right,
like,
do you want to
what
go
it is
back
to
with
be
Papa?
human.
All right, say I love you guys. I'm gonna go night-night with my Papa. All right, go get him. Leo loves to go night-night. So sorry. We had to say bye to our leader and the executive producer of Fearlessly Authentic.
Stoner with brain damage. I can't believe I keep up with some of this stuff.
I feel like I don't function. That's such an opposite for me. I function better when I have my ganja. I function better. My pain is better. My head is clearer.
I do too.
It's not the opposite, and it's so funny because we're programmed to think of like, oh, it takes away your brain cells, and this, and it doesn't. It doesn't.
I've actually read some research that says it actually regenerates brain cells. It's one of the most perfect plants in the world. It really is. Like all the oils, nutrition, and I mean, there's like practically nothing you can't build from it. I mean, it's nuts.
According to Unicorn, Leo eats veggies. He does, for real. He eats fruits and veggies, so he would survive. He would survive.
Yeah, who knows?
After the freaking shit goes down, Leo would survive. He would eat fruits and vegetables with us. He eats them now. Except for broccoli. He hides broccoli in the bed for some reason when we used to eat it upstairs. He would always hide the broccoli. Yeah, Leo went off to bed. Let's see what else.
Good night, gamer. It was really good to see you, brother. I'm glad
I
things
know.
are
I
okay
kind
for
of
you.
like did a whole thing. I was like,
Power.
"Where's Gamer? Has anyone seen Gamer?" And then it like was this whole like, "No, have you seen Gamer? Have you?" And I kind of like, you
how
know,
many
I
channels we
messaged
were
you
on
on
asking
Twitter
about you.
looking for you. So please know that you are very well loved, and we notice when people aren't
He doesn't
around.
like
We
all this
notice
modern
that in a non-stalker way, you know, but we do. I notice when you guys aren't around.
Yeah, she'll come and find you. Look out.
I know. I'm like, all right, wait, my lucky vibes, my senses are going off. Like, what's happening?
You go into bed, cuz. You have a good night. Thanks again so much for showing up. It's awesome to have you in here. Do
It's
come back.
so good for you to come and hang out. You
You
should
got to
come
meet
on.
the Yona.
Yeah,
will
you
love
got
the
to meet Yona. Yes.
And you got to hear Stever play too. I think you'd really enjoy it. It's nice to have this space. So it's nice to have some some of my.
Oh my gosh! Wait. You should wait 1 minute, guys. I have a video that's like 30 seconds long, and you need to see it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Used to think the world was flat. Really threw my hat into the crowd. I felt I had used up my quota of yearning. Used to looking on the children at night.
Have I been talking with my mic off the whole time?
No, I can hear you.
No, before. Oh my God! It's just so.
You guys, and look at that's little Leo when he was born. That was
Leo the larvae.
I know, right? Oh my gosh! And let's see, what else do we? Oh yeah, and this is how Leo likes to sleep, guys. He likes to sleep in my hoodie, and just because I have him on here, look us in our hoodies, and
Look, I'm photobombing you.
Here's the kitten.
Everett.
He's so cute.
He is.
And then we got some plants. My sister sent us plants for the holidays, and this is the installation that was in there, and he just completely took over it.
Wow, his color is completely different in that picture.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? He's so pretty. Yeah, he looks like more he's kind of between the two. He's more like that gray in that one, I would say, as opposed to that one. This one, he's kind of washed out. Oh yeah, and here's Peaches. And Peaches will come on one day and hang out with us too. Oh, I gotta take that. See, I don't gotta unclick the things. All right, there we go. And in case any of you guys
love you.
Yes. Horny unicorn. Why is he a poor dog? Why?
What happened? What?
He said, poor dog. Ew, bacon and KFC makes the world go round.
Ew. It makes the world run to the bathroom real quick anyway.
But Vicky said.
What? Did I miss something? I miss a lot. For some reason.
that was to the bacon comment, I think.
I didn't promote the bacon at all. I can't say that I don't eat it, but I made a bunch of chili tonight. I was freaking just had an awful freaking emotional roller coaster of a day, and spent an hour under the covers just crying like a fucking baby. And then I'm like, I can't be here. I'm trying to get up and do stuff. I'm checking messages. I'm like, And I dragged my ass upstairs and I made a big batch of soup. But I think I'm not feeling well. Like I think I don't have the freaking moronocron or nothing, but my taste buds are off a little bit. I think I made it a little spicier than I should have. My stepfather, really good, but I don't know how much I can eat of it.
Oh my god,
That's
so
good though.
funny.
That's like partly too because it's always been an intuitive thing for me. I realize like the hot pepper. I've always loved spicy food since I was little, and it's an endorphin. You know, it increases your serotonin and stuff. It's a natural antidepressant, so it's no wonder that I love it so much. But they did go a little overboard. Put a whole can of chipotle peppers with adobo sauce in there, and a couple like really aggressive grinds of my incendiary spice mix of Carolina Reaper and whatever, what it's a ghost pepper and habanero or something. But came out good.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
But I thought of that because I was thinking like if you guys were going to come over and there's a big pot of soup, I could make you a veggie one, veggie virgin, veggie version, not a veggie virgin. I'm not sure what a veggie virgin would be. I don't want to know.
Oh, that's
You should have had some vegetables by now if you're, if you're still here. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can pull up my Twitter because I have that cute video. Yes, this is mine. Okay. Because just in case, I have a message over here from Karen. Found him! Because, I was looking for you, gamer. Let me see.
Well, now, first we had Big Brother, now we got Big Sister. Great, right, folks?
There you go. Okay, I want to show this video.
We could do a lot worse. She came and tracked me down a couple times lately because she was concerned. So
I did.
She's for real. She gives a shit, folks.
Okay, here it is.
Happy New Year, all you.
Ah.
Yeah, me too, Trish. I'm glad you showed up.
Okay.
That really actually made my night.
How do I do this?
We did 6 days without power several years ago. We got a wacko snowstorm in October. What we may do, thankfully, we heat with wood. Went and got my elderly aunt who had no power at her shithole assisted living place. So we played Scrabble and I cooked food on the grill. All the shit that was going to go bad anyway. Put most of our stuff in a cooler in a freaking snow pile out in the shade, and surprisingly lasted days. We did all right.
All right, I'm going to share a video just in case. No, it's not a Chrome tab, is it? Shit. Window. I think this is it. Yeah. Okay. Now I just have to get to that window. Trying to do this. And I want to show you guys an awesome video that was made for me by Rick Overton, and it's freaking sweet as hell.
Might want to replay it and up the volume like it's
as loud as I can get.
Oh. Can't really hear it.
Yeah, that's as loud as it gets. I'll play it again. Everyone has to listen really careful.
Happy New Year, all you lucky burritonians out there. And by lucky burritonians, I mean all the people that know about your show. Thanks for a great year and always sharing the news. Hi there.
Oh, whoops. So, just in
Cool.
case you guys didn't know, you're baritonians now.
Thank you for saying that, Trish. I'm glad. That's all we can do, I think, is help each other. You know, we do our personal work and then we trade notes and, you know, all this kind of stuff. Like I said, go to my channel if you want to peruse. That's why my whole channel pretty much is, you know, aside from some of my playlists for music or whatever, but those are open too. Peruse it all you want. Maybe there's probably something in there for everybody. I think I put in I have a one just for comedy stuff. And you can see what a warped bastard I really am. It's called Laugh You Bastards. There's all kinds of stuff on there. I think I even put on the title for it or something to the effect of there's something in there to offend everybody or something. But
Yeah, I know. We were all worried about Gamer. You know, is it? Oh.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out as always, Vicky. It's good to see you. Well, you know, see you. Y'all still ought to come on here.
Yeah. When we doing that, huh?
Again, remember, y'all can hide the camera if you don't want to, you know, for whatever reason. It's easy. At the very least, it's just easier than having to type, and then people get your tone, because tone just sucks in text.
So, because we announced it New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. I don't know if you guys heard, but Steve and I have joined KRTD, Independent Media Network. That it's an indie media network, KRTD. I'm like, but geez. So we joined them. It's been announced that we are a nonprofit now, and so it's really, really exciting. So there's going to be a somewhat regular schedule for us that when we are streaming over there, but we are still going to do our streams otherwise when we want to. So I'm going to be doing Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at midnight. And Steve's going to have a Thursday, I think, at midnight, and a Saturday 4 to 7 that are like a regular thing. So that's super exciting. And yeah, the New Year's video, and you guys are Burritonians. That was Rick Overton who decided to make you guys all Burritonians, which is super cute. I just was like, hey, could you make like a Happy New Year like video or something? Like, I just figured he would say Happy New Year, you know, because he was like, what do you want me to say? And I'm like, I don't know, Happy New Year. Like, so he came up with that. I'm like, yeah, come on. I mean, you're a comedian. You gotta come up with something.
I look forward to him coming on the show.
Yeah. So I'm really excited. And the other night when we were on with Sabby in Rome and Jay from Revolutionary Blackout, we are planning on doing something with like service animals and disabilities, LGBTQ, and all the letters, like something about that, a summit for that, a women's summit that's going to come up in, I think it's, oh my gosh, is it later in the month or is it February? Oh my gosh, I can't remember. I wrote it down. But yeah, like we were on with those guys and we have some really awesome shows that we're going to do. And Savvy's going to be coming on and Rick Overton's going to be coming on. And we have Glory and Misty and like, you know, the whole
Well, I'd love to see you, Misty, and Glory together on one panel. Hey, just the three of you shooting the chat would be fucking awesome.
Yeah, us, and then freaking put Fee and Steph Zamorano.
Yeah, that'd be extra awesome.
Get Sabby on there too. Yeah, Meg. You know, I'm like,
oh, it's so nice
Jimmy.
To see Meg. I haven't seen her in a while. I really like her. She's good people.
And then Jimmy. Can you imagine like all of us women on a freaking panel? Man.
No men.
And then Rose McGowan, you know, get her on there too. Tara Reid.
Rose rocks.
Yeah, I want to get Rose on the show, and I want to get Tara Reid on here. And I mean, I have some really like maybe ambitious goals, but I have goals of people that are going to come on, and it's not because of, you know, their status as a person and their job. It's a matter of who they are as a person and their advocacy.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's why I want all of you guys to come on too, not just people with, you know what I mean, that we know are advocates, you know. All of you guys are doing your part too.
I'm kind of tired of this. You guys get down here.
No. Oh my gosh, Charlie, don't freaking do that.
Oh, I have to.
No, you don't have to. Come on, guys, help me yell at him.
It's good.
See this?
It keeps me from having to jump up out of my seat, you know.
What does?
Well, it's like, you know, it's like every now and then, you know, you're supposed to sit up straight in the lodge and take it, but sometimes you got to hit the dirt. It's not entirely dissimilar to that moment. If you really want to cheat, you stick your arm out under the flap and you get a cool breeze crawl up your arm. Yeah, some of the people I sat with were, you know, and let's do a buffalo round. I'm like, what is that? And you stay in there and find out. Like freaking 140 degrees, I'm sure, at least.
I remember doing sweat lodges and being so hot and like literally having nothing on, doing an all women's lodge and laying with every bit of my body to the cold earth in the middle of winter because that lodge was so hot.
Yeah.
But it you know.
You still stayed in there though, right?
Ian is here.
Typically, the word is you got to say mitakuyasin, and whoever's by the door will open the door for you, and you can go out, or you can just get some air if you want to. No, it's sort of cheating, but it's allowed.
I made
it's mercy.
What are these? What are these that you're dropping in here for us? Do you see that? We're getting some links. Another world view is possible.
Should I jinx us by saying it out loud? We haven't had one bot yet tonight.
I think we had one earlier.
I didn't see it. Been bot free. That was crazy the other night. Like flying monkeys, and everyone's like whack, 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 whack.
Yeah, and you know what I said? I said, "Where's Gamer?"
Yeah, exactly.
I was like,
he's good. He's been doing it a while.
Yeah.
You don't like to take credit for that either. I know how that feels. I'm not. Sometimes you have to freaking pat yourself in the back because other people won't. To get you through the day.
You know what though? It's not. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging the work that you do. Like, you should acknowledge it. Why shouldn't you acknowledge what you've done?
Exactly, and that's, you know, just by just noting that brings up, you know, the needed attention, or, you know, maybe subsequent conversation about why that is in this society. You know,
there's a difference between being like a braggish fucking brat about it and being like, hey, I'm proud of myself for this, or, you know, like, I did a good job with this, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with saying like, hey, I did a good fucking job.
I'm 50 years old and I'm just learning that now. You know, it's a lot of deprogramming, or whatever you want to call it, so to speak.
Yeah.
Just getting rid of a lot of shit. And it is, again, the more I feel like the more progress I'm making, or healing, or whatever, you know, it's all in relation to how I'm relating to everything. Like, am I pushing it away, or am I just leaving space for stuff to just be? I'm looking at it. It's coming up. You know, a lot of shit in life, it just comes up, whether it's past stuff or present. I was just going to say, like, in the lodge, that's what it taught me. Like, it's all about that. You're encouraged to hold your fucking seat, and it gets hot, but that's life sometimes, is it not? You don't have to have been in combat necessarily with live ammo flying over your head to understand that. There's way too many situations in life that will make people aware of that on a visceral level. And it's important to realize that that's the work. We do our best. That's what, you know, people used to didn't understand. Like, I used to work with, and I'd share, like, you know, when I was starting to meditate, like, well, you can't sit on a cushion all the time. And I'm like, yeah, that's the whole point, dude. Is so you sit on a cushion, or whatever it looks like for you, sit in a chair if you want, whatever, take a walk in the woods. But the whole mindfulness is to cultivate that skill, that relationship to our own thoughts and emotions, so that wherever we go, when the shit does get hot, we're better able to, to be with that relationship to our own thoughts and emotions, so that wherever we go, when the shit does get hot, we're better able. Why is that doing that?
That was me. I was.
Are you mocking me?
No, that was you mocking yourself. I was trying to go over to get. I'm like, oh,
your brother, your cousin, or your brother or son's your friends taking your arm and hitting you with it, and like you quit hitting yourself. Never mind. Sorry, I'll just smoke.
What is this? What is this?
What is this?
Ian sent me to something. I clicked the link.
Ian is another worldview.
Yeah, what is this?
Hello, Ian.
Okay. Hang on. I'm gonna come back
You
over
come
here.
On, so we don't have to look at this anymore. Or?
No, stop. Yeah, that was a feedback loop because I freaking went on YouTube, my YouTube on the computer, because I'm on StreamYard. All right, so this is what.
Yeah, I still don't know how to finagle all this crap. I wasn't even able to freaking work out my crappy free StreamYard account.
Okay. What is this? This is what.
Is it a video or a meme? Can't see.
Yeah.
Is somebody getting arrested for not wearing a fucking mask somewhere?
I don't know.
We're doing it live, folks.
I don't know. Ian put that link in there. There's another one.
Corn just left the Red Brown Alliance.
Wait, that's that one.
In the toilet. That's fabulous.
All right. What is this other link?
The bong loads aren't a requisite, but by all means. Cheers, mate. Oh, even worse. Christ. That Excelsior shit.
Is this what you were saying?
Oh my God. I wouldn't have called New York City to go be the first ones to go full fascist first. Awesome, Trish. Be nice to at least hear your voice. As you probably said before, my big sausage fingers typing, like I said, at the very least, it's easier to talk than to type. It'd sure be nice to get to know everybody.
Do you see this? My survey of healthcare providers. Also see my survey of healthcare providers where I ask the same question. Click the image below to get the full PDF, including what they said about myocarditis rates. In short, we've been lied to. Here are just two of the questions. Is this currently a pandemic of the unvaccinated with respect to risk of infection? Out of 237 responses, no was 96.6%.
Kind of looks like Ms. Pac-Man chowing down the other stuff there.
Yeah. And then, is this currently a pandemic of the unvaccinated with respect to risk of hospitalization? The no responses were the highest, and it was 89.4%. Oh my gosh.
People got to stop watching Law and Order and fucking the freaking Peacock, or rather the Mockingbird networks. Indie media is the only fucking place to find any reality anymore. It's nuts. Freaking Ryan Christian, freaking Brett Weinstein, and Heather Haying. So many people out there. Freaking, I didn't watch the whole thing. I started watching the Malone Rogan interview. I'll have to go back and watch that, but I'm glad that these conversations are finally being had. I'm surprised they haven't been yanked already. That was, again, a really excellent conversation between Michaelia Peterson and RFK Jr. I think is a must-see right about now.
Oh yeah.
If you don't have time or the ability to read his book, it was definitely a good primer, I'm sure. I haven't read the book myself, but I'm...
Okay, and here's another
Plus his,
link that I was given. A lie can be halfway round the world before the truth has got its boots. Oh my God.
Is this what got him yanked off of, is this Substack, or is this what got him yanked off of Twitter?
This is about Google and DuckDuckGo handle Dr. Robert Malone's claims about mass formation psychosis very differently. And this is from the Liberty Daily, January 1st, 2022. Mass formation psychosis. No, it doesn't refer to a screwed up flock of geese flying south for the winter. Instead of linking to the video Dr. Malone, any of the stories that dive into the phenomenon, or even reaction videos that expand on the concept, Google decides to promote some random dude's minute-and-a-half video debunking it when people search for the term mass formation psychosis. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm scared. You're in New York City, aren't you, Trish? If I recall.
Is this the
Warren from Extra Bulla?
Oh, this is like
among many.
And George Washington said, "Speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led like sheep to the slaughter." Yeah, and this is the president, that had not wooden teeth. He had slaves' teeth. They were not wooden teeth. And we learned that from Yona.
And that's their fun little trick of language. All men are created equal, and then so they have to make it believe that some men aren't men at all. They're only, what, 4/5 of a man? Fuck you. There's always been some variation of that bullshit going on. Beating humanity over the fucking head with it, or getting us to do it to each other.
Oh, did you guys see this? Did you guys see this picture of Joe Rogan? What the hell? Does that dog not look similar to Leo? I'm telling you, Joe Rogan and I need to have a conversation because that dog looks very similar to Leo. I think Leo's cuter, but that's something that Joe Rogan and I can discuss ourselves. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and check out that article. But do you guys see that? Yeah, and Brownie. I know, and Brownie too.
Yeah, you guys ought to have like a pet posse panel sometime. Jimmy's got what's her pooch's name? Lady?
No, that's Brownie.
No, Jimmy. That's Jimmy. Steph's pooch is Brownie, and I thought Jimmy introduced her pooch as Lady. Come on now. Make my brain box work that hard.
Do they have another dog? Brownie?
No, Jimmy.
Doesn't get along with other dogs.
Sunderland. Jimmy Sunderland. Is it Sunderland?
Oh,
or Sunderland?
I thought you were talking about like Jimmy Dore with Brownie. Yeah, Jimmy's dog. I think. Yeah.
Lady.
I think it was Lee. Yeah, I think you're right.
Really cute. Y'all had to have like a pet panel. That'd be cool. Just hang out, spoil the pets or something. Yes. See if maybe they'll get a jam session going with Leo.
As the CDC says, the vaccinations are safe and effective, and we are not medical doctors. Right?
Clean bull hits.
But yeah, I'm kind of I'm feeling some sort of way that Rogan has a dog that looks very similar to Leo. I'm feeling a way about that. I'm feeling like I need to contact him, and that's gonna be the way. Be like, listen,
You never know.
listen. Did you?
My sister's got it, and she's going to meet Morgan Freeman because she's like a couple people away from him and his people. Like she grows herb for like to give away, like to make into she makes it into oil and gives it away to cancer patients and stuff. But somehow some of her herb got to Morgan Freeman and he liked it, so she was hoping might be able to hang out and say hey and give him a hug, say thanks.
That's awesome. Whoopi Goldberg was going to marry Steve and I.
Was she still called Karen then?
Oh, I'm so glad that I didn't have her do it. We were supposed to go to her house and hang out and jam out before all this happened. And, I didn't realize she was such a fucking neo-lib fucking shitbag. And, it was more like, oh, cool, we'll go hang out. She seems like a cool person to go hang out and smoke weed with. And I'll bring my djembes. Steve will bring the guitar. We'll go spend a night at her house. Because she's got a house in Connecticut. And yeah, I it didn't happen because do you remember there was the little girl in the Caribbean that got bit by a shark and she died, and it was one of Oprah's I'm not Oprah, oh my god, Whoopi's friends. Like it was like basically her granddaughter. Whoopi Goldberg's, yeah. Well, yeah, so there was this, she had to fly down there for the funeral. We were supposed to go to her 4th of July party. Pretty weird. It was random, but then I realized how much I didn't really follow her like politically, but then I started seeing more about it afterward, and I was like, ew, what the hell? See, and that's the thing. I grew up liking her stuff just like I did liking other things that other people have done too. But if you're a fucking shitbag, then you're a fucking shitbag. I don't care what you fucking have done in your goddamn career, whether you were entertaining or not. I'll call you fucking ass out. Yeah, that's awesome, Ian. I'm gonna go back and check that out. Check it out more. Yeah, the whole passport thing, like that really
Beyond
yeah.
scary. Christ.
Did Whitney Webb, did she have her baby yet?
I'm sure.
She had the baby, right?
Yep. Almost a 9-pound baby boy, I believe.
Oh my god. That just sounds painful.
No drugs either, from what I understand. I think that I caught that on Slow News Day.
6 million people signed the Facebook poll to a march to legalize cannabis. 4 people rocked up. Huh? Yeah, New York City, like a freaking
nuts. Bad shit. Crazy. This is all part of it's not, it's got to be part of a plan.
Dude, have you guys started reading the Fauci book? The Robert F. Kennedy book? Oh my god, I need to commit to myself to read some more of it. I should have brought it upstairs when I went to lay down last night. I was so tired, and then I go up there, and of course I cannot freaking sleep. And I should have had the book up there. But yeah, I'm only into the first chapter because I put it down for a couple of days. But holy shit already. And we covered it a couple times on the podcast, on the show. See, we need to start, I need to have somebody break up the clips, You know what I mean? Like when we do longer streams, we can kind of break some of them up because we cover a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a pain to go back sometimes.
Yeah, well,
a lot of people don't like to do that. That's why I like when I was saying I made up a special playlist for tonight to pick from if you wanted to, because I was trying to find really short, concise things. Because especially sometimes I mean, we can do whatever, but conversation often jumps around a lot. So I'm trying to convey like maybe new ideas to people. I just try to find something real concise. Those 2 back-to-back Benjamin Fries, I think, were helpful.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I hope so. And that's the thing, like Oz was touching on too. Like I've been saying, it's like this is survival for me. So I don't really give a shit what anybody says about experts and all this and that. That the experts I've gone to have not been helpful to me. I'm not trying to say not to go. I'm just saying, again, we all really need to try and just realize that ultimately the power is going to be within you. You can find someone to help you with a modality of some kind or something, or even if it's meds, whatever works for you. But eventually we always wind up having to meet ourselves, and these things come up, and just try and cultivate a space within ourselves, a sense of, just that gentleness, I just really keep coming back to that word befriending. Because like I say, for me, it's been a lot of self-aggression. I mean, a lot of outward aggression too, but I wasn't able to really let a lot of the medicine I had gathered in and do its work until I really started to and I guess as corny as it sounds, befriend or love myself. But that's kind of the essence of the work. And as simple as it sounds, that's often it. It's just get the fuck out of the way and let nature do its work. And, a lot of us weren't held enough when we were kids. That's for real. That's a real thing. And it has its effects long term. But when you realize what it is, and when the manifestations come up, then, they're no longer time out of place, because now you have a reference for it and you go, oh, that makes sense. And then you can, I mean, you wouldn't, scold at your child or someone you cared for if, they came up like that. You would try and help them and be gentle. So like you keep saying too, Lucky, we got to bring that, all the stuff, the advice we'd give to other people, we got to bring it back to the mirror. Yep. Recognize that this culture at every fucking turn will try and convince us that when we go to the mirror, we're going to see a monster looking back at us. Well, who the fuck's going to want to go and do their personal work if they think that there's going to be a monster looking back at them there? I mean, and it really, it deters you from doing that inner work and then praise on you.
And here is another video that Charlie will get. I think that I don't think I played this one earlier. This is from the author of The Body Keeps the Score.
Dr. Bessel van der Kolk.
Yeah, see, I knew you would know who it was. But this is just another breakdown and a way to look at, what trauma is from somebody that is educated in that field. And I think what's interesting is that whenever I do watch something like this, I'll be like, yeah, that's basically, like that is what logically makes sense in my head. And that's basically what I've either learned myself or learned from information like this or from therapists themselves. And it's just really interesting because we have to remember that psychology comes from somewhere. Right? Like it doesn't, it's not some just magical thing.
Buddhism's pretty much the world's oldest psychology if you separate the religious componentry from it, which you can,
but I mean, like the information, like it came from humans, so we have some knowledge of what,
because it's natural. It's just us being part of nature. We're all parts of nature. Seek balance, seek healing. It's just, again, we just need to realize that and realize where we stand in the way and let go of that shit to the best of our ability. It ain't going to happen overnight necessarily, but being aware of the process, really, for me and a lot of people I've heard from, it's kept us topside, man. Takes the piss right out of it.
Being incremental with this is perfectly fine. Mm-hmm. If you need to take steps to get towards there, go at your own pace. Absolutely. This is the kind of incremental we want. We don't want to in politics.
That's an important thing to look for if you are seeking like a therapist or a practitioner of any kind, is someone that's going to let you dictate the pace and really listen to you as to like, is this working? Should we swap it up a little bit? You know what I mean? You don't have to necessarily ditch the person or the modality altogether. Sometimes if the person is the right person, they're very pliable in how to be able to, suit your individual needs within a given, a model of therapy or whatever. And there's so many, just make sure it feels right to you. Go with your intuitions. Here's a fun story. So I had had a complete freaking freaky field meltdown, and like my life was total topsy-turvy, and I wind up in like my first trauma therapist office, and I'm sitting there like the first time I had met with him, or so I thought, but I'll get to that at the end. I'm sitting in this tiny little office. He had gone out to like get paperwork or something, and I'm just sitting there, and I'm like praying. I'm like, just give me some sign that I'm in the right place, and I'm like, and as I'm saying this, there's like a I don't know what do you call it, like a lithograph or something on the opposite wall for me, and it's a picture of a very old reproduction of a picture of a native encampment, like teepees as far as you can see, with some low range mountains in the background, and down the bottom left hand corner it said Piegan. And I didn't really I had heard it before or seen it before. I didn't really know what it meant at the time. So there I am, like praying, like, give me some kind of sign that I'm, in the right place working with the right guy. It's like I quit like my therapy I had going with somebody else who was kind of like finally going okay. And like it's a huge leap of faith to like go and do like not just work with another person, but this entire other fucking modality. Like I was going to do EMDR with this guy. And so the first meeting went fine, and it was either that day or the next day. My ex and I, we took our son to the library, like we did a lot as a habit. We go and like pick out a bunch of books, and and he picked out one book on the Blackfoot, which is my ancestors, my side of the family, and one on the Iroquois, which is my ex's side of the family, and then a bunch of other stuff too. Then when we got home, I'm like, it was time to read books, because he's like a book tyrant. We just read books for like hours. It's like get notes from school. Can you please read with your kid 20 minutes a day? I'm like, you kidding? This kid's a fucking tyrant. It was awesome. We just, so I'm like, go get a book. And like the first book he picks is the one on the Blackfoot. We open it up, and like 3 pages in, it's almost the exact same picture. And it's Piegan is one of the bands of the Blackfoot. So I could potentially looking at a picture of like perhaps some of my ancestors across from me, while I'm asking, give me a sign. So I don't know, take it for what you want, but it turned out to be a really wonderful working relationship. And I absolutely lucked out with my doctor, because he actually is a colleague of Dr. Francine Shapiro, who is the woman who developed EMDR therapy. So like he's her student, and he teaches other doctors how to do it. And I was working with him. So it's like I'm like
I went to an EMDR doctor too.
Shapiro student.
There's not that many of them though.
It's getting
I hear an echo. Do you have YouTube or something open?
No.
Do you guys hear that?
There was for a second, it's gone.
That's weird. Okay.
Maybe I shut
so I wanted to see what you guys thought of this, or what you thought of this. So Card Nerd said, hatred is the desire to destroy that which makes one unhappy, right? And then, but what if that is yourself?
What is yourself?
Hatred is the desire to destroy which makes one happy. So
that's a fallacy of understanding, though. I would think if you dig deep enough, you're going to realize that obviously it's not your core being that you're unhappy with. There's some other aspect that's going on, some sort of, that's the whole thing. Who the hell was it saying? It was a really good way.
So like, what if you hate yourself? Is that what you're saying?
I think the idea, to me, my idea that the self is really just, it's sort of like scar tissue of where the soul hits society. It's like that's where the ego is sort of born, and all that stuff we don't understand that, and that's where things go wrong. We mistake our personality, which can change, for who we actually are, and then of course it becomes projected and mirrored back in this big fucking clusterfuckery between us and society, and nobody knows who's who anymore. I think it's a matter of like, I mean, because that's what another thing I really like from the Buddhist is the idea of a basic human goodness. And the gist that I take away from like the Buddhist teachings are like basically like, you know, we've been doing this for like 3,000 something years as a tradition, and it's like, you know, whatever you got going on in your life, like welcome to walking on two legs. There's probably somebody else's who have experienced something very similar. It's not that our experiences aren't important and particular to us, of course, but that's where I think where we derive our, you know, medicine, if you will, and you know, that's you take in information and it becomes understanding, and then when you gift it out, that becomes wisdom when you're able to share it, I guess. Although I think I like Oz's, that's kind of how I've always looked at it too. Being smart is learning from your own mistakes. Being wise is learning from somebody else's mistakes. But no, EMDR is actually a form of somatic experiencing. Just because they don't understand how it works doesn't mean it doesn't work. Trust me, it's pretty potent. It can be. Not everything works for everybody, but it's very real.
Yeah, I remember my therapist.
Form of like,
I didn't do it much with her, but when I did it with her, she said I you know, I think it just depends on whether you're able to get into that kind of meditative state, because I feel like that's kind of what it does, is it brings you to a meditative state, but you have to allow yourself to go into that state to do that therapy, or else it won't work.
Right. That's again, that's the work. That's like
It's just a tool. All these other things are tools. A therapist is a tool. You know, your therapist is a tool. Books are tools. Everything are tools. You use those tools, but you do that work. It's not, you know, those are your tools that you're using. You're not the tool. Like, they're not, the books aren't fixing you. The therapist isn't fixing you. You know, you're just using those tools to do that work for yourself.
I mean, even really the whole conversation, it's not even like there's nothing to fix. It's just a matter of acknowledging what the hell's going on in our biophysiology.
Well, in a way that is fixing, right? Like, because in a way that is fixing ourselves, though.
So fixing denotes a problem. So there's a problem. This is all a natural process. So where's the problem? The problem is us thinking there's a problem. Once you realize that and you just get in tune, it's like, oh, okay, my body, this is what's coming up. My body has these needs. You meet those needs, the problems go away. And then all the freaking shit upstairs, freaking those people don't get the
but that's fixing it. You know what I mean? If you're getting what you need, you're fixing that.
There's an evolution beyond this. I think that's why we're stuck here where we are evolutionarily right now, is because of our language can't surpass these things. We're always stuck because we want to have a sense of ground under our feet, and I don't know. But it's good that we keep talking about it, because that's where we hash it out eventually. I just still think it's like, you know, we complicate way too much. I almost fucking off myself because I was doing what everybody else was. This is the way you're supposed to do this. And I'm like, no, you know what? Eat shit and die. Because I almost did, because I fucking swallowed that shit. So I'm here because I did my own fucking personal work. I borrowed from this and I borrowed from that. On the EMDR thing, they're really finding that it's most helpful for shock trauma. It's not particularly helpful for complex PTSD, as they often call it, or in my case, like developmental PTSD, because that, as Dr. Van der Kolk notes, is by his book, is the body keeps a score. It's trapped in our bodies. But when you start looking at it through the polyvagal perspective of the nervous system, it just starts to make sense. And then it's just like, there was a short video I was going to share with you earlier, but I couldn't quite find it. But he just talks about how yoga is a particularly effective. I never finished that. I started that story a couple times where the woman asked him about how do you heal trauma, and she was all serious, and he laughed at her, not out of rudeness, but he's like, that's the whole point. They won't fund this stuff, but our research clearly shows that any form of somatic, experiencing, you could do yoga, you could do Tai Chi, walking. There's so many different things that take. They become those neural exercises that Dr. Porges was referring to earlier in that video. And again, that goes back to the ancient tradition a lot of people had that we don't really follow anymore, about movement, music. Like Dr. Porges used to play in a band. He played some sort of reed instrument. So he was noting how like that affected his physiology when he was the breathing that you have to do. and the cyclical and stuff, and like they helped him understand, like put a lot of the stuff together to where he came up with the theory from. His original field of study was in infants, both humans and primates. So it helped him really get a real baseline on the physiology and stuff, which makes a lot of sense. The problem is, and there was another good video of, I might have put it in the chat, in the private chat, I don't know. It's Justin Sunseri. He's a marriage family counselor and does trauma counseling, and his take on it is like two quick videos he put up recently. Is one, the gist of it was that if you don't have like the polyvagal theory understanding under your belt, you're completely lacking, and you're probably not doing your clients any good or yourself any good if you're doing your own stuff. And then, how did he put it? It's like basically like the whole point of like therapy, the profession should be to put itself out of business, but it just keeps propping itself up. You know what I mean? Which is the tendency in any industry, unfortunately, under capitalism. But yeah, repression. Another word for depression, repression, suppression. What are you suppressing? What's being repressed in our lives, whether it be internally or externally, that we're not allowed to express? These things are biological imperatives. Our opinions and society and rules and laws and shit that just are, it's a joke in the face of nature. But we thwart nature at every turn and try and profit off of it. Like fucking tripping somebody and they fucking fall, break their face, and you freaking make a popsicle fucking stand out of their bones. That's our culture. It's twisted. Changing the language and speaking to it from our lived experiences. I don't just quote other people. This is my life. I'd be fucking dead if I hadn't done this work. So I quite honestly don't give a shit about anybody else's opinion at this point. But I do really appreciate hearing other people's. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna play this video real quick so we can do this.
The most important thing to know is that there's a difference between trauma and stress. As I like to say to people, life sucks a good amount of the time. We all have jobs and situations that are really unpleasant. But the moment that situation is over, it's over. The problem with trauma is that when it's over, your body continues to relive it. My name is Bessel van der Kolk. I'm a psychiatrist, neuroscientist, and author of the book, The Body Keeps the Score. I got interested in trauma on my first day working at the Veterans Administration. 1978 was the year, and the Vietnam War was over by about 6 or 7 years. The very first day that I met Vietnam veterans, I was just blown away. These were guys who were my age, who were clearly smart and competent and athletic, and they clearly were just a shadow of their former self. Their bodies were clearly affected by trauma, and they had a very hard time connecting with new people after the war. Around that time, a group of us started to define what trauma is. And in the definition of PTSD, we write, these people have been exposed to an extraordinary event that's outside of normal human experience. In retrospect, that shows us how ignorant and narrow-minded we were, because it turned out that this is not an unusual experience at all. People usually think about the military when they talk about trauma, but at least 1 out of 8 kids in America witness physical violence between their parents. A larger number of kids get beaten very hard by their own caregivers. A very large number of people in general, but women in particular, have sexual experiences that were clearly unwanted and that left them confused and enraged
All right, yeah, that's the one I played earlier. I think I put the wrong one on. I'm gonna go look real quick. Sorry, I'm just gonna look at my videos real quick. I need to go on my own channel.
Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied.
That is not what I wanted to do.
Yeah, what always gets left out with the placebo stuff, though, is nobody wants to examine why it works. You got to. They don't really look into that enough, as far as I'm concerned. That's where it's freaking at. Why did it work?
Because you believe
Natural
it
process going on. Obviously, we're getting in touch with, and if it was that fucking simple, that's my point. We're making this huge fucking let this industry run wild and ruin people's fucking lives and rob them of their lives because of language. And because we're, at every turn in this ridiculous society, we're discouraged from looking
Psychology
within.
has
Psychology
dominated the world of
thought. Oh, there you go.
cognitions.
Yeah,
the world of cognitive psychological theory, relationships, behavior. That has been our domain for quite a while. That's been our specialty, and this is how we have been relevant to the world. This is how we've been relevant in contributing, hopefully, to making the world a better place. Thought, relationships, behavior, and we do this through our theoretical constructs. So we have owned the world of mental health. This has been our domain, and really thinking about mental health as a lot of times as a thinking problem, as a cognitive, some sort of deficit or behavioral problem, maybe. So we have owned this space, and we have looked at things as cognitive and or behavioral problems, and that's been kind of it. We haven't really contributed anything brand new as far as psychology goes, I don't think, in quite a while. Now the theories change of therapy, or the process of therapy changes, yeah. But really, when it comes down to it, we've traditionally looked at change as a thought problem or a behavioral problem. And as therapy has become more and more relevant, it seems like mental health, I haven't looked at stats, I don't know, but it seems like mental health, especially after and during this pandemic, has taken quite a hit. There's a lot of need out there. So you would think therapy's become more relevant. I think therapy's become more relevant as mental health seems to be declining, at least to me. And I don't have any stats to back that up. Just outside looking in. There's also a higher awareness of mental health issues. People are encouraging others to go to seek mental health help. So there's a big need for services to help people change, but not for therapy. That might seem to contradict itself, but it doesn't. There's a need for support. Yeah, there's a need for mental health help. Absolutely. There's a need for people to make change in their life. 100%. Absolutely. So you would think, well, therefore therapy, but no, they need change. They don't necessarily need therapy. And the internet, all this is happening along with the advent of the internet, which has drastically changed everything, right? The internet has made it very easy for other people to say, hey, I can help in my own way. I can do this. And so there's plenty of other people who are doing something similar to therapy that don't call themselves therapists. They provide a similar service, and they're willing to do, they're willing to go beyond cognitions and behavior and incorporate whatever the hell they can in order to prove themselves to establish their own thing. You've probably heard of coaches of all kinds, right? Relationship coaches, business coaches, coaches that specialize in trauma. There's all kinds of coaches out there, and they're willing to do cognitions. They're willing to look at the body aspects of things. They're willing to look at psychological theory and just incorporate whatever they can in order to make an impact in people's lives. They don't need our theories. They don't need to look at things as a psychological construct. Like, they don't need to look at parts of a body like as if there's some sort of parts within us that are communicating with each other, like a protective part and a child part. They don't need to do that. Psychology has generally claimed those things and saying, hey, this is what we're bringing. Here's how we view a human being and our psychology, and this is how change happens. That's what psychology does, but coaches and other helpers don't need to do that. They can, but they can also incorporate somatic pieces of change, gut health. They can look at generational trauma. They can take a look at personal responsibility. They can highlight any of these areas, incorporate them all. And they don't have to really worry about all those psychological theory things that in my opinion, spend way too much time on. But even things like Libby mentioned here, ACT and CBT, there's an ACT coaching component out there. It already exists. You don't have to be a therapist in order to implement ACT. CBT has coaching structures or coaching aspects already. And what I mentioned before about child parts and protective parts and stuff, internal family systems, they have their own coaching apparatus as well. So our relevance in my opinion, dwindles because we have been so focused on theoretical constructs, thinking as the problem or behavior as the problem, and really slow to incorporate somatic pieces of it. Even somatic experiencing from Peter Levine, that's not coaching. I wouldn't call that coaching. It's a modality that focuses on trauma in particular, but you don't have to be a coach for that. You don't have to be a therapist for it either. You could just be a person who says, hey, I've taken this training, I've gotten this certain level of proficiency in it, and I'm offering my service. And I'm not knocking coaches. I'm not knocking SE practitioners whatsoever. What I'm actually probably more knocking is therapists who have been really slow, like Libby says, to bring in other pieces that could be helpful. Somatic experiencing has been around for decades. That's been around. That's not new. So this information has been out there. The somatic information and how that can be relevant to therapy, that's been out there. That's been out there. I didn't get that when I was in therapy school. I graduated in, I want to say, like 2008 or so. That was not an aspect of my schooling at all. I had to learn that after school. Now, I've heard from some students that listen to the podcast or follow me on Instagram that they are getting more and more of that. That's great. But this information's been out there. And yeah, therapy has absolutely lagged when it comes to the somatic pieces of change. So now we're in this position. This is just me going off, really. Now we're in this position to where we are no longer special. Therapist, I think, had a pretty special role. Psychology, there was a special thing that we did to help individuals, to help families, whatever it is, to help people who needed change. They needed to go to someone, a change agent, we'll call them that. But now change and being a change agent is not exclusively ours. Like, and especially when it comes to the somatic piece of the pie, when it comes, like when it comes to change and the somatic pieces of change, we definitely do not own that. And because it's like, it's just biology. When it comes down to it, it's really just some basic biological stuff. And then accessing that through mindfulness, being able to attach your conscious self to the somatic self, as if they're two different things or not, but just conceptually, I'll put it that way. So there's a very low entry point to this. Anybody can do this. And I think that's been part of the reluctance for psychology to implement this more and more is that it's not special to us. Very low entry point. There's no diagnoses to worry about, no complexes. There's no theoretical constructs that you really need to worry about. It's not necessary. There's no, when it comes to the somatic pieces of change, there's really no prescribed norms of behavior. And I think that's something that psychology has really stumbled upon, was saying, hey, we know what is the norm of behavior and we know what is not the norm of behavior. But when it comes to somatic pieces of who we are, there's no normal or abnormal, I wouldn't say. I think it's more about what is ideal for survival, because it's about survival. When we talk about biology, it's really evolution and survival. So what evolved within us that was more ideal for surviving in those conditions, and how does that affect us now? It's not really about, here we are the arbiters of normal and not normal, and now we are deciding what is normal and not normal, or what is normal and what is disordered. That's not necessary. And so our relevance in dictating what's normal and not normal, it's not really there anymore.
Exactly.
So yeah, I can see why psychology in general has been reluctant to adopt the somatic pieces of change. That's not about diagnosis. We don't get to hide behind our diagnoses anymore and say, hey, we know more than you, and here you go. We are not the experts on your life. We are not the experts on your biology. And that makes us less special. So yeah, I could see why the field of psychology would be reluctant to take on these somatic aspects.
In a lot of my videos.
Wow.
Psychology has dominated the world of thought, of
Yeah,
cognition.
he did a really excellent interview with Deb Dana, who, like I mentioned before, Stephen Porges loves her. They're colleagues too, and he often will refer, when people ask him about the polyvagal theory, he's like, you really, as far as treatment goes, you really ought to talk to Deb Dana. And she did really well with it, I think. Obviously, everything doesn't work for everybody. You gotta do your own work. You got to figure out what works for you. But the idea, what he's touching on there, is what I'm trying to put out, is we need to become our own experts in our lives. You know what I mean? Yes, we need to seek the help of other people who, that's their field of study too. But for me, like I said, I mean, maybe I'm a little different because this is my field of study, or I'd be fucking dead. But but it does put me in perhaps that interesting sort of outsider perspective, which is pretty valuable, I think. That I'm coming to realizing that. You know what I mean? It's because it helps me easier see the bullshit, the propaganda, the ways that, like I said, we have the military industrial complex. We also have the treatment industrial complex, which involves big pharma and all these insurance companies and the courts and the probation departments and all those sorts of entities. They just freaking kick people through the turnstiles, and even the idea of jail. What the fuck you think you're doing? You could really help people turn their life around and figure out why they did whatever the fuck they did. Most people, anyway, right in the community, and it would be quicker. And even if you only give a shit about it from a fiscal perspective, it'd be considerably less expensive. But again, it's the use of language. We're making more problems where there aren't any. This is just fucking look at this is what's going on. This is nature. These are our nervous systems responding to a completely batshit insane capitalist society that pits us all against each other, doesn't meet any of our basic human needs. It's like low-key warfare, all the fucking time. Everybody's in survival mode. We don't even realize it. We call it normal. It's not. It's normative to feel like shit, to feel fucked up in a fucked up society. That's perfectly normative. Is it healthy? No. But, those are two important distinctions, but society doesn't even let us, decouple those two things. Again, everybody got to find their own path, but a lot of these things, there's a hell of a lot of overlap in our vast experiences. The overlap is amazing. It's one of my first trauma therapists. He used to have a saying that all truth dovetails, which I appreciate. Again, it's made a lot of sense in my therapy, if you want to call it that. I would like us to at least consider, just maybe even just for the sake of the chat or whatever, but in our lives, maybe just let every turn, just try and decouple our minds, like decolonize our minds, and every fucking, like, just consider that maybe every single thing we've been told is bullshit, and then like bring it back in slowly. If it still rings fucking true, then it's clear as day and you cleared out some shit. But you know what I mean? That's what I've done, and I'm alive for it. So I can't recommend that process enough to people, whatever it looks like to the individual. It's all going to be different. But that the whole, isn't one of Gabor Mate's books called The Myth of Normal? One of the next ones coming out. I always appreciate his perspectives on that stuff. It's really helped take the piss out of a lot of this, which I think is where a lot of people get fucking stuck. If you're coming at it like you're trying to push shit away, it doesn't really work that way. It's like trying to sweep the ocean back with a fucking broom. I love that freaking whole that Buddhist story about the demons in the cave. The guy comes home from gathering food, comes home, there's a bunch of demons in his cave fucking up all his shit, shitting in his fridge, tossing his place. He yells at them and rages at them, and like the more energy he throws at them, the bigger they got, the more boisterous they got. Then they got real fucking mean and scary. Finally, he's like, oh shit, well maybe I'll sit down and I'll teach him some of the freaking Dharma. And then like they're just kind of looking at him like, okay, like what else you got? And then he's like, oh, you guys are here to teach me something. So then he sort of like bakes him a cake, makes him some tea, and then like all but one of them disappear. And it was Pema Chodron that I had heard like this originally told by, and parenthetically she says, so there's that one left, and she goes in parentheses, you know the one, we all have that one. And then he worked up the courage and he jumped into the demon's mouth, which I take to mean, completely just accepted whatever it was that was presenting itself to him. And that, like, the Buddhists don't talk about it in like evil. Demons are more, I think, more usable visualization in their way of looking at things, certainly, because it's like that's the whole thing. They're teachers. In the other traditions, you're taught to like run away, but it's like, well, fuck, man, this dude freaking jumped into its mouth and it disappeared. That's the whole point. I think that's awesome, and that really helped me to confront my suicidal ideation. The whole life, I thought it was like some kind of either a voice in my head or some entity outside me. I know it sounds a little delusional, but I've had that since I was a little kid. All the crazy shit that I went through from like pretty young, and I always pushed it away because I thought it was trying to kill me. I felt that was, but I came to realize that it was actually that story that kind of helped me realize, like, oh, I felt like I called it into my presence several months ago, and I like actually saw it across the room from me, and it was just like sitting there, and it was like sitting like across from like the most raging fucking bonfire you could imagine. And I'm sitting in the fucking room and entertaining this thing, and all my life I thought was trying to kill me. And then slowly but surely, over like the matter of like weeks or whatever, I realized that was me. Like, my mom and I had to go into hiding when I was a little kid. I've told this story before. I don't know if anybody in the chat has heard this before, but my father was murdered the day after Christmas when I was a little kid. And at the behest of the FBI, we had to go into hiding for a few months until they caught the guys who did it. And I spent my third birthday in hiding. But like, so, and like, it set up this whole thing, and because that was so, profoundly developmentally traumatizing that, even though we know, obviously, my mother and I physically left hiding afterwards, like part of me never really came out of that. That's part of the developmental shit that I've had to deal with, and all manner of weird shit that goes along with that. But I always thought that that energy was, I was trying to push it away, but it would come to find out, it was like, I realized that was part of me that had my voice, that had my power. That's why I've heard that from so many people. Like, I had this like 3 or 4 hour conversation one night with this kid who was suicidal. I've talked about this before, but my ability to like sit and look at my own shit to like best of my ability with all that stuff, like, enabled me to sit and hold space with this dude who was like literally on his way to kill himself one night. And I'm like, holy shit, like the synchronicity and like the profundity was like, wow. But I realized, like, digress there a little bit, but it's like, just takes the piss out of everything when you're not using other people's narratives for your experience, and you're able to dig into your shit and find your own narrative that makes sense. I mean, I'm not deluding myself.
I have to show you something. I know you've seen it before, but this is totally going to make sense right now. Okay.
Yeah, chiropractic works. Talk to Robert Durden. He's a chiropractor.
All right.
My model for like when
Oh,
I go
nice.
on
I've
stage,
seen
what am I
this.
trying to accomplish? Okay, here's the story. There's one time we played. We were playing at the old Fillmore, and it was after Bill Graham wasn't running it anymore. So there was some independent, like a hippies, some hippies, local hippies, rented it for some cause or another or whatever. Anyway, we were playing there. It was but Bill wasn't running it, so it was a little bit strange. And there like some weird bands were playing on the same bill with us, like maybe like at that time, say like the Flaming Groovies or somebody like, you know what I mean? Some of the bands that were happening back at that time, this like the late 60s, or the middle late 60s. So this guy who was like sort of a famous freak that ran around the scene in those days comes in, and he's got this big birthday cake. He's got this huge big birthday cake. I'm looking at it thinking that thing has got to be dosed. I just know this sucker. I know it's dosed. I'm looking at it and looking at it and thinking, yeah, that's sure it's done. And then I said, but it looked good. It was beautiful, this beautiful big, so I thought, well, I'll just take a little of the frosting here, just I'll just take a little snack. So I took this, and then somebody comes in and says, yeah, we put about 800 hits of acid in that frosting, and I go, oh God, oh, Jesus Christ, I'm going to be totally fucking wiped out on this, And by this time, I didn't really enjoy playing, under the influence of psychedelics, because I didn't have the freedom to quit if I wanted to. It wasn't really that much fun to play when you don't have the option, when you don't have options. So I mean, it wasn't something I was looking forward to. And so I'm sitting there and I'm waiting to play, and we're going later. It gets getting later and later and later, and I'm coming on. Now I'm going on like the place is swimming, and I start to overhear people, and I'm going off in this paranoid space. I think, God, this place is full of mafia guys, and they're all trying to kill me. I got that notion in my head. This guy comes in. He looks exactly like a mafia guy. He says, "Here, you want something to drink?" And I'm like, "Poison." No, thanks. It's like everybody is armed to the teeth. They're all trying to kill me. Okay, so I'm waiting there to go on. Oh shit! This is it. This is my last night on Earth. I'm convinced of this now. Still in this psychedelic roar. And so we're going down on stage, to go play, and I'm going out there and I'm thinking, oh God, Jesus, what have I done to deserve this? I'm going to go out there and play, and they're going to fucking kill me, So the only thing I could think of to do was I said, okay, I'm just going to play for my life. I'm going to play for my life. That's what I'm going to do, And so I played for my life, and they let me live. Ever since then, ever since then, I thought that works, for me, is to play for my life, so, when I forget what I'm doing or why I'm doing it, I play for my life.
Boy, I can totally dig that. It's just about every endeavor ever put before me.
But it makes sense, right? Like that
Oh, yeah.
totally makes sense. Like in your head, and just play for your life.
Yeah.
Hi, Thomas. Who are we saying hi? Who's Thomas? You gotta say hi, Thomas.
Hello, Thomas.
Who is Thomas?
I love to. Was that just an excerpt, or was that just like a clip, or was that because there's like a whole? I think that was one of his last interviews.
Yeah,
I know. I
think that was one of his last ones. Yeah.
It's another. I have a nice playlist with a couple hundred. It's called Deadlight on my channel if you ever want to peruse.
It's his boy. He didn't think it was real. Like we were really like live and everything.
Oh, we're live, Thomas. Hello.
Yes, Thomas. We are in the United States too.
We love your dad, Thomas. He's a good dude. We don't always see eye to eye, but he is a good dude.
It's funny.
That's how the world works. We can still love each other.
Absolutely. Even if you guys drive each other crazy sometimes.
No, it's good. That's the whole thing. Thank you guys for being in the chat and So these are that this whole subject is supposed to, it's so taboo. We're not supposed to talk about it. And it's so, that's, I'm tired of, like, that's my whole point for speaking out about this is like I say, hey, this saved my life. No hyperbole. I'm sorry, tired. Hyperbole. But, we need to trade notes. We need to understand this. We need to take the language back and craft it from a lived experience from all of us in the thick of the crap, because this really is, it really can be a matter of life and death for some of us. I think in the long run, ultimately for all of us, but I mean, in the immediate moment, obviously. I mean, I don't want to like get into the whole thing necessarily, but honestly, the last time I called the suicide hotline, they freaking told me they had to go and hung up with me. I'm like, I don't need that shit. I'm in the middle of a crisis. I don't know what that was all about, but everybody has a bad day or a bad moment, no matter what gig they hold. It was just rather unfortunate at that moment for me. I actually had the guy on the Mass Health freaking line one day. I was online for like 6 hours one day, and they're trying to swap my insurance while it's supposed to be like an up tier version or whatever, but it wouldn't have allowed me to continue working with my trauma therapist. And I'm like, literally, like it was his words. He's like, that's like switching brain surgeons in the middle of brain surgery. You already got a rapport with somebody and you're doing a specialized sort of thing and you're really into it. And it's like, Jesus, you clearly like, and the guy yelled at me on the phone. He's like, you deserve to have the best care available. And I'm like, do you realize you just fucking yelled at me? I'm like, dude, I couldn't even I can't even. But that's, to me, that's so indicative of so many people's experience with all these, none of these machinations that we spit up, like the societal infrastructure, serve us. It's like it's all inverted now. We serve it. It's just like, go on. I'm not saying some of these things can't work for people. Obviously they do. Fucking A, work it if it fucking works for you, whatever resources you can pull to your availability. But that's what concerns me is because I've been in that position and I've talked with so many other people. It's if we wind up we're like in so many other fucking situations, we're desperate, whether it's a place to live, we got shit credit or I don't know, whatever, you know what I mean? It's like, that's where shit went bad for my family and I. My dad hurt his back as a mechanic. We became fucking homeless. We're living out in the fucking woods. Shit went south. These are how things happen. My mom asked for help afterwards, after he was murdered, and the state told my mom that she made too much money off of his death benefits. So then she's working like 2 and sometimes 3 jobs just to keep us afloat. And we weren't living large, that's for fucking sure. But I never really went, like brownies for Thanksgiving dinner is as bad as about as it got, as I remember. You know what I mean? I don't consider that a bad thing exactly, but I don't know. But then that put me in the fucking care of a lot of scrupulous fucking people, a lot of fucking problems. My community at the time was experiencing a fucking, I recently found out that there was a fucking a meth explosion, so to speak, in not a lab, but somebody had manufactured a couple pounds of meth or something and freaking dispersed it into my hometown and people lost their fucking shit. And fucking, I think that actually had something to do in the long run with my dad being murdered, with all the weird shit that went down because of it. But this is not atypical. You hear too many similar stories like this, unfortunately. But, well, I do, because I fucking look out for these people and I listen and I look for it. But unfortunately, I guess that's my point for fucking babbling about all this shit, is that you don't hear about it enough. And enough of us aren't encouraged. Like, it's just what I'm trying to do here, whether you agree with me or not. You all got your own story to tell. Here or elsewhere, we all need to start your own channel. We all need to fucking start sharing our stories, you know what I mean, and being able to fucking see each other as human beings and not as this, that, or the other. I'm done with all the labels. It doesn't serve us, and it leaves us in a precarious spot. We need words and language to describe things, to communicate, well, how we're gonna do this or that or whatever. But all the shit that we have pretty much right now has been fucking co-opted, hijacked, bought, sold, and it just doesn't serve us. It's like we're serving it, and this is a recipe for fucking death. Like I said, I don't know. I know I come across as a hothead and shit. I'm super passionate about this, and again, obviously, it's that's the problem with my specific sort of situation, is like what my experience did to me as a child completely turned me inside out. I'm like a raw nerve. I wear my heart in my sleeve. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit. I'm not much of a fighter. But when you're done fucking beating on me, I'll get up and stomp a fucking hole in you. That kind of thing. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be that person. Ain't how I want to live my life. But I feel like this is like a fight for a lot of us. So I know I'm not the only one. I think back to that kid who fucking just walked up to me all rando that night. I think his name was Jesse. And I hope he's still alive, man. There's too many of us have checked out. How many people do we know that celebrity wise and stuff, whoever, people in our own lives, they all look happy. They're laughing the last time you saw them, and now they're gone. And was the laughter? I mean, the laughter is good, but do we laugh? You know, that's my concern. Sometimes I know that's the case. Is sometimes the laughter covers up the pain, and it's perfectly fine because it can heal it. But sometimes if we're using it like brushing it off wise, when we could have had a serious conversation, and uncomfortable as it may be, we would have been better off. That's all I'm saying. We need to have these conversations. I just encourage people to freaking share notes, be honest. I'm tired of the taboos and shit. We need to take this fucking language back. Yeah, exactly. Ian. Empathy, understanding, reason, compassion. And, you know, a lot of that really stems from, I think, you know, self-exploration. Because when you start having that tender stuff for yourself, I mean, it's so much easier to do that for other people. You can start, even if you don't agree with them. But I think that's where it becomes like something for me. I'm a tinkerer. I like to fix things and shit. That's to me is like where, okay, now I fucking see a way in, because I've been dealing with all my issues and watching other people struggle with their issues from mostly a cognitive perspective for a long time. I've been at this my entire life, dealing with my own issues and family issues, all deep in the fucking all form of quote unquote addiction and shit. Watching people be mental fucking slaves because they played the role of addict or this or that or whatever. I almost fucking killed myself because I believe this shit. It's still in my head. It's still there. It's all over me. It's like it's never going away from the outside. So society's basically assumed the role of the bully, but at least now I'm alive because I freaking realize like shit, you know, and it's like, thank you, Lucky, for, you know, seeing me as a human being and freaking encouraging me to come on here and babble all my personal shit. But, you know, as we've talked about before, this is the reason, because this stuff can help keep people alive sometimes. So kick out the jams, fam. Just speak your piece. This is a good spot for it right here. It's an awesome family. And again, like I said, even if we don't always agree on stuff, I really appreciate everybody throwing in on the questions and the comments and your perspectives. And I always take everything that people say, I really do, like to my heart. Like I look into the mirror, I'm like, is something that this person is saying, if I feel like a thump in my chest, I'm like, oh, there's like some content there for me. Somebody touched a freaking button or whatever, you know what I mean? But I think what people, I think sometimes misinterpret like where I'm coming from or like who I am, because I'm so like, I'm not afraid to put this shit out there. They misinterpret because society kind of puts the whammy on our thing. They don't realize that vulnerability is practically a fucking superpower. I ain't trying to fucking puff myself up, but I'm saying for any and all of us, this is the whole fucking point. You know, fucking being brave isn't the absence of fear. It's fucking being scared fucking shitless with your knees knocking and your tongue twisted and still fucking getting up and speaking your piece. Like right now, this might be the last fucking time I'll ever be on the internet as far as I know, you know. This could be my fucking swan song. This could be the beginning of a new chapter. I don't know, but I wouldn't be here if I hadn't freaking like gotten to the point here where I have the fucking whatever courage or whatever to come on and talk about this shit. Is a huge fucking journey for me. So yay me. Yay anybody else that fucking rings a bell or resonates for y'all, because you know what I'm saying? Give yourself fucking credit for surviving in this nutball fucking society. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Beer is thinking juice. I don't know about that, brother. I have never in my life seen anything like meth, man. Change people, all their personality, like almost instantly. Bizarre.
Yeah, I haven't seen that like, you know, like firsthand or anything, but I can just imagine. I've seen a lot of other stuff happen, other things, but not as much.
You see, that's my whole point, Ian. I would like for people to consider the idea of suspending the notion of illness in that regard altogether necessarily. If it's all about nature, I mean, we have to be able to function in society and so forth. But that's my whole point. My understanding thus far is really that a lot of what has been deemed disability in society is society's inability to accept people as they are, neurodiversity and all that sort of thing. It's like, if you can't do a job, then you can't do a job. But I mean, if there's a way that you can do a job with some form of accommodation or something, then why are we talking about it? It's like, I don't get it. It really doesn't. It doesn't speak to the reality of our condition. It's us having to sort of bow to some sort of societal machination. Like, well, we're the ones who's supposed to be coming up with these societal machinations to serve our basic human needs, whatever they may be. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, how many artists would be considered like, this diagnosis or that diagnosis or whatever? I don't. The whole DSM should be fucking thrown in a burn barrel. It's like the fucking satanic Bible, for Christ's sakes. Honestly, listen to Dr. I can't find it right now, but Dr. Bessel van der Kolk's got some interesting. Maybe it was his book I was reading it in. Actually, that's where it was. But I think there's a lecture he gave about the book. He might have said it in there too. It's like a couple hours long on YouTube, where he really describes that the American Psychological Association, who is like basically a terrorist organization as far as I'm concerned. They're the ones who've been thwarting his and his colleagues' efforts to further the whole understanding of trauma right along. He, again, for anyone not in the room earlier, he's the one who was pushed for PTSD to finally be, acknowledged by the American Psychological Association in 1980. They don't care. There's too much money. I think he said what was the last iteration of the DSM. The newest one is the 5. So I think it was DSM-4 garnered them, I don't know, like $150 or $200 million or some stupid amount of money or whatever. They're not even supposed to be making money on the goddamn thing. Because everybody's then they want to have a copy of their Bible on the shelf somewhere. Every freaking therapist and every freaking lawyer or whatever. It's a scam. Quite honestly, if you look at it, again, if you feel unbalanced in your life, you can figure out some way to get yourself balanced. My beef is with society trying to figure out like what's normal, who's ill, and this and that. Fuck you. Can you function? I mean, I'm different than you. You're different than me. I'm like, yeah, and okay. You know what I mean? Exactly, man. Everybody, that's the whole point. We need to be able to understand that it's okay to do that. Not everybody feels it like they have they have to see some expert to like start doing some research online or whatever. Well, if I gotta take a medication for yourself or whatever.
The blacker and denser it is. If anyone always has a
Wow, what the freak?
Yeah, I never understood why people shit on Jung so much. The guy was amazing. And he wasn't perfect. Do you guys know he had a complete major freaky field meltdown himself? He wrote this huge book and did all this like wild looking artwork. It was called the Red Book. He had a total meltdown. And he came out the whole other side with this whole other perspective. I got a lot of respect for that guy.
Well, here, let's watch a little video clip.
Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. If an inferiority is conscious, one always has a chance to correct it. But if it is repressed and isolated from consciousness, it never gets corrected, and is liable to burst forth suddenly in a moment of unawareness. At all counts, it forms an unconscious snag, thwarting our most well-meant intentions. Carl Jung talks about two types of shadows: the personal shadow, the unknown dark side of our personality, and the collective shadow, the unknown dark side of society. Starting with the personal shadow, Jung calls it the thing a person has no wish to be. It represents unknown or little known attributes and qualities of the ego. It is the sum of all those unpleasant qualities we like to hide from ourselves. The shadow contains inferiorities which everybody has but prefers not to know about. They seem weak, socially unacceptable, or even evil. The shadow is most visible when one is in the grip of anxiety or other emotions, under the influence of alcohol, etc. One may suddenly blurt out a hostile remark during a friendly conversation. When we do not want to assimilate what we despise, we project it onto others. It is possible for one to be acquainted with one's shadow and be partly conscious of it, that is, under ego control. Many people, however, refuse to recognize the shadow so completely that the ego is not even aware of shadow behavior and thus has no possibility of commanding it. Under these conditions, the shadow is autonomous and may express itself in inexplicable moods, irritability, and cruelty. Throughout his writing, Jung refers to the importance of developing awareness of the shadow in psychotherapy and its projections in the individual's life. Although the shadow is usually perceived as negative, it can also be positive. In fact, exploring our shadow gives us access to many positive qualities. Jung writes that the shadow displays a number of good qualities, such as normal instincts, appropriate reactions, realistic insights, creative impulses, etc. One of Jung's closest collaborators, Marie-Louise von Franz, writes, "The shadow is not necessarily always an opponent. In fact, he is exactly like any human being with whom one has to get along, sometimes by giving in, sometimes by resisting, sometimes by giving love. Whatever the situation requires, the shadow becomes hostile only when he's ignored or misunderstood." The shadow contains all sorts of qualities, strengths, and potentials, which, if remain unexplored, give us a state of impoverishment in our personality, creating unconscious snags which inhibit the growth and embodiment of these good qualities that lie dormant in our psyche. For instance, a person might believe that being assertive is being rude or aggressive, losing the qualities of confidence and the ability to speak up for himself in an honest and respectful way, which in turn may lead to less proactivity, make it more difficult to get a raise or job promotion, struggle with money, and so on. So, when a person encounters an assertive person, deep down he feels resentment and guilt, which makes his shadow blacker and denser. These valuable aspects ought to be assimilated into actual experience and not repressed. It is up to the ego to give up its pride. We also encounter our shadow in our dreams. As a person of the same sex as the dreamer, it is what seems to be a criticism of our character from the unconscious, an inner judge of your own being that reproaches you, and the result is usually embarrassed silence. We must identify the contents of the shadow and integrate them into our personality. This is the process of the realization of the shadow, also known as shadow work. Here begins the painfully and lengthy work of self-education. One must enter into long and difficult negotiations with the shadow, a work, we might say, that is the psychological equivalent of the labors of Hercules. Through shadow work, one can observe one's shadow outwardly by watching one's emotional reactions and being radically honest about one's interactions with others, and inwardly by exploring one's dreams. This allows one to become enlightened and reduces the shadow's destructive potential, not so much as it were by waging war against the darkness, but by bringing the darkness to the light to the darkness. As Jung writes, there is no light without shadow, and no psychic wholeness without imperfection. One must not strive for perfection, but rather wholeness of personality. The lifelong process of individuation creates a balance between one's conscious and unconscious realms, aligning the ego to the self, the totality of one's personality. However scary or dark it is to confront our shadow, finding truth brings relief. Discernment of the truth is the process of authenticity, a painstaking excavation into the depths of our being to explore possibilities and limitations, distortions, and the buried and often forgotten parts of ourselves and abilities. Most people, however, are too indolent to think deeply about even those moral aspects of their behavior of which they are conscious, let alone to consider how the unconscious affects them. The shadow can also consist of factors that stem from a source outside the individual's personal life. Here's when we stumble upon the collective shadow, the dark side or the unknown or little known aspects of a society and culture. It consists of that which opposes our shared and collective values. The collective shadow refers to a huge, multidimensional, often horrifying yet elusive aspect of human life, to an immensity of harm inflicted by human beings upon each other and the natural world, and to the vast after effects of such harm in subsequent generations. We find the collective shadow in the projection of darkness and inferiority, in violence and oppression, in the invisibility of current suffering, in the denial of current responsibility. While collective shadow material may be acted out brutally in wars, massacres, and genocides, it may also hide under the often attractive cloaks of missionary activity, such as mandating the use of particular languages, an Orwellian reality that we are experiencing in the present time. As is the nature of all shadow material, whether individual or collective, its existence and influence may be pervasive without being obvious. The collective shadow manifests outwardly in atrocities, persecution, physical suffering, sickness, poverty, malnutrition, alcoholism, crime, the death of cultures, and so on. It may also manifest more inwardly amid the complexities of each individual psyche as hatred toward oneself, one's heritage, and one's culture, depression and feelings of impotence, the desire for revenge so that others might experience something like one's own pain, etc. The collective shadow is what has historically been labeled evil. In the Christian tradition, it would be the devil, and someone who's possessed by the devil loses his human quality and acquires a demonic nature. Our primary response to evil, for Jung, must be the quest for self-knowledge, for wholeness, which presumes the assimilation of shadow material. The individual must know relentlessly how much good he can do and what crimes he's capable of. When there is an issue known in a particular society, it can be called a shadow issue if there is evidence of denial, projection, and a lack of taking individual and collective responsibility. Therefore, taking responsibility morally, politically, and spiritually is particularly crucial. The courage with which we bear our darkness frees others from having to carry it for us. For instance, to respond to examples of massive historical suffering, wars, genocide, holocausts, pervasive oppression, etc., the effects of which persist. As human beings, we have much to learn in that regard. Denial, often connected with a wish to get on with things and put the past behind us, seems the most common approach and usually the first reaction. There are and have been many attempts to deal with difficult, painful pasts through public apologies for supporting atrocities, repentance, reparation payments after wars, pilgrimages to places of great suffering, etc. But how do we deal with the past in such a way that the integration of the shadow occurs deeply and broadly within a population rather than simply at a symbolic level through leaders or policies? Remembering and speaking what often seems unspeakable is inevitably a painful process for victims and perpetrators, bystanders and witnesses. Any such process can only be regarded as successful or reasonably complete once the pain, outrage, betrayal, suffering, and all other feelings have been voiced and heard, and once responsibility has been taken. Truth-telling is both the most desirable and the most feasible way to grapple with a difficult past. One example of a terrible mass psychosis represented by the collective shadow is Nazi Germany, where people fell into the demonic nature through their personal shadow. They joined the Nazi party and did worse things than they could ever have imagined or would have done under normal social conditions. In this sense, the personal shadow is the bridge to the collective shadow. Therefore, it is important to solve one's inner conflicts first, one's personal shadow, so that one does not fall into the collective shadow unconsciously. One may then later influence other people, and society would be better off as a whole. If we practice mindfulness, we will know how to look deeply into the nature of war and with our insight wake people up so that together we can avoid repeating the same horrors again and again. The war is in us, but is also in everyone. Everything is ready to explode, and we are all co-responsible. To summarize, we must first acknowledge our personal shadow and enter into long and difficult negotiations with it, being honest with ourselves and our interactions with others, watching our emotional reactions and exploring our dreams, in order to not become passive victims of our shadow and of our unconscious projections, allowing us to rescue the good qualities that lie dormant within us, which improves our lives and the lives of those around us. We can then be consciously aware of the collective shadow and not fall prey to it, and take responsibility to address the denial of important issues and the lack of individual and collective initiative. The courage of bearing our darkness brings relief to others, as telling the truth is the most desirable way to deal with a difficult past, rather than dismissing the atrocities and having the shadow grow blacker until it can grow no more, and thus history repeats itself. I hope you enjoyed this video on the shadow. You can support.
But you know what? Like, you fast forward like all these years later, and like people have built on Jung's work, and now it's honestly, think about that from like the invisible lion perspective, like, you know what I mean? And also the polyvagal, you take those as like transparencies and put them over what he just said, and it kind of takes the piss out of a lot of that. Like, it doesn't need to be as hard as he was describing it. You know what I mean? Jung was amazing. Like I said, I would encourage anybody to like check out his red book, like his notes in the middle of like his complete breakdown he had, like a mental breakdown. It was in the artwork that he did. It was just like, and like how many other like therapists or whatever, you know, social scientists that would have the courage to like put out such a personal piece into the world, you know? I mean, he wasn't perfect, you know. I guess there was some talk of like he had slept with a couple of his clients or something or whatever, which is a huge no-no, obviously, but nobody's perfect. But like the work that he did was, you know, was hugely valid. But I think a lot of like what he was just talking about, describing from Jung's work, can be like way simplified by looking at it from the nervous system perspective. Like anything that doesn't get expressed, again, it's as simple as the animal that escapes, you know, the lion or whatever on the African Sahara. You pan over to the animal afterwards. The lion's over here looking for another meal, and the animal is sitting there shaking violently. We don't allow ourselves that reaction in society, or recognize that that's actually what's happening, because 9 times out of 10 it's time out of place anyway.
What does that mean?
What? Where?
What Ian put? What is that?
How so, Oz?
What is this though on the screen? What is that?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I think you're saying what I'm saying, the same, you know.
What is that?
Young was wrong again. Like, who was it? Was it Deb Dana?
Charlie.
Saying what?
Charlie Brown.
What?
I'm asking you a question. What
I
is
don't
this?
know. I saw it too. I don't know. I can't really.
I don't know what that means.
8 or 10 feet away from me, so I can't really see it that great.
I'm not a boomer either, guys. I'm a Gen X, like the lower end of Gen X. Steve is at the top. I'm at the bottom. Like, we both fit on the Gen X scale, but on either end of it, and I don't know what a lot of emojis are.
Yeah, exactly. He really did. People don't realize Bernays led to social media. Him and freaking Goebbels would be proud. It's twisted. It is, you know. I took a couple years of commercial art in high school, and I did it like exceedingly well at it. And then it dawned on me, it's like, I don't want to be a part of that. I'm not trying to put that out there.
Horny Unicorn doesn't like it. He thinks it was scary.
Yeah, it was unnecessarily like kind of creepy. I don't know. It was okay. But like I said, I think that we've come a long way since Jung even. Again, it doesn't necessarily make him wrong so much as some of the steps to me seem to be unnecessary. Like I say, myself and a lot of people that I've talked to over the many years just get hung up on a lot of this stuff. Again, because of the language, and people got to find their own way. The end of the game ought to be autonomy for the individual. You know, if whomever we're working with or whatever we're doing doesn't allow us to, you know, which you know encompasses, you know, both our human rights and what we should be able to expect and demand, and both of our responsibility about being in the world, and like, you know, us doing our own personal work.
I think it's also important, though, to look at things like that, whether we do or do not agree with it, because discussing why we do or do not agree with a particular person is really important too.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not great at it, but I always try to do that, you know.
I just feel like it's, you know what I mean? Like to be critical and look at everybody in the
Yeah,
same
well, how the hell
critical
are you gonna-
lens.
yeah.
Whether we're like, all right, we agree with them or we don't, but let's have the bigger conversation of why we do or we don't agree.
Ties in with what I said about the Buddhist teaching about, you know, like if something, you know, gives you a reaction and it's like, that's a clue for you to like, that's something you need to look at in yourself. So kind of goes along the same thing, you know, something gives you a little bit of an irk or an ire or whatever. Investigate it. If it has enough of an effect on you to give you some sort of emotional response, it's worth a look.
Yeah, if it hits a nerve,
what your emotions for if they're going to be
Or-
worth anything.
if a person hits a nerve, like if you're watching somebody and they just really, really bother you, and you're just like, God, they just bother me, and you feel like you're gonna, like, you want to pick something apart on somebody, look at that for. Look at the mirror of that when you have judgment of another person, or you react, or you're stereotyping someone like, oh, well, they must come from a rich background and this and that, you know, and question yourself when you're thinking those things, like, is that true, or am I assuming that? Do I really know that person? You know, like it's just
one of the 4 agreements there:
being-
never make assumptions.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. When you make an assumption to make an ass out of you and me, you know.
The cliche stuck around because it's worth something, in my opinion.
Yeah, certain ones they do. I mean, like that's why they work. So Horny Unicorn said that he was brilliant. The metaphor is kind of unhelpful though. Well, Horny Unicorn, sometimes things are unhelpful to you, but they are helpful to us. And that's okay. Because there's much
I just
love.
think, you know, the helpful part, if for everybody, is just the consideration of any of this stuff. You know what I mean? Just, that ain't for me. Chuck it. If it works, for
Yeah,
it,
that's what I say, you know, like if something here helps you, then more power to you, because that is what we are here to do. But we're here to be authentic with ourselves too, and we want you to be authentic with yourself too. Don't take what I'm saying and replace it with what you already feel, you know. But you know, I ask everybody to kind of self-reflect and question, because that's what I do. And you know, it's not always easy when people do that, right? Like when someone goes, wait, why do you feel that way, or why do you make that assumption? Like Steve and I will do that with each other, and it's he gets upset with me sometimes, like like because he feels like, or you know, if someone says, oh well, you're making me feel this way. No, I that's not, I don't have, that's giving. If you say that someone's making you feel a certain way, you are giving up your power to that person and saying, fine, they can control me. And that's not true. How you feel and how you react to somebody, that is you. That is your choice on how you react.
Be the master of your feelings. You barely bruise me with your looks to kill. I just like kind of like the whole shadow thing. Like I love Jung, and I got so deep into it for a while. I just kind of think we've moved past that. I just don't find it necessary in that context. Like we just there's like this tendency, even that stuff. If you really look at it, there's like this, I have to do battle with this thing or whatever. And it's like, why? This is fucking nature. Why should I be at war with my own self? Why? Because my society tells me to? Like if I'm acting out of sorts, and it's because I'm fucking traumatized. And like most of us have some degree of trauma. You live in fucking the Western culture.
Stoner? Yeah, I'm a stoner, and I am happy to admit that anytime. Yep. Call me stoner if you want to, Mr. Mr. Unicorn.
And that's the point. Like, was it you were saying that earlier? Like what Oz is saying, a skilled sociopath or narcissist will see your buttons and press them like playing a fine fiddle. And that's unfortunately, you know,
I think Oz must have said
I don't know that. I wouldn't
I
want to,
agree.
like, presume, motivations on people necessarily, but I think unconsciously anyway, again, like I said earlier, a lot of people who get into the helping professions, don't realize that they're, projecting some of their own stuff. I know there's terminologies for that and shit. I don't even care anymore.
Think about it like as a mirror,
Stop making it like we have to give all of our personal power of understanding in the universe to specific fucking gatekeepers of this information. And maybe some of these, there's always going to be somebody who's better on their game than we are, whether we're a musician or an athlete or whatever it is we're doing. That's fine, and those people, we should always seek out their guidance, their wisdom. But again, our society tells us in a fucking million different ways that our kind of like, shut up, sit down, somebody else has already figured this out, all you got to do is subscribe or whatever. And I fully reject that now. I would be fucking dead if I kept believing that shit. And I think a lot of other people feel the same fucking way. It's just hard to articulate this stuff in a way that we can all make sense to everybody. And again, it's hash it out. Keep fucking having these discussions and we'll figure it out. But that's the point. The fucking communication is the point, because they do not want us fucking trading notes. That's why they have the fucking gatekeepers in every fucking realm of society. There's always these fucking look at fucking what Fauci turned out to be. Everybody fucking put him up on this giant pedestal and the guy's a goddamn monster. You like the space anus? I don't know if you saw Mojo's anus earlier. He always does that to me. Fucker hops up here and sticks his arse in my
Does. It's funny because
I'm
I'll
like,
be
dude,
on
I
like
love
a
you,
Zoom
but-
call with Charlie, and I'm like,
This ain't working.
dude, he's showing you his ass again. It's so funny.
Who's in charge here, right? Fucker.
They
Help us figure it
okay,
out.
so cats think that they can, fucking push energy, like healing energy out of their ass. Okay. So like I'm just telling you guys that right now. That is what cats think that they're doing when they give you their ass like
The
that.
other
They're
end
like,
of the rainbow is the cat's anus, apparently, folks.
ugh.
You saw it here first, then.
What do you think, horny unicorn? Do you do the same thing? I mean, you're a unicorn. Oh my god! Don't point holes in my
man.
logic.
And Ian's got me like doing like math with the freaking compass and shit right now. I'm too tired and baked, bro. I'd have a hard time.
What is it say? When you're traveling to east, your shadow will be either in front of you or behind you.
It'd be behind you, I would think.
You guys are freaking great.
But that's
It's like
kind of the
almost
deep-
5 a.m. here. I'm tired, and I'm like, you guys are,
Is it?
Any fellow travelers? I admit to nothing. I don't know what's happening, but that's what they call it. Anuses look like that. I don't know. I don't look at them much, but I'll take your word for it.
Have you not met my cat, dude? Oh, you were out having dinner. That's right.
I don't know if they were in here. I just realized my hair looks like a lion's mane.
Cool.
Kind of on the screen, like in the shadow. I'm like, wow, that kind of looks like a lion's mane.
It almost looks like you have chili peppers in your hair.
Yeah, the ends.
That's cool. I thought that was so cool when I was going through New Mexico back in the day, and they'd like have those stands on the side of the road. People would make these awesome like wreaths and all these different shapes out of chili peppers and shit. It was awesome.
We are in the morning, 4:42 a.m.
Yeah, sunrise feels great when you're just waking
Not
up.
Uranus.
My brother used to like be like us, like 1,000,000 in the morning people, and he'd be like, fucking the birds start chirping. He'd say, goddamn birds. Shut up. He loved birds. He like talked to birds, but I'm like, yeah, many times, too many times. Frickin' I woke the rooster. Bastards.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm often like I'm like shit, I should go to bed before the sun comes up. Like before the sun comes up. Cuz then it's going to be harder for me to fall asleep. And sometimes I just can't do it. I stay up all like this is just I'm on like a third shift kind of sleep schedule. Like, you know,
Oh,
and
Christ, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I worked nights for frickin' years. It just turns you into a fucking vampire.
Honey unicorn. He said birds are the worst except KFC birds.
I didn't. Where did he write that? I didn't see that. Oh, wasn't that you talking about KFC earlier too and bacon? You got me hungry, you bastard.
Ew, I don't eat those things anymore. Okay, but you know I have a bird, right? Do you know that, right? Do you want to see my bird? There's my cockatoo.
Oh.
And there's a Peaches. He's such a freaking ham.
Does he talk much?
There are people that say that birds aren't real. There is. There's a whole fucking thing of them.
Oh, shit. I almost fell off the flat earth fucking laughing at that one.
Seriously, no, there are. Oh my
Flat
god.
Earth
I have to
Society
find
is
you. I have to
happening
find you
all
these
around the globe.
people. No, I'm serious. There's a whole group. I'm serious.
When dogs can't look up, right?
Listen, there's a whole fucking movement of birds aren't real. I'm so freaking serious. They have a website and everything.
About as aware as I
It
think I
started in 1976.
Was it that long ago?
Yes. If people don't know about this, you guys need to. I'm going to show you. I am going to
Started
show
some
you.
shit now as we're going down a rabbit hole.
Oh my god.
Grab your ankles.
Seriously? This is the real thing. This is about the birds aren't real and how they charge the power lines.
They do what now?
They charge the power lines. Do you see the van? Did I show it? Yeah. It's a real freaking thing. I'm freaking serious.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I needed a good laugh. Thank you.
Okay, but look at it. I'm telling you. The birds aren't real movement has been active since 1976. Okay, here. Oh, look, they have a little video.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
We all remember where we were when that happened. But what if I told you that something far greater was at play in this very moment? A saga of government corruption so entrenched in our society that to expose it would make Watergate a mere footnote in the pages of history.
For the last few years, my team and I have been investigating the biggest crime ever perpetrated on the American people.
Since the Eisenhower administration, the U.S. government has been committing genocide on the entire bird population and replacing these birds with sophisticated robot replicas, equipped with 5-megapixel cameras and a sophisticated tracking system that can follow your every movement. I know this is horrifying, but please remember, stay calm. It is estimated that by 2001, 90% of the birds that we see in the sky will actually be surveillance robots. We must act now to prevent this from going any further. Join us, and together we can make 1987 the year that we take back our freedom.
Well, so what is bird shit then?
I don't know. Maybe it's their electronic waste. Look, they have shirts.
Well, of course they have shirts. What? No coffee mugs?
Look, it says "Bird watching goes both ways." Oh my god! I kind of want that
I was
because,
just gonna
like,
say that'd be great for freaking conversation at the store, huh?
oh my god! But that's just so funny, because the birds do watch both ways, though. Like I mean, they really do.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh my god! Like that is
You
just
ever
a
woke
funny
up
ass
and saw a
shirt.
bird looking in the window on you or something?
I
Especially if
know.
you've
Look
been
at this.
camping.
Birds aren't real. Like I'll tell you what. Look at if it flies, it spies. Oh my god! Like I just want a shirt because they're just freaking outrageously ridiculous. I don't have money to buy a shirt like this, but my gosh. For these prices, are they organic at least? This is birds aren't real in I'm not sure if that's Mandarin or what. If
Oh, yeah,
Jack
you might want to
Sith
consider
was
that.
on,
I
he
had a
would
hard
be
time
able to
getting my
tell
money
me.
back from one of those mofos.
Oh, look at this. The birds are the parrots of the government and the media. What is happening?
Well,
Okay,
nothing throwing another politician into the Hadron Collider couldn't
this
fix.
is like a real thing. Like they really believe that birds aren't real.
Do they now? Do they want to believe that?
Dude, they got a freaking look at this.
Poultry gate. So what are we eating? Those of us who eat chickens and so forth, what are we eating? Nanobots?
I don't know. They're talking about birds that fly. Chickens don't really fly. That's what they were saying.
Ian's dropping some links. He's got
Oh no!
look
Look at their van. Maybe I should, what the hell? What is up top? Is that like razor wire? You see that? Like up here, what is that? Is that to keep the electronic birds away? Like, do you see this? Like, the government has since replaced every living bird with robotic replicas.
Say it ain't so.
Oh, look, here's the CIA agent confesses to bird drone surveillance.
Well, Eugene, it was just a couple of weeks ago that we saw your name in that article, and now we're sitting across from each other. So thank you so much for doing this.
Sure, thanks.
I know we talked off camera some, but just for our viewers who don't know much about you, can you give us some on your background?
Well, I started off in the military for a few years in California. And after I got out of the military, I was doing security for the CIA.
I think you need to mute your mic.
In 72. And then they moved me into domestic intelligence. And it's while I was there that, I saw some things that I really wish I hadn't seen.
Are you referring to bird drone surveillance?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us some more about that?
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'd been with the CIA for a few years. And then one morning, I got ordered to report to a military base. And I was briefed on something called Operation Water the Country. And when I got...
For those who don't know what that is, can you explain what that is?
Oh, sure. It's a code name we use for the process of removing all the living birds. They used poison gas dropped from airplanes.
Now, after the living birds were taken out of the picture, what was the next step?
Well, they were replaced with fake birds. They were electronic decoys. They could watch people without them knowing it.
What was your role in all of this? Like, how do you know this information?
I was in charge of destroying the evidence. It was believed at the time that it wouldn't be safe if the general public knew what was happening.
Okay. You just
Right,
mentioned
Santa.
evidence. What kinds of evidence are you talking about?
Well, this went on for 10 years. There was thousands of documents, blueprints, film footage, photographs, and so on like that.
Did you keep anything?
No. Nothing.
Well,
there might have been one or two things.
Yeah. So they couldn't see him laughing.
I consider myself to be an average American. I wake up in the morning,
God
wash
help us.
my car, and I have an avid disbelief in avian beings.
Maybe you've seen the billboard near the Highland Strip or heard the story on Wednesdays Live at 9. A
Let's
campaign
go,
called
Brandon.
Birds Are Not Real brings its efforts to the Mid-South.
And this morning, we are joined by one of the messengers of the movement. Peter McIndoe is here to tell us how this all came about. We want to emphasize you were not the founder.
No, ma'am. We put the billboard here because we wanted to bring it to the biggest city in the world, the Paris of the West. So we brought it to Memphis, Tennessee. From 1959 through 2001, the government mercilessly genocided over 12 billion birds and simultaneously replaced them with surveillance drones in disguise. Sometimes I'll travel internationally, go to the Himalayas, just to breathe the drone-free air.
So this is really satire. I mean, you don't really believe that that happened, correct? This is a satirical campaign to make the point that what? You're looking at me like, no, it's not satire. I really do believe this.
Honestly, it's kind of offensive.
Okay.
We do not find this to be a humorous issue. This is serious. This is life or death. This movement came about in 1976, just to avoid any, liberal media hit job. Since the billboard went up in Memphis, crime has actually dropped by 43%. We're expecting the key to the city at any time from the mayor. There's been a reaction of supporters and loyal bird truthers coming out, saluting, bowing. It's almost become like a sacred pilgrimage. This billboard means more to me than my own life.
All right, Peter, we appreciate you being with us this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Birdsaren'treal.com.
Well, shit in my big ugly hat.
So what do you guys think?
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen the insides of too many birds. I don't know. I would not be surprised one bit if there aren't like a bunch of them flying around, but like that all of the birds.
No, not all
I
of
would keep
them.
them all to one country anyway. It's like
Listen, I live with a
birds
fucking
migrate and shit.
bird. I don't think that.
Oh, you guys are screwed. Like Peaches has got so much dope on you guys.
I know.
You're going down. As soon as they flip the fascist switch, you guys are screwed. The camps. You're going to the camps.
Yeah, right. Peaches would get them.
Freaking snitch right on you.
Yeah, right. Peaches would get them. Do you know how much freaking sulfur crested cockatoo has 450 psi of pressure in its beak?
It's impressive.
450.
I remember some friends of mine used to have a pet store across the street from me when I was in high school, and I'd go and hang out. We get baked in the back and stuff, but they had a couple. He was an African, not a gray. I think he was African. He was green, but they named him Hulk.
Oh, probably at Amazon, green front at Amazon or
But
green
he was-
Amazon.
He was such a sweetheart with me, but like he'd like freaking, if he didn't like you, he'd freaking a bunch of people like, what the crap? He bit me. I was like, maybe you're a dick. He likes nice people. I don't know.
Tell you, when I first got Peaches, he was not the bird that he is now. He was a fucking maniac. He would come up to me. He was crazy. I don't I don't know. Oh my god. He would open a cage and like he would just fly out and freaking be a complete jackass and like try to bite people's feet and like oh my god, he was freaking crazy.
Where did you get him from? Like a crappy home or something? People didn't work with him.
It's so weird
Or the
how I
country?
got him. So we've had him for I would say like 10 and a half years or so. So an ex of mine worked at AutoZone, like the auto parts place. And this lady went in there one day and randomly was talking about how she had a cockatoo she had to get rid of because she was moving to Florida. And my ex, she goes, "Wait, I know a person if you need a home for a parrot or a bird, like because I've had, oh my gosh, I had sun conures and parrots and parakeets like when I was younger, cockatiels, like I've always loved birds, and so I end up getting peaches from this lady who just made a side comment at an auto parts store. And I ended up adopting him for free. Like I didn't pay for him or his cage or anything. But there's a couple weird things. Like, so she was the second owner of Peaches. But he doesn't have like a band on his ankle. Usually they have like a little band thing, a little metal one that has like an ID number or whatever on there. If they're bred and like they're domestically bred and not wild caught, usually the band will be solid because it means they were caught as they were hatched and everything. So they can put the band on there before the bird, it grows too big. And so it grows and it's around their, it's much bigger than their ankle, but it's, so, or sometimes wild caught ones will have ones that just close together to make the little circle band thing, the little ankle band. And he doesn't have one. So either he was wild caught and smuggled, or he wasn't given a band, or it could have been cut off. But I don't know. I don't know his complete lineage of how he comes, back to me. But here, I'll put a picture of him up there. He's such a ham. And so and then he has a toe thing. You can't see it in that one. Let's see if you can see his foot in that one. No. Well, one of his toes is he's got like a toe that like kind of curves, and then another like he's got like one like missing. It came that way. I did not chop the bird's toe off or anything. So I don't know if that's from his mom or it could have been an injury that he had, but apparently he had one home before us. I mean, before the other lady. So we would be his third home. So, and he might outlive me. Like he's like 18. And he can live to be like, they can live 60, 80 years sometimes. Yeah. So, yeah.
Such a big mush.
Horny unicorn said, "Sorry for calling you a stoner. I know it's not true."
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Oh my goodness. Cockies are born pranksters. I saw one hanging off a rope on a flagpole. He bit through the rope and fell like a stone. Opened his wings one at a time, and the flag all fluttered. Dude. So yeah, wild cockatoos are from Australia, and they're wild cockatoos are freaking fantastic. They are crazy. They are
Apparently,
freaking
birds work for the
crazy.
bourgeoisie. They died in '86 due to Reagan killing them and replacing them with spies. That's what Ian's meme reads there at the top. See you, buddy.
Let me see. Do you know there's ones like there's like people that go out and like feed them, and then they get upset because they get all scratched up.
What are you talking about?
The birds.
Which birds?
Cockatoos. Oh, here's a good one.
What? Where is this? Holy crap. The terrible twos, huh? Aw.
Dad, what happened? What happened? What happened? They sound exactly like peaches.
That's awesome.
It's so funny. Where's like,
So where was that?
I don't know where that one was. Oh my god, this one, I love this one.
You giving him peanuts? No, something else entirely, huh? Fruit? Oranges? That's awesome. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Music's kind of unnecessary.
So you can just imagine the people are not thinking like, "Oh, look at those cute parrots," when those cute parrots want to come eat your lunch, and they have 540 freaking, PSI or whatever.
Taking a chunk out of your ear, thinking it's a peanut.
Oh. Oh, so this is good. This is like, what is happening? Why is it?
Alexa, fart. Alexa, fart. Alexa, fart. Alexa, fart.
Oh dear. The bird's ordering shit
Hello,
online.
honey. What have you been doing lately? You want to check it? Alexa, read the shopping list.
You have 4 items on your shopping list.
It's okay, honey.
Fart, hello, and eggs.
So you've been ordering farts, hellos, and eggs.
That's the fucking best right there. Can I get a box of farts over here? Ship them to my neighbor. Wasn't someone delivering poo? It's there's the American fucking dream for you right there. Fistful of shit. $5, please. You couldn't just use your own shit? Oh, can it be somebody else's? Hi, Trish. Yes, we're still here. I was thinking of going to make some coffee, actually. And some breakfast at this point, I suppose. So hello again, fellow East Coast 1 million o'clock in the morning.
All right,
Here's a Pandora station called Rockin' Robin Radio.
Like, who the hell is that?
Google. Petra. Alexa. Rockin' Robin.
Rockin' Robin by Bobby Day, starting now on Amazon Music.
You're a dance.
Jamming.
Alexa. Okay, Google. Alexa.
That's not a name I can respond to.
Alexa.
Sure. To help you with that, I need your permission to allow personal results on this device. You can turn on personal results in settings in the Google Home app.
Alexa.
That noise is perfect. It's kind of cute, but it's almost sad. Like if they just leave it on because they don't pay enough attention to the poor bird. Have you ever seen? There's a guy. He's from somewhere here on the East Coast. He almost sounds like he's from Worcester. His bird's name is Pebbles. Have you met Pebbles on here?
Hello and eggs.
Pebbles doesn't like round cages, and so he takes Pebbles out, puts Pebbles into a square cage, and then stomps on the round one. And then Pebbles is like, "Yeah!" Freaking, he's all worked up. It was freaking awesome. He's like swearing. He's like, "What did you think about that cage?" And he's like, "Freaking."
Oh yeah, I think I have seen that.
He is awesome.
This This is a bird. They do this with parrots have done this. Like it wasn't even like, I don't think it was even intentional. If it wasn't such a creepy thing, I would totally have one just to see what Peaches would say to it. But no, I don't want it for that.
Ew, yeah, fuck that creepy noise. I will
Yeah.
never have a smart device in my house other than my dumb phone.
I know. It would be
An awful
funny if there was something that my bird could command, but not that. Like,
Yeah, I guess something interactive. Huh?
What
It's
did
kind of
you
cool.
do?
Aw.
Okay, what happened?
Did you read what Ian wrote?
No.
Alexa,
Stereotypical
read my
birds.
shopping list.
I'll bet none of them can hold a job, but blaming the man because they don't get hired or promoted. I heard Jordan Peterson talk about it.
Strawberries.
Tell me you're kidding.
Strawberries. 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 Would you like to hear the next 5 items?
Who ordered the strawberries, Beeps?
You have 19 items on your shopping list. Here are the 5 most recent. Here are the next 5 items.
Yes, please.
Strawberry yogurt. Easy water. Jeans. Harry. Big tofu. Would you like to hear the next 5 items?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Big. Big. Red tree. Milk. Harry. Do you want to hear your last 4 items?
Please, yes.
Yeah, me neither.
Apple.
George.
Berry. Berry. Berries.
What's your fault, you fucking stoners? You got the bird baked. Now he's got the munchies and he's dialing up for delivery.
Oh my God.
Cleaning out your computer is a good thing.
Now, if Yoda
but
shows
there
up
is
at the door,
no
he's totally
escaping the
he's
fact that
hooked
social
up.
media has gone to the birds, literally.
Teresa Strasser has 3 winged creatures taking flight on YouTube. It's on the buzz list. Teresa.
Thanks, guys. You will be flocking.
Is that like what regular TV is like? Like, is that what people digest as TV? That was awful. Like,
Alexa,
oh,
read my shopping.
no, I don't. Oh my gosh.
Alexa,
no,
read
stop.
my shopping list.
You keep that creepy shit out of my house. It's bad enough one day I went out and I came back and I freaking get ads for shit that I drove by and my phone was off. I don't know what the fuck that meant. Just way too creepy.
All you have to do is you just have to think it now.
I guess so. Fucking, do you see Elon Musk's new freaking AI interface disguised as a phone?
Phone, yeah. And it's ridiculous because he first he takes the name Tesla and now he's gonna take Pi like that. Like, are you kidding me? Come on. The dude is not like like they're smart. They're smart in a way of being manipulative. Like, for us to say that they're stupid is ridiculous. Like, yeah, everyone wants to be like, oh yeah, well, Bill Gates didn't graduate from college, or he's not a doctor. Well, guess what? He's fucking fooled a hell of a lot of people. So who's the stupid ones? I don't think it's him.
Yeah, no.
He just did a better job because he's freaking dishonest, But I mean, come on, think about it. Like, they're the ones that are in power. They're the ones that are they're the ones with the boot on us.
You know, all the wrong people took freaking all the wrong books as how-to manuals when they were supposed to be like, some sort of warning. It's like the ancient, the morality plays of ancient Greece. It wasn't supposed to be like what entertainment is nowadays. They put them on there to promote critical thought and provoke, conversation. Freaking, here's this scenario, and then freaking at the end of it, they're like, with the audience, what do you think? They'd have these freaking, superheated debates about stuff, but it got people talking.
Yeah.
Too many, I don't know. That's like I say, that's why I always just like to question the shit out of everything. If it's true, it'll freaking stick up for the truth. That a friend of mine used to say, the truth doesn't need anybody to stand up for it exactly. Just need to get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah, well,
I mean, we got
truth is
colors,
just truth. Like, there's no, that's it. Like, there's no.
They think they can do what they're doing and get away with it to the individual human beings like Julian Assange who've laid their fucking lives on the line for this shit, but they can't, like, no matter what they do to him. And I hope and pray every day that he gets to go home, but no matter what, you can't kill the fucking truth. You can't kill an idea. We know the story. It's just fucking shouldn't have to be like this. But that's the whole point. It's like, why we all need to start fucking talking. They can't fucking silence. They can try and jab the world, silence the world, but I don't know. Let's see. I guess it's a race, huh?
This shit's nuts.
Called the human race. I don't know. I never understood what the fucking hurry was. I ain't in a big fucking hurry. Just trying to survive.
I think I'm gonna have to get off soon, off the stream.
Been too late now. I can't go to bed just yet. It's freaking gonna have to have some coffee and breakfast, I guess.
You got stuff to do, like, the earlier part of the day.
Well, it was another good stream. Thank you. Thanks to everybody hanging out and
Yeah, it's been good conversation. And I think we'll be back. What today is? Today Monday now?
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Yeah. Okay. So we will definitely have one. Wait, Robert Malone just got Twitter canceled.
Yeah, it was like yesterday or the day before.
Yeah. Yeah. Did something else happen? I'm just wondering.
Fucking scumbags. That was like just like what, a day or two before he went on with Rogan.
Yeah, and Joe
Weird.
Rogan's dog looks just like Leo. So we have got to reach out and figure out if we can get a picture of Leo to Joe Rogan and be like, look at this.
We absolutely have to have a conversation.
Is that a boy or a girl? Because I got a boy over here and he's got his nutters.
Nope.
Yeah, dude. I think I'm gonna get some good sleep. I've been like really off and on with my sleep. Like even if I'm getting sleep, I'm not getting like the actual like REM sleep that I need.
Restful sleep.
Yeah, it's so frustrating.
Sleep. Just the whole purpose of sleep is to.
Or like I'll go and lay down, and I'll be like, oh, I'm like, no, I can't go to sleep. So like I'll try to read, or I'll put something on the TV and like just
it sounds goofy. It helps sometimes. I forget who the hell told me this, but just when you're laying in bed, just like stretch yourself out as much as you can, like get like a wicked stretch from both directions, and then clench your butt cheeks for like a couple moments, and then like release, and like almost every time you get like a really nice yawn will come up. And if you do that like 3-4 times, I have wicked fucking hard time getting to sleep since I was a little kid. It sounds goofy, but sometimes it works. It's a nice stretch anyway. Sounds goofy. Nutters, yeah.
Were you in Charlie Brown's stream that other night when I was talking about Leo's nutters?
Yeah, she sent me like live text. The poor bastard's trying to sleep. He's halfway under the blanket snoozing with Steve. She goes in there and takes a picture. The poor bastard's balls are hanging out.
No, we were both hanging out with you. Steve and I were both. Leo was sleeping.
Oh, I thought it was. Yeah, all right.
It wasn't Steve.
No, Steve had gone to bed. Steve had hung out earlier, and maybe not. No, Steve was.
No, because Tim and I were both upstairs.
He hung. I don't fucking remember. Somebody.
You were on a stream, and we were hanging out with you.
All I can say, folks, is beware the big red ball.
Oh my god, where is my ball? I have a ball somewhere.
If you ever crash it on the couch at their house, just beware the big red ball.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you guys remember those ball pits?
She's sweet, but she's merciless.
I have a red ball. It's like one of the ball pit balls.
Tell everybody, tell her to be nice to Stever.
I'm not mean to him. Believe me. Oh my god. Ask him.
We love you, Stever. Happy birthday, you beautiful bastard.
Yes.
I'm glad you were born, brother, for real.
Look, did you see what I got him for his birthday? I gave it to him a couple days ago.
Everybody, in case you don't remember, today is Stever's birthday, so
look at this.
Blow it up in the chat afterward, or what are your comments, please?
Did you see this?
So moved. Yeah, I know he was. What is that? It's like a synthesizer of some kind.
Yeah,
I saw him messing with it a few times.
It's a stylophone.
I think Oz had mentioned that. You're familiar with that? You've messed with those before?
But it's a David Bowie one.
What is the affiliation with David Bowie? I don't get the reference.
He used one. He used the. Oh my god. Let me get. Does that make it? I think that made it off. It's he used it, and when he did Space Oddity.
It's been a while. I was never a huge David Bowie fan, musically speaking. I think he's a freaking awesome person. But... I don't know, Trish. I've been having like a weird week. Haven't been feeling too good. I'm having like an emotional roller coaster of a time. Maybe.
It gives them like the what buttons to do to play Space Odyssey.
Oh.
Or oh my god, Oddity, not Odyssey. And so this came out. They came up with these the year that he was born.
Oh, cool.
That Steve was born. This is Bowie did his, used it to do that the year after. So look, you can see like Bowie using that one. So yeah. And it gives the keys and stuff like that to do it. So
That's cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw him messing with it the other day. Took some time to get used to the new toy.
Yeah, you guys got to get him to use that other thing that I got him before. Freaking, it's the pad with all the little buttons on it. And he's supposed to be able to do a bunch of sound things.
I love that stuff, but it's like I think Steve and I were talking before. It's like you get
this though.
Somebody.
This can't be that hard to get
like
your
a beat
freaking
pad or something.
No, it's a freaking it's a MIDI board. So
Yeah, it's all. I don't understand all that shit. It's too over my head. I'm like all rudimentary and shit. I still have an 8-track digital recording set up and a professional mic in a box. I've had for I don't know how long. I just tried. It's over my head. My buddy was supposed to help tutor me on how to do it, and I was going to set up like a little recording space in the house somewhere, but survival mode kind of kicked in. Thank you, Trish. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I was sort of just dipping my toe in the water there. Those couple streams. I didn't get any copyright strikes, but like there was a lot of copyright claims on stuff. I don't know if like how long I can get away with doing that without getting it completely yanked, but that was cool.
I've gotten copyright ones. Steve gets them all the time. Are you kidding me? All it does, okay, so a copyright like claim
just means you can't monetize whatever you're doing.
Well, it would mean that any money that did come onto that video would like go to them to pay for their song or whatever.
I would hope so. Yeah, I mean, I don't. My channel isn't. I'm not out to make money off my channel. I just like to share cool stuff with people. It's.
Yeah,
it's. I get it. Though. I mean, people. I mean, that's their livelihood. I want to make sure if there's any money being made, that goddamn well, they better go to the people who made the art.
Yeah.
You
know. Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah, so we're going to wrap it up and say goodnight to you guys. And we love you so much. And thank you for coming to hang out with us.
Absolutely.
We really need to get some video. We need to get somebody that wants to video edit for us and clip some of these videos up. Oh my goodness. All right. We will see you later on today. I promise you that. Because we'll be coming back.
Later.
Yeah, I know, right?
Thanks for hanging out, everybody.
A little bit of a sleep later.
Morning, afternoon, whatever the hell time it is for you.
Please go over and subscribe to Charlie Brown. Wait, is it this way? That way. It's so backwards. Yeah. Yeah, see?
That way. I can't. I'm all fucked up. Wow. That's weird.
I know, it's so backwards, right? Yeah.
We tried that the other night, the four of us, like Stever, Yona, and Lucky and I tried to touch pipes in the middle of the screen. It took a minute.
Yeah, I'm getting worried. It's really weird. It's really weird. How
the hell did I just do that a minute ago? I'm all fucked up. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is my right and this is my left.
Lefty, Lucy, righty tighty is like another universe here. We're all screwed up.
They told you to type something. Just one character. Got your nick. All right. We love you, fam. We will see you later today.
Take care, everybody. Be well. Thanks again for hanging out and for the conversation.
Namaste.
Be well.